Hey guys, welcome to another video. This time we are going to clone Medium block platform with the help of React.js and Tailwind CSS for the front end, as well as Firebase for the back end. Our main focus in front end part will be the advanced features inside React.js, such as context API, React hooks, reusable components, and much more. In the backend part, we will work on Firebase. You will learn everything you need to know about Firebase, such as authentication using Google and email, Firebase Firestore database, and Firebase storage that will help us upload our images. You will learn how to make collections and sub-collections inside Firebase Firestore, as well as how to update and delete them. Finally, I will show you how to write security rules for your Firebase application to protect your database. At the end of this video, you will have this block platform that looks similar to Medium. Now let's see how our application looks like. So this is our demo page. As you can see, we have this header. So inside the headers, we have a logo and some navs. As you can see, if I click this sign in here, I will have a pop-up. I can sign into my application using these buttons. As you can see, I can sign in using Google, Facebook, and email. Down here, as you can see, we have a button, create one. Using this button, I'm able to toggle between sign in and sign up buttons. Down here, we are going to have a banner. And if I scroll down, as you can see, I will display all the trending posts in here. So the post that will have more interactivity by the users will be displayed here. And if I scroll down, you can see I have displayed all my posts here. Okay. Now if I click one of these posts, I will be directed to a new page that will display a single post data here. And as you can see, I will display the title of the post, the user. We will calculate the amount of times this post will take the user to read, and the post time. And down here we have some buttons that will let the user interact with this post. Okay. And if I scroll down, you can see I will have some posts that are recommended by the Medium. So we are going to have some tags. Based on that, we are going to recommend posts for the user. I will show you how these buttons work when we are logged in. Okay, inside the demo page, if I scroll down, you can see we have a button. It will generate more posts for us. On the left side, we have some tags. If I click one of them, it will filter our post based on tags in a new page. Okay, now let's sign in. So I click the sign in nav here. Now let's first make a new account. I'm gonna click this sign up button. Now let me fill this input. Okay, if I click this button, we need to wait for a while. And there you go, the user is created and we are being redirected to the home page. As you can see on the left side, we have all the posts, and on the right side, we have all the users. I can follow them, and if I click one of them, I will be redirected to their profile. Using this button, I can save the post. You can see the message here. And if I open the post, we have the same page, but this time we can like the post, leave a comment. I can edit the comment or delete it. Using this button, I can copy the link. You can see this is the URL of the single post. I can share it in multiple social media applications as well. Now let's open our profile page. You can see I don't have any posts yet, but under this list nav, all the saved posts will be displayed. As you can see, I have only one saved post. And under about, the bio of the user will be displayed. Now you can edit your profile using this button or this one. From here you can change the avatar. I'm gonna choose this one. You can change the username and the bio. Now if I save it, you can see my profile has been updated. So all the users' data will be saved in a separate collection inside Firebase file store. Now let's create a new post. You can have a title here and also a description. For the description, we will use a text editor. You can change the text appearance by selecting the text. Now if I click this publish button, as you can see, we can preview the title and description in this page also. You can update them if you want. Using this box, you can add a new banner image. And in here you can add some text. So based on this text, your article will be recommended or filtered. Alright, now let's publish it. You can see my post appears here. I can click it. And down here you can see I have only one recommended post which is generated based on my tag. I can leave a comment, save the post, and using this button I can edit the post. You can add your text here. Okay, now you can see the post has been updated, and also you can delete this post. And finally we are going to implement the search functionality. So if I look for a post in here, let's say I'm going to write this text. As you can see, the post that matches with this text will be recommended for me. So if I click this post, as you can see, I'm able to open the single post in a new page. Okay guys, that's what we are going to build in this series. I hope this project will be helpful for you. So before we start, make sure to like the video, leave a comment, and give a subscribe to my channel. Alright guys, now let's set up our project. But before that, you need to have installed a few things inside your computer. The first one is Node.js. Using Node.js, we can install our React.js and also any other libraries that we need in this project. The next thing is a text editor. So you need to have an environment where you can write your codes. So in this case, I'm gonna use Visual Studio Code. You can download it for free from the Google. Okay, and also you need to have a browser, and in this case I'm going to use Google Chrome. Alright, now let's install our React.js. To install React.js, I'm going to use Vite. So just open vite.js.dev, and in here we need to click this get started. If I scroll down, you can see we have this line of code in here. So before that, open your VS Code, and inside here we need to have an empty folder. Now let's copy this code from here, and we need to open a new terminal. Now just paste it here, and because we are going to install this in the current directory, just write this dot. Okay, now using your keyboard you can choose React here, and we are going to use JavaScript, and that's it. Now you can see I have successfully installed the React.js, but you can see we don't have the node module here. So in here you can clear the terminal and just write npm install. Okay guys, as you can see we have these node modules here. Now let's install Tailwind CSS. So for the styling we are going to use Tailwind CSS. Again we are going to open the browser, and in here you need to look for Tailwind CSS for Vite. Now just open this website here. As you can see we have this code to install, which is down here. So I'm going to copy both of them from here, and again we need to clear the terminal here and just paste it here. Okay, now hit the enter. Okay guys, we have successfully installed the Tailwind CSS. Now you can see we have this tailwind.config.js and also this postcss.config.js. Alright, now I'm going to open this back, and again we need to replace our config file with this code. I'm going to just replace that. Okay, now as you can see we need to add this inside index.css. So I'm going to copy this from here, and I'm going to open this index.css here. As you can see, I have some codes by default, so I'm going to delete everything from here and paste them here. Now we need to have a general setting also, and in here we can write at apply margin 0, padding 0, and box sizing border box. Okay, so this is how you can write Tailwind CSS inside a CSS file. As you can see, this is how you can write our Tailwind CSS inside our JSX. So now let's run our application, but before that we need to open this app.jsx, and in here I'm going to delete all the codes. Okay, and I'm going to write here this heading 1 hello world. We need to have a class name here, and for now I'm going to just change the text to be red color. Again, open the terminal and just write npm run diff. Now you need to hold the control and just click this link here. Let me close all these tabs that I don't need. As you can see, the text color has been changed. It means that we have successfully installed our Tailwind CSS inside our React.js. Alright, actually I don't need this CSS file here, so I'm going to delete this from here. And now we need to delete this also. Okay. Now if I refresh the page, you can see all the paddings and margin has been gone. Alright, now we need to install our Firebase. So in here you need to look for Firebase, and you need to click this link here, firebase.google.com. As you can see, I have already signed in, so you will be asked for an authentication. So just click this get started here. So this is the dashboard of my Firebase. So in here we need to add a new project. I'm going to name this project Firebase blog. Okay, click continue. Okay, now we need to choose our default account. Just create this project. It will take a while for your project to be created. Your new project is ready. Now click this continue. As you can see, this is my new project, but you need to click this here. Inside here we need to register our application. Again, the application name is going to be Firebase blog. If you want to have a Firebase hosting, you can click this. If you don't want, just unclick. Okay, so in this case I'm not using Firebase hosting, so just click register. Now we need to install Firebase, so I'm going to copy this line of code from here. Again, we need to open the terminal, and I'm going to open a new terminal here and just paste it here. As you can see down here, we need to have a new file for our Firebase. So I'm going to copy all of this code from here, and inside this search we need to have a new folder, and I'm gonna name this Firebase and Firebase.js. Now paste all the code inside here. Okay, I'm going to delete these comments here, and also I don't need this. Alright, as you can see, our Firebase has been successfully installed. Now in here, actually you can hide this API keys. You can make a .env file, but I'm not going to make that. You can go ahead and do that yourself. Okay, and down here we need to initialize our Firebase. So in this project we need authentication using Google and email, and we need to get our database, which is coming from Firebase file store, and also we need to get the Firebase storage to store all our images. So now let's add them one by one. So the first one, we need to export auth for our authentication, which is coming from get auth. Now let's import this. So I'm going to copy this from here, and also we need this Google provider. So Google Auth provider. So using this we can log in using Google. So I'm going to export a new variable here. Now we need to get our storage, and finally we need to have DB for our database, and it's coming from this get firestore. Now let's import this get firestore, and also we need to have this app inside our DB. Okay, and that's it. This is how we can initialize our Firebase file. Now let's have a new GitHub repository so we can push our changes into it. So I'm going to open the GitHub, and in here we need to have a new repository. I'm gonna name this Firebase blog posts. Okay, and you can add a description here. I'm gonna leave this empty, and we need to choose this private. Okay, I'm going to create this repository, and down here you can copy this. Again, open the terminal and paste it here. Okay, we have not initialized any repository, so I'm going to click this initialize repository here. Now you can see all our changes have been listed here. Now I'm going to add it again. Okay, we need to write git add git commit.add. Now we need to commit it. Okay, now we need to push this. Just write this code here. Okay, our repository is ready. So if I refresh here, you can see this is my React application that I just pushed to my GitHub repository. Alright guys, our setup is finished. Now let's make the UI of our project. Okay guys, I have already deployed the previous application, so you can find it using this link. So our project is going to have two pages. So this is the demo page. This page will be shown when the user is not authenticated. So we are going to work on this page now. Now let's make our header. So at first I'm going to close all the files here, and inside this source I'm going to get rid of these assets. Okay, now we need to have a folder called components here, and inside here we need to have two more folders. The first one is going to be demo, and the second one is going to be home. So demo is this page, which will be shown when the user is not authenticated, and the home is for when the user is authenticated. So inside this demo we need to have a file called demo.js. You need to generate the React functional component here, and also we need to have a home component here, home.js. Okay, now we need to import it inside app.js. Make sure to save the files. Now to show each page separately, we need to install React Router DOM. So I'm going to open the terminal, and in here we need to install npm install React Router DOM, And also we are going to install React icons for our icon. Okay. Now inside this main.js, we need to wrap our app with browser router, and it's coming from React router DOM. Okay, and now inside this app.js, I'm going to get rid of this here, and we need to have route first, which is coming from React router DOM routes. Okay, and inside here we need to have this single route, which is a self-closing component, and we need to have a path for this. So the first one is going to be home, and we need to have this component inside this element. The component is going to be home. Okay, and also we need to have our demo here. Route path is going to be /demo, and element is going to be this demo. Now if I open the browser here, as you can see we are currently inside the home page, but if I write here demo, you can see I will be navigated to the demo page. Alright guys, now let's add our header inside this demo page. So again, I'm going to navigate to demo here. Okay, so inside this demo folder, I'm going to add a new file here, and it's gonna be demo header.js. We need to generate the React functional component here. Okay, and also we need to have a header for this home page. I'm going to add a new file and call that home header.js. Now let's import that inside our app.js. So in here we need to set a condition based on authentication. So for now I'm going to have a temporary auth variable here, which is false by default. Now down here we need to set a condition. So if the user is authenticated, we are going to show the home header. Otherwise, we are going to show the demo header. Now let's import them. Okay, as you can see we have this demo header because this auth is false. Now if I change this to be true, you can see we have this home header. Okay, now I'm going to bring it back to false. Now let's work on our demo header. As you can see inside the header, we have this logo and some navs. So if I scroll down, you can see the background of this header will be changed on scroll. And also if I click this button here, you can see we have a new model. So we are going to add this model as well. Now let's get started. At first I'm going to change this to be header, and inside here I'm going to have a new div. So this div will separate the logo and the navs. Now let's style this header. I'm going to give it a class name of border bottom. Border color is going to be black, and to make this position, as you can see this is position sticky, we are going to use sticky as position, and top is going to be 0. Z index is going to be 50. Now for this div, I'm going to give it a class name. So we are going to have a size class. So this size will help us have a little padding from the left and right side. And I'm going to write this style inside index.css. As you can see, for a small version, the weight is going to be 95%. But for bigger version, which is started from medium devices, the weight is going to be 90%. And this is margin 0 auto. Now following that, we need to have a little height of 70 pixel, and also we need to add flex item center, and justify is going to be between. So in here at first we need to add our logo, which is this one, And also in the right side, we are going to add our navs. So now let's add the logo. The logo will have a link which is coming from React Router DOM, and it's going to be an image tag, and the source is going to be this image URL. And also we need to have an alt. I'm going to have logo here. Now let's check it. You can see we have this logo. So I'm going to have a class name here, and the height is going to be 2.5 frames. Okay, as you can see, we have this logo here. Now let's add our navs. So actually I have stored all my navs inside a separate file which is called data. Now in here I'm going to have another div, and inside this div we need to have another div. Now I'm going to map through this nav.map. I'm going to get each link along with the index, and inside here I'm going to have another link which is coming from React Router DOM, and we need to write here link.title. Okay, and also our link should have a path. So this one is going to be redirected to the home page, and also this one will take us to the link.path. As you can see, we have title and path for each navs. Okay, we need to change this to be title. As you can see, we have our navs here, but we need to add 2 more buttons. I didn't add them inside this array because they are not links, but they are buttons. Okay, so I will add them separately. Now let's style these divs. So I'm going to give it a class name. Again, we need to add flex item center, and gap is going to be 5. So this flex will be between the divs and the buttons. If I add here button, you can see we have a little spacing between them. Okay, now let's add styling for this div. So for mobile version, the links will be hidden. Text size is going to be small, and for bigger devices, which is start from small devices, it's going to be flexed item center, and gap is going to be 5. Okay, you can see they are our navs, and actually because we have used this map here, we need to have a key. So the key is going to be indexed. Okay, now let's add our buttons. For the buttons, we need to have another div, and the class name is going to be relative. Okay, and also we need to have 2 buttons here. So the first one is going to be sign in, and also we have another button which is called get started. Okay, you can see we have them here. Okay, now let's style this button. I'm going to add a class name here. For mobile devices, it's gonna be hidden, text small. For small devices, flex item center, and gap is going to be 5. Okay, now you can see we have this button here. Now let's style the other button here. So in here I'm going to write a class name. We need to give it a background of black color. Text is going to be white, rounded full, and padding from the left and right side is going to be 3. Padding is going to be 2. Text is going to be small, and we need to give it a font width of medium. Now let's check it. As you can see, we have this button here, which is similar to this one. Okay, but they are on top of each other. This is because I need to take out this button from here, because this is not belong to this div. Okay, so now if I check it, you can see we have this button beside each others. Alright, we are done with this. Now let's work on this scrolling. So if I scroll down, you can see the background color will be changed, and also the background color of this button will be changed here. Okay, so our background color is going to be that yellow color, which is this one. So we are going to get this yellow color from the tailwind.config.js file. So I'm going to open this here, and we need to replace this code with another one. Okay, as you can see, we have these colors here, which is black one banner. So we are going to use these colors inside our component. We have this font family, and we have this grid template columns. So we are going to use this for responsive cards. Okay, now inside this demo header, I'm going to change this to be BG banner. As you can see, we have a different background color, but let's add this demo for a couple of times to make it scrolling. So I'm going to add this here, but we need to add them inside a fragment. Okay, now you can see I can scroll. So we need to have a new function to make this scrolling animation here. So I'm going to open this demo header again. At first we need to have a use state hook here. So in here I'm going to say is active, set is active, which is equal to use state hook, and it's going to be false by default. Okay, now we need to have a use effect hook here, and inside here I'm going to have a new function, and I'm going to call that scroll me, which is equal to this arrow function. And in here we need to set a condition. So if window.scroll_y is greater than 50, then we are going to set this is active to be true. Otherwise we are going to set this to be false. Okay, so this is our scroll function. Now down here we need to have an event listener for window.addEvent listener. We are going to listen to this scroll and add this function here, scroll me. Okay, so now based on this use state hook, we are going to change the background color. So I'm going to change this double quote to be a template string. Okay, and I'm going to make a new line here, and here I'm going to say if is active is true, then I'm going to change the background color to be white. Otherwise I want the background color to be this yellow color. Okay, now as you can see, by default we have this yellow background color, but if I scroll down, you can see the background color will be changed automatically. To make it smoothly, you can add transition. So following this, I can add transition all, and the duration is going to be 500. Okay, now let's check it. So if I scroll down, you can see the background color will be changed so smoothly. Now let's change the background color of this button. So when I scroll, the background color will be changed to be green. So again, in here I'm going to change this double quote to be a template string again. Okay, and inside here, so I'm going to say if there is active, then I'm going to change the background color to be green and 700. Otherwise the background color is going to be black, and we can just delete this black background color from here. Okay, so if I scroll down, you can see we have a different background color here. Alright guys, our header is ready. Now let's make this sign in and sign up model. If I click this button, as you can see, we are going to have a new model that will help the user to sign in and sign up. We have 3 buttons here, but the last one will direct us to a new form. So using this form we can sign in. I can go back, but using this button you can change it to be a sign up form. So if I click this sign up with email, you can see we are going to have a different form in here. Now let's build it. But before that, we need to commit the previous changes to our GitHub repository. So in here, I'm going to push this data. I'm going to say, but we need to state all these changes first. Okay, now we can commit. Alright. So to add this model inside this div, we are going to have another component, and I'm going to name this Auth. Now let's add our component here. So inside this demo, I'm going to have a new folder called Auth and this Auth component here. Okay, now let's import it. As you can see, we have this Auth here. As you can see, if I open this Auth, we have this background which is a little dark. So we are going to make a reusable component for this one, so we can use that in other models inside our application. So in here, I'm going to have a new folder and call that utils. So all my reusable components will go under this folder. Okay, now I'm going to make a new component here, modal.jsx. Okay, so in here I'm going to receive this children and just print this children here. Okay, now I'm going to change this div to be a fragment also. Okay, so inside this, along with the children, I'm going to have a self-closing div here, which is this dark white. Okay, so I'm going to give it a class name here. Background color is going to be white, but with the opacity of 50, and we need to give it a position of fixed and set 0, and also z index is going to be 10. Okay, this is our model component. Now let's import it inside this Auth. So I'm going to change this with the model. Okay, so in the browser, if I refresh the page, as you can see, we have this dark white color. Okay, now let's style this Auth to bring that on top of this white color. Now inside this Auth, I'm going to have a new section with the class name of z index of 50, position fixed, top 0, bottom 0, left is going to be 0, but for medium devices, left is going to be 10 rem. Okay, now let's check it. Okay, we don't have any text here. I'm going to write here Auth. As you can see, my Auth is above this white color. Okay, overflow is going to be auto, right is going to be 0, but for medium devices, right is going to be 10 rem also. Background color white, and we need to have a little shadow. So again, I'm going to add the shadows inside this CSS. So I'm going to write here shadows. So we just have a box shadow here. Okay, now let's check it. As you can see, this is our model. Now let's move on. As you can see, we have an icon that will help us close this model, the text and all our buttons here. So we are going to add them inside our model. So at first I'm going to add this icon. So we need to get this icon from React icons that we just installed. Okay, I'm going to look for times here, and I need this one. Okay, now let's import it here. Okay, so in here at first I'm going to have a button, and the value is going to be this icon here. Okay, now I'm going to give it a class name, position absolute, top is going to be 8, right is going to be 8, text size is going to be 2 XL, and hover effect, we are going to give it an opacity of 50. Okay, now you can see this is our icon here. Alright, so following that, we need to add this text and the buttons. So I'm going to add a new div here with the class name of flex column, justify center, item center, and gap is going to be 3 rem. So inside this div, I'm going to have another fragment. Okay, and at first we need to have this text, which is here. You can see if I click this button, it will be join medium. If I click this back, you can see it will be welcome back. So in here, I'm going to have a heading too, and for now I just write welcome back. Okay, I'm going to give it a style of text 2 XL. Padding top is going to be 5 rem. Okay, that's it. Now let's add these buttons, but we need to import these icons. Okay, as you can see, I have imported those icons, but for these buttons, I'm going to add a reusable component. So down here, I'm going to add a reusable component and call that button. And inside here, I'm going to return this button, but we need to receive some props in here. So the first one is going to be icon, text, and also an onClick function. Now inside this button, at first I'm going to render the icon and also the text. Okay, it's gonna be icon, and I'm going to give it a class name here, flex item center, gap is going to be 10, for small devices width is going to be 20 rem, and border color is going to be black. Okay, and we need to have a little padding also. Padding X is going to be 3, padding Y is going to be 2, and round it full. Okay, now let's use this button. Again, I'm going to have a new div here. So inside here, I'm going to import this button. So the first one, we need to add the icon. Now let's check it. As you can see, this is our text here. We can actually make this icon a little bigger. So in here, I can add a class name for this icon, and text is going to be XL. Okay, now let's check it. As you can see, we have a little bigger icon here. So as you can see, we have a function. For now, we don't have any functionality, so later on we are going to add that function. So I'm going to copy this 2 more times here, but you can see they don't have any spacing between them. So I'm going to add a class name here, flex column, gap is going to be 2, width fit content, and mx auto. Okay, now our buttons are looking good, but let's change the text and the icons. As you can see, they are ready, but we need to change the color of this Facebook. So I'm going to add, okay, you can see we have this blue color for this button. Alright, now let's see what else we have. As you can see, we have this text along with this button and also this text down here. Now let's add them. For that, inside the fragment, I'm going to have a paragraph element. So at first we are going to have a text, say no account, okay, and beside that we are going to have a button. and the text of this button is going to be create one. Okay, now let's see this. As you can see, we have this button along with this text. For this button, I'm going to give a class name, text green 600. This should be green. Okay, and we need to have a hover effect here and change the text to be green 700. Okay, now the font should be bold. Margin left is going to be 1. Okay, now let's check it. As you can see, we have a button here which is looking similar to this one. Alright, so this button will toggle between sign in and sign up. For that, we need to have a useState hook. So up here, I'm going to define a useState hook. Now, first of all, I'm going to set a condition for this title. So if there is a create user, then we are going to change the title to be join medium. Otherwise, it should be welcome back. So for creating a user, we are going to write join medium. For signing in, we are going to write welcome back. Now let's set an onClick for this button. I'm going to write here onClick, set create user, and it's going to be not create user. Okay, now let's check it. So if I click this, as you can see, it will be join medium. Otherwise, it's going to be welcome back. Now let's set condition on other buttons here. Okay, so I'm going to copy this from here and change this double quote to be a temporary string. Now let's set a condition on this one. So I'm going to write here, if there is create user, then we are going to change this to be sign up. Otherwise, we are going to change this to be sign in. Now let's check it. As you can see, inside the join medium, we are going to change the text to be sign up. Otherwise, it's going to be sign in. Now let's do the same for other buttons. Okay, now they are looking perfect. And finally, we need to change this text also. So in here, I'm going to set a condition. And also for this one. Okay, now let's check it. So if I click this one, as you can see, now we are asking the user to sign up. So if he already has an account, we ask him to sign in. And if he click it back, you can see we will be back to the sign in page. Alright, now let's see what else we have. As you can see, we have this text. So we can add that text inside a paragraph. I'm going to copy this text here. Okay, and outside the fragment, we are going to have another paragraph and just paste it here. Okay, now we need to give it a class name of, for medium devices, the width is going to be 33 MX auto, text center, text size is going to be small, and margin bottom is going to be 3. Okay, now you can see we have this text. If you check it inside the responsive part, this form is completely responsive. Now let's work on this form. As you can see, inside this sign in, we have only 2 inputs, but inside this sign up, we are going to have 4 inputs. Okay, now let's work on this one. So inside this auth, I'm going to have another file and call that sign in.jsx, and also sign up.jsx. Okay, So to show our sign in and sign up page, we need to set a condition between our sign in and sign up form and this page. Okay, so for that, again, we need to have another user set hook in here. So I just copy and paste this. By default, it's going to be empty string. Now in this fragment, I'm going to set a condition. Okay, I just copy all of them, and I'm going to say if sign in request is equal to empty string, then I'm going to just display this one. Okay, otherwise if sign in request is equal to sign in, then I wanna display this sign in component. Okay, but if the sign request is equal to sign up, then I'm going to display this sign up component. Okay, otherwise it's going to be null. Now as you can see, we are in this page because the default value for this sign in request is empty string. But if I write here sign in, now you can see we are in sign in page. This is up here. So if I write here sign up, then we are going to be in sign up page. Okay, I'm going to make it empty string again. Now I'm going to set an onClick in here. So inside reusable component, we need to have this click. So in here, I'm going to define this click, onClick, to be click. Okay, and now in here, I'm going to say click is equal to this arrow function. If there is create user, then we want to print sign up. Otherwise, we want to print this sign in. Okay, now let's check it. So if I click, as you can see, we are inside the sign in page. So if I click this, we will be redirected to the sign in page. But if I change this to be sign up and click this one, as you can see, we are in sign up form. Okay, now let's work on our form. So at first, I'm going to work on this sign in. So I'm going to open this and open this component in here. As you can see, we have a header here and the description along with these two inputs and these two buttons. Okay, now let's work on that. So I'm going to have a div in here with the class name of size class again. Margin top is going to be 6 rem. Text align is going to be center. Okay, inside here I'm going to have an heading 2 with the class name of text size is going to be 3XL, and the text is going to be sign in with email. Okay, now we are going to have a paragraph. So I just copy this paragraph from here and paste it here. Okay, now we need to give it a class name with full for mobile version, but start from small version. Width is going to be 25 rem. MX auto and padding Y is going to be 3 rem. Now let's check it. As you can see, our title and the description is ready. Now let's work on our form. So down here we are going to have a form tag, and at first we need to have input, but again I'm going to use a reusable input in here. So I just write here input, and again inside these utils, if you remember, I said this folder will be for reusable components. I'm going to add this component here, input.js. Okay, now let's import it here from utils input. Okay, so we are going to send the type. Type is going to be email, and the title is going to be email also. We need to have another input. The type is going to be password, and the title also going to be password. Okay, now let's open this component. I'm going to receive that type and title here. Now inside this input we are going to have a div, and inside here we are going to have a label. So the label will display our title here, and down here we need to have an input with the type of this type, and also the name is going to be. Now let's check it. As you can see, we have these inputs here, but they are not styled yet. So I'm going to give it a class name here, flex column, to bring them on top of each other, and we need to give it a gap of 2. Okay, now we need to give a style for this input. So class name, text center, we need to give it a border bottom, and border color is going to be black, and we need to get rid of this outline. Okay, now let's check it. As you can see, we have our inputs. Now let's style this label, text small, and it should be capitalized. Now following these inputs, we are going to have a button, and the button is going to be sign in. Now let's style this button also. Class name, we are going to give it a padding x of 4, padding y 1, text is going to be small, rounded full, background color is going to be green and 700. Okay, now let's give it a hover effect here. Hover is going to be BG green and 800. Okay, now let's give it a text color of white. Width is going to be fit and MX auto. Okay, now let's test it. As you can see, we have this button, but for this parent we need to give it a class name of flex column, and gap is going to be 4. Okay, as you can see, they have enough spaces between them. Alright, as you can see, we have another button here. So if I click this, I will be back to the main page. So now let's add this. So at first we need to import the icon. Okay, I just paste this icon name here, and it's going to be MD. So down this form we are going to have another button, and the text is going to be this icon along with this all sign in option. As you can see, they are here. Now let's style them. So I'm going to give it a class name here, margin top 5, text size is going to be small, text color green and 600, hover effect text green and 700. Okay, and also we need to give it flex items center MX auto. Now let's check it. As you can see, they are in right place. Now to make that functionality, we need to get the use state hook from this auth. So I'm going to get this sign request. So I'm just pass that to the sign in component. Okay, I'm going to pass this to both of this component. So now let's open the sign in again. So in here I'm going to receive this, and in this button we need to set an on click and just set this to be this empty string. Okay, now let's check it. So if I click, as you can see, I will be back to the main page. Okay, now let's work on this sign up form. As you can see, we have the same page as the previous page, so I just copy all of them from here and just paste it here. Okay, so I just change this to be sign up. Now as you can see, if I refresh the page and open this one, we have these two inputs, but we can add more inputs. We can change this text here, so it's going to be sign up. Okay, and down here we can change it also, sign up options, sign up. Now we need to have another input for the username. The type is going to be text and the title is going to be username. This is email. We need to have another input for confirming password, so it's going to be password and the title is going to be repassword. Okay, it should be capital letter. Now as you can see, we have 4 inputs as expected. Okay, and if I click this one, you can see I will be back to the main page, and that's it. We just make the model, and now let's close this model. So again, inside this auth, we are going to have another use state hook. So in here I'm going to say const model set model is going to be use state, and it's going to be false by default. So in here, as you can see, we can close the model by this icon, also with this background. So we need to set an on click on this icon and this background. Okay, at first I'm going to send this use state hook to this model component, and inside this I'm going to receive this one. Okay, now for this class name we need to set a condition. I just add this class names here, and in second line I'm going to set a condition saying if there is model, then we are going to set visible and opacity is going to be, otherwise we are going to say invisible and opacity is going to be 0. Now let's check it, but before that we need to set an on click here, on click, set model, and it's going to be false. Okay, as you can see it is false by default, but if I make it true here and click this one, it will be gone. But we need to make it smoothly, so for that again we can use the transition here, transition all, and duration is going to be 500. Now you can see it's very smooth. Now let's close this model also. So again we are going to set a condition here. So I'm going to change this class name to be a temporary string again. Okay, and in the second line I'm going to say if there is model, then we are going to say visible and opacity is going to be 100. Okay, and otherwise it should be invisible and opacity is going to be 0. Let's add that transition also, transition all, and duration is going to be 500. Okay, now let's check it. If I click this one, you can see both of them will be gone. And if you don't want to overuse this line of code, you can set it to a separate variable here. Let's say const hidden is equal to this line of code which is here, but we don't need this one. So I just remove them from here and just add this transition, and just add this transition here, and following that we just add this variable hiding. Okay, now let's check it. As you can see, if I click, it will still work the same. Now you can pass this variable to this model also. Inside this model you can receive this and just simply replace it with this one. Okay, and that's it. Now if I click it, you can see it's still working, but we need to close our model using this button also. So inside this auth, as you can see, we have this button. I can set an on-click here and set model to be false. Okay, it's working perfectly. Okay, now let's push this code. So again in here I'm going to say state all the changes and just commit it. Okay, now to open our module using this button, we need to move our use state hook to the parent component, which is this header. So again I'm going to open this auth here, and we need to first get this model and set model in here and just move this use state hook to the parent component, which is this demo header. So in here I'm going to add this, and again we need to pass this to our auth component. So in here I'm going to pass them. Okay, and inside here we need to set an on-click saying set model is going to be true. Okay, now let's check it. So if I click this one, as you can see, I am able to open this model, and I can close this. I can close using this background color also, and I can set an on-click to this button also. So I just copy this one and add it here. Alright, that's it. I can push this code also. Okay, so the second one is going to be this banner. Now let's work on this one. Okay guys, the next one is going to be this banner, but you can see here we got a problem that this header is belong to the demo page, but we have this home page here. We got this error because we don't have any route protection. Now let's add that route protection. So inside this app.jsx, as you can see, we have this temporary variable for authentication. Actually, I'm going to change this to be current user. So now let's add our route protection. So first of all, I'm going to show this home page when we have an authentication. So if current user is available, we are going to show this home page, and if this current user is not available, okay, then we are going to show this demo page. Now let's check it. As you can see, we don't have any home, but we need to push the user to the demo page when there is no authentication. So to do that, we need to have another route here. Okay, and this time the path is going to be this star. So this star will target all the components route, and inside the element we need to have a new component coming from React Router DOM, which is called navigate. Make sure to import this from React Router DOM, and we can add the path here, which is equal to, inside this curly braces we can say a condition. We can say if there is no current user, then we want to push the user to the demo page. Otherwise, we want to push the user to the home page. Okay, now let's check it. As you can see, the user will be pushed to the demo page. Now, even though if I delete this demo in here and just write this slash for the home page, I'm not able to open the home page anymore. And now if I change this to be true here, you can see the home header with this home component will be displayed here. And now I cannot open the demo route anymore. Okay, and this is called route protection. Alright, now let's keep up with making our banner. So I'm going to bring this back to the false. Okay, we have our demo here. As you can see, we have this text and the description along with this button here. Now let's add them. Now inside this demo folder, in here I'm going to add another component called banner.js. Okay, and now let's import it inside this demo. And actually we don't need this div here, so I just get rid of this div here. Alright, now let's style this. As you can see, we have this banner. So inside this div, we are going to have another div. Now for this div, we are going to add a class name. Background color is going to be banner, which was a yellow color. We need to give it a border bottom. Border color is going to be black color. Okay. Now for this div, we are going to give it a class name of this size class to get that left and right padding. Padding Y is going to be 5 frame. We need to add flex column, items start, and gap is going to be 1 rem. Okay. Now inside here, as you can see, we have this text. So we have added the spaces between them, between this big text and this small text, and also this button. Okay. Now let's add them one by one inside this div. So the first one is going to be a heading 1. I just simply copy this text from here. Okay. I'm going to give it a class name. Font is going to be title. So we have added a font family inside this tailwind.config.js. As you can see, this is a new font family. So I have added them here. And we need to give it a text size of 3 rem. For small devices, text is going to be 4 rem. And for medium devices, text is going to be 6 rem. And finally, we need to give it a font weight of normal. Okay, now let's check it. As you can see, we have this text, and this text is going to be completely responsive. You can see in every version of the mobile, we have a new font size. Okay, now let's add this paragraph here. So I'm going to copy this from here, and down this heading one, we need to have a paragraph and this text. I'm going to give it a class name. Width is going to be full. For medium devices, width is going to be 30 rem. Okay, we need to give it a text size of 1.3 rem for small devices, but for bigger devices, we are going to give it a text of 1.5 rem. Following that, we are going to add font weight of medium, and finally a leading of 7. So leading in Tailwind CSS is line height. Okay, now you can see we have this one. Alright, now let's add this button. So down here, I'm going to have a button here, and the button text is going to be start reading. We are going to add a class name here, btn. We are going to add this inside index.css. Okay, now let's add it. So inside here, I'm going to write this btn. We need to write at apply here. Padding x is going to be 3. Padding is going to be 2. Text small. And font weight is going to be medium. Okay, this is the style that we are going to add for this button. Now inside this banner, I have already added this button here. Okay, we have this button, but we need to give it a background color. So I'm going to add this BG black one. As you can see, we have this background color, and also I can add this rounded full, and text is going to be white. Okay, as you can see, we have this one. Okay, we are going to use this button class for other buttons also. For that cause, I have added this text small, but we can resize it. So in here, because we need a little bigger size for this text, so I'm going to change the text size here. Text is going to be 1.2 rem. So to override a CSS inside Tailwind CSS, you need to add this exclamation mark at the beginning of the class. Now, as you can see, our styling is working. Okay, and we can actually resize this padding X also. So I'm going to write here padding X is going to be 6. Okay, and margin top is going to be 2.5 rem. Again, we need to add this exclamation mark to override it. And if you notice that this text is not matching with this one, that is because we need to have another font family for the body. So inside this tailwind.config.js, I have another font family which is called text. So in here, I'm going to target the body, and I just write here at apply, font is going to be text. Okay, now let's check it. You can see now our texts are similar to each other. Alright, we are done with the banner, and the next one is going to be the trending post. We don't have this post yet, so I just write an empty component for this one, and later on we can implement it. Okay, and following that, we are going to have this post and this filter part. Again, I will leave this empty and we'll add this styling. Okay, now let's make this component. I'm going to close everything in here. Inside this demo, I'm going to have another component called trending.js, and I'm going to import this inside here. Trending. Okay, now you can see we have this trending. So later on I will style this when we have post. Okay, so between the demo and the home page, we have common components like the post. We have post inside this page and inside the home page also. So for that, I'm going to add that inside a separate folder. So inside this component, I'm going to have a new folder and call that common. So inside here, I will add all the components which are common between demo and home page. Now before I add the post, I'm going to push this code to the GitHub because we just added a banner. So I'm going to state all the changes here and write here banner. Okay, now inside this common, at first we need to have a folder for posts. Okay, and also we have comments on common also. So I'm going to write here comments. Okay, now inside this post, I'm going to have a new component. I'm going to call that post.js. Okay, and also we need to have this filter component, and I'm going to add this inside this demo folder. So I'm going to name this discover.js. Okay, now inside this demo, I'm going to have a new div, and in here we need to have another div and import this post here. And for the discover component, we need to have another div and import the discover component. Okay, as you can see, they are here. So Now let's style this. I'm going to give it a class name. Again, we need to add this size class. Padding y is going to be 7. Flex column reverse. Okay. For medium devices, flex is going to be row, and gap is going to be 7 rem. As you can see, we have them here, but we need to add some spaces between these two. So for that, I'm going to write here a class name. We need to add flex grow here, flex to be 1.5. And for this div, I'm going to add a class name. Flex grow is going to be 1. Now you can see they have spaces between them. And also following that, we need to add a height of full for this component, and position is going to be relative. Okay. Now you can see we have this post underscore here. Alright. So for this post, I just add this post text for a couple of times. I'm going to copy this here. Inside this heading one, I'm going to add this. Okay, now let's work on this component. Later on we will work on this component when we have some posts. Okay, so I'm going to open the discover here. I'm going to add a class name for this div. Position is going to be sticky, and top is going to be 6 rem. Okay, this is position is sticky. Now inside this one, we need to have another div with the class name of border bottom. Border color is going to be gray, and 400. We need to add a padding bottom of 7. Okay, now let's add our contents inside here. So the first one is going to be this heading 2. I'm going to copy this text from here, which is this one, and add it inside here. Now let's add the class name. We need to add a font weight of semi-bold. Okay, as you can see, we have the text here. Okay, following that, we need to have another div for our filter tags. I'm going to give it a class name of margin y2. We need to add flex items center. Gap is going to be 3, and we need to add flex wrap. Inside here, I'm going to map through a new array. Again, inside this data file, as you can see, I have an array of tags which is called discover. I'm going to import that inside here. Okay, dot map. We need to get each item and index. Now inside here, I'm going to just render a button, and the text is going to be this item. Okay, as you can see, we have all their tags in here. Now let's style this button. I'm going to give it a class name here. Background color is going to be gray 200. Padding y is going to be 2. Padding x 3. Text small, and rounded is going to be full. Okay, as you can see, we have all of these tags in here, and because we have added this map, we need to have a key in here. The key is going to be index again. Okay, as you can see, following that, we have another button. Now let's add it. I'm going to copy this text here. So down this div, we are going to have a button with this text, and I'm going to add a class name here. Text color is going to be green and 600. Text size is going to be small. Padding y3. For hover effect, we are going to change the text to be black 1. Okay, this black 1 is not a Tailwind CSS code. It's coming from tailwind.config.js. Okay, now as you can see, if I hover over this text, it will be changed. We have these navs also, so I have added them inside this data. this called discover actions. Down this div, I'm going to have another div with the class name of flex item center flex wrap. Gap is going to be 3 and leading 3. Line height, padding top is going to be 8. Okay, now inside here I'm going to map to this discover actions. I'm going to import it here. Dot map. We are going to get each item and index. Inside here I'm going to have another button here, and the text is going to be item. Again, I'm going to add a key here. It's gonna be index. Class name, we need to change the text size to be MD, and text color is going to be black 1. As you can see, we have all of these navs in here. Here we get a problem. If I scroll down, you can see this component is not position sticky like this one. This is because I have added an extra height in here, so I just get rid of this height. Now as you can see, if I scroll down, this component is position sticky. So I'm going to state all of them in here, and we need to write here, and I can commit this code. Alright guys, now let's implement authentication using Google as well as email and password in Firebase. Now first of all, we need to open our Firebase. So in here I'm going to open Firebase. Okay, and we need to open our previous application, which is this one, Firebase blog. Okay, and in here we need to set up our authentication. So I'm going to click this authentication here. As you can see, you need to click this get started, and inside here you need to choose all the platforms that you want to add for your authentication. So I'm going to change this email and password. You need to enable this. Okay, and you need to enable this also. Just save it. Okay, and also we can add a new provider, which is Google, and we need to enable this one. And in here we need to add our email address. I'm going to add this email address, and as you can see, our authentication is ready. Now let's make it work inside this front end. So at first I'm going to add this sign in with Google, and then sign in with this email and password. Okay, and using this one we are going to work on sign up. Now let's work on sign in with Google, but before that we need to have a context API, because we are going to use this auth variable in multiple components inside our application. So for that, it's more easy to have a context API. So in here I'm going to add a new folder called context and a new file called context.js. Okay, now in here we need to create a new context. I'm going to call that block context, which is equal to create context. Okay, now we have created our context. Now we need to get the children in here. So because we are going to wrap our application with this component, it should be children, and we need to render the children in here. Okay, now we need to wrap our children with this create context, but this should be a capital letter because it will look like a component. I'm going to write it here, dot provider. Okay, now we need to have a function so we can import any value from our context API at any component that we need. So in here I'm going to export a new variable, and I'm gonna call that block, which is equal to this arrow function. We need to write use context and add this block context inside of it. Now we need to wrap our application because we got the children here. So I'm going to open this main.jsx and in here I'm going to wrap this app with context. Okay, as you can see, our application has no error. Now to pass this use state hook, we need to copy them and write here value, and inside this double braces you can add any values that you want to pass to our context API. Now instead of this temporary variable in here, I'm going to get this from our context API file. So I'm going to get this from this block function that we just added. Okay, as you can see, our application is working perfectly without any error. Okay, we just add this context API. We need to push this code in here. So I'm going to state all, and for the commit matches I'm going to write here. Okay, now let's work on signing in with Google. So inside this Firebase, as you can see, we have a Firebase file in here. I have already imported this provider, so we are going to get this inside our component. I'm going to open this demo auth and auth here. I'm going to close this file share. Now in here I'm going to have a new function which is equal to this arrow function. It should be asynchronous function. Okay, and inside here I'm going to have a try and catch block. Now I'm going to write here const create user, which is equal to await. Now we need to import a new function which is called sign in with pop up. Okay, and it is coming from Firebase. Now inside here we need to add our auth, which we have just added here, which is this one. So we need to import it. So the first one is going to be auth, make sure to import it, and the second one is going to be provider, which we have added inside this Firebase file also, which is this one. Okay, so we have created the user. This create user variable is an object. Now we need to take out the user from this object. So I just write here new user is equal to create user dot user. We have created our user, but to make our profile inside this application we need to store the user's data inside the database. So for that we need to first have a reference. I'm going to make a new variable here called reference, and we need to import this doc function from Firebase file store. It's coming from the database. Okay, and inside here at first we need to import our DB again from Firebase file, which is this one, and following that we need to have a collection name. I'm going to name this users, and also we need to add the user ID, new user dot uid. Okay, so this is the reference of our document. Now we need to add that inside our database. So in here I'm going to write user doc, which is equal to await get doc, and we need to pass this ref inside. Okay, now we need to check if this user exists inside our database, then we just ignore adding this user to avoid duplication. Otherwise we add this inside our database. So in here I'm going to say if there is no user doc that exists, if the user is not exist inside the database, then we are going to add that. So I'm going to write await set doc, and at first we need to have our ref, make sure to import this set doc, and following that we just add our user data. So at first we need to have the user ID, The user ID is going to be new user dot uid. Okay, and we need to get a username. Username is going to be new user dot display name. Okay, and also we need to get the user's email. It's gonna be email, and we need to add a user image. So in this case, it should be photo URL. And finally, we need to have a bio. So the bio is going to be this empty string for now. So this data are coming from the email of the user. Now we need to install a new library to show our notification. So in here, I'm going to look for React Testify notification. Okay, as you can see, I can install that using this command. I'm going to open the terminal and just add it. So once the user is logged in, we want to push him to the home page. So in here, I'm going to import navigate, which is equal to use navigate. Okay, and we have installed this. Now first of all, we navigate the user to the home page, and also we send a notification message to, which is coming from the React Testify.success. The type of message is going to be successful, and we just write here user has been signed in. Okay, you can make it capitalized. Okay, now we got an error. The error is because in here this app should be with small letters, so we need to change this. Okay, as you can see, the error is gone. The next thing which we need to add this closing this model. So we just set this model to be back to false. Okay, and for this error message, I'm going to copy this and paste it here, but this should be error, and the message is going to be error.message. Alright, now let's add this function inside this button here. As you can see, we have a button sign in with Google. If you remember, we need to pass this click, which is equal to this function. Okay, so now before we sign in, we need to set up our database, because we need to add the user's data inside our database. So I'm going to open this file store database. Okay, and we need to create a new database in here. For now, we can keep it in the default setting. It's gonna be just test for now. We are going to change the security rules later on, so don't worry, just enable it. Okay, alright, our database has been created, and now we are ready to sign in. So from here, if I open here and try to click this, as you can see, we are going to have this pop-up. This pop-up is this one, which is sign in with pop-up. Okay, and in here I can choose this account. As you can see, the user has been successfully signed in because the model is closed, as we ask it to close the model here. Now let's check whether we have a user data inside our Firebase or not. So in here, as you can see, this is the user data. So later on, based on this data, we are gonna make our profile. Okay, and the reason we are not navigated to the main page and don't see this notification text is because we haven't get the logged in user's data. So inside the context API, we need to get the user data and store it inside the current user state hook. To get the user data, we need to define a useEffect hook. Now we need to have a variable and import on or state change from the Firebase/auth. The first argument is going to be auth, and following that, we need to have a callback function. We are going to get the user, and in here we need to check if we have a user, or if any user is logged in, then we are going to set the current user to be user. Okay, otherwise else we are gonna set the current user to be null. Okay, and we need to unsubscribe to it. We can write return arrow function and unsubscribe. Alright, now we need to pass this current user. Alright, now let's check it. As you can see, we are pushed to the main page because we have a user and our application has pushed us directly to the main page. But as you can see, if I refresh the page, we can see this demo for a while because it will take a little time for the user to be fetched from the backend. So to solve that problem, we can have a loading here. I'm going to write here loading, set loading, which is equal to use state, and it's gonna be false by default. So before the user starts fetching, we are going to set the loading to be true, and when the user is generated, then we are gonna set the loading to be false. Okay, now in here we need to set a condition inside the children. I'm going to say if there is loading, then we are going to print this loading component. Otherwise we want to print the children. Now let's have this loading component. So inside this component, I'm going to have a new folder called loading and a new file inside of it, loading.js. I'm going to write this. Okay, now let's import this component here. Okay, now let's style our loading. For this div, we are going to have a class name of fixed and set 0 to take the entire page. We need to add grade plus item center. Background color should be white and z index is going to be 30. Now inside this div, we are going to have an image. So the image source is going to be loading to.gif and alt is going to be loading. Okay, so this image is coming from this public folder. I have added this, and you can download the GIF from the Google. Now let's check it. As you can see, if I refresh the page, we will have this loading here. You can still see that header for a while. So to avoid that problem, I just want to change this to be true, and I'm gonna get rid of this one here. Okay, now if I refresh the page, as you can see, we don't see that anymore. Alright, now let's push this code. We need to state all the changes here. Okay, we are done with this Google sign-in. Now let's work on how we can sign in and sign up using email and password. So now we need to log out first. So I need to open this application in here. As you can see, we have IndexedDB, and open this one. We need to clear it, and also this one. Okay, now let's open the model again, and at first let's make a new account. As you can see, we have 4 inputs here. So in here, I'm going to close this one, and let's open the sign up component. Now let's have our use state hook first. So in here, I'm going to call that form, set form, which is equal to use state hook, and inside here we need to have an object. So we are going to have the username, which is empty string. Okay, now let's get the inputs value using the use state hook. Now I'm going to send the set form and form to each reusable component. I'm gonna copy and paste them for other components. Now inside this reusable input component, we are going to receive them here. but it should be without this curly braces. Okay, and first of all we need to have an onChange here. OnChange is equal to handle change. It's gonna be a function, so I'm going to call that handle change, which is equal to this arrow function, and in here we need to set the form. Now we need to get each input value based on their name. So in here we need to first spread this form, and now based on, let's get this event here, e.target.name, we are going to get the value e.target.value. Okay, and that's it. Now in here I can make a new function and call that handle submit. We are going to get this event again, and we are going to just prevent the default here. Okay, and now let's console log this form here. I can pass this handle submit to this form. On submit is equal to this function. Okay, now let's check it. Now I'm going to inspect the browser and check this console. Okay, open this sign up. Now if I click this sign up, as you can see, we could successfully get all the inputs value. Okay, we got the value, and it's time to make the sign up operation and save the user's data inside our database, inside this Firestore database. Okay, at first we need to add some input validations. So if the user clicked this button but he hasn't typed any data inside our inputs, we wanna return an error message. So in here I'm going to set a condition if all the inputs, which are username, are empty. We can just write here equal to empty string. Then we just send an error message using this toast notification dot error. And actually I forget to add this toast component, so I'm going to open this again, and we need to get this component here. I'm gonna copy this and I'm going to add this inside this app.js. So down this one, and also it has a CSS link. I'm going to copy this and add this inside this main.js. Now let's check it. I'm going to open this and this one. Now we don't have any value inside our inputs. If I click this one, you can see we have this error message here. Okay, now let's keep up. I'm going to close this one and this one. Now we need to check if this confirm password is not matching with this password. We are going to send another error message. So I'm going to say else if. Then again we are going to send this error message, and we just say here, we just simply return this. Okay, now let's say I have filled this one and this one at gmail.com, but I type a password which are not matching. Now if I click this sign up, you can see we get an error message saying your passwords are not matching. Okay, otherwise we are going to just let the user to sign up. So in here I'm going to write a new variable. We need to get the user, which is equal to await, and this function should be asynchronous function, create user with email and password. Inside this parentheses we need to pass the auth, which is coming from Firebase file, and also we need to send our email and password to this one. So I'm going to write here form.email and form.password. Okay, and that's it. This is how you can sign up using email and password. Now once the user is logged in, then we are going to save its data in the local storage like before. So I don't want to waste time. I'm going to copy this from here okay, and paste it down here. Now we need to change this one. It's gonna be user.uid, which is this one, okay. And for the username, we are going to send the form.username. It's not display name but username. For the email, it's gonna be form.email, and also our form do not have any photos, so we are going to keep this empty string. So later on we can add that from our profile. Okay, now let's add our navigate here. So up here I'm going to write navigate, which is equal to use navigate. Okay, we have an error because we need to add another braces to close this one, which is here. Alright, and now we need to get this set model, so I'm going to receive this in here, and inside this auth component we need to send this inside our sign up component. So as you can see, we have this sign up component, and we can send this to our sign in component also. Okay, now we have added them, but we need to import them one by one. So I'm going to import this doc, and also this is not new user.uid, it should be user.uid. okay, now I think we are ready. Now let's test whether we can sign up or not. So I'm going to open this model here. Okay, I should sign up here. I'm going to add a username here. So if I click this button here, as you can see, we could successfully sign up, and you can see here is my message that user have been signed in. And if I open this one, as you can see, we have a new user inside our database. This is the email, this is the user ID, and we don't have any user image, and this is our username. Okay, alright guys, we could successfully sign up. Now let's work on sign in. So I'm going to inspect again, open this one and just clear this. Now inside here we need to open this sign in using email. As you can see, we have already this email, and we have this email inside this authentication. So from now on we can log in using this email also. So now I'm going to open this sign in component here, and in here I'm going to have another use state hook also, which is called form set form use state hook. And inside this object we need to have an email, which is empty by default, and a password, which is also empty string by default. Now let's send them to our reusable component here. Now let's make an onSubmit function here. So in here I'm going to say const handle submit is equal to this arrow function. This should be handle submit, and inside here we need to set the prevent default here. Okay, now if I console log this form here again and add this handle submit to this form, on submit, and add this function. Now let's check it. I'm going to inspect the browser and inside this console. Okay, if I add an email here and click this button, you can see we could get the value of these inputs. Now let's sign in. At first we need to validate this input, so I'm going to write here a form which are includes email. If they are empty string, then we are going to return a toast notification dot error. Otherwise we are going to have a try and catch block here, and in here I'm going to write a wait. There should be an asynchronous function here, and we need to sign in with email and password. Okay, again we need to send this auth along with this form.email and form.password. Now we need to have a navigate here, so I'm going to get this navigate. Once the user is logged in, we need to navigate him to the main page, and we are going to send a twist notification here. I'm going to copy this. It should be success, and the message is going to be, and we need to have an error message for this catch here. Okay, now let's check it. So in here I'm going to open this one, and if you remember, we had an email and the password was this one. Now if I click the sign in here, as you can see, we could successfully sign in. But for sign in and sign up, I would like to have a loading, so I'm going to add that loading here. So following this, I need to have a new user hook loading, set loading, which is equal to user hook, and it is false by default. Now in here, I'm going to set this loading to be true. Okay, and it should be false when the user is logged in, and also it should be false when we have an error. Okay, now I'm going to add this loading inside this button, so I'm going to change this double quote to be a temporary string, and in here I'm going to set a condition. If there is loading, then we are going to add an opacity of 50, and pointer event should be none, otherwise it should be this empty string. Okay, now let's add a loading inside our sign up also. So in here I'm going to copy this loading user hook, and I'm going to add this here. Again, we need to set the loading inside here before the user starts creating, and we are going to set this to be true, and also once the user has been created, we are going to set this to be false, and we are going to add the same effect for this button, for this sign up button. I'm going to copy them from here, and in here I just copy this condition which I just added here, and that's it. Okay, and paste it here, and that's it. We could successfully made the function for the sign in and sign up using email and password. Okay, so again, and try to sign in again. If I click this button, you can see we have that loading for a while, and it will work the same for our sign up. Okay guys, we are done with this part. Now let's push this code. I'm going to state all the changes here, and in here I'm going to write auth with email and password is added. Alright guys, now let's make this home header. As you can see, we have this logo, this search bar in here, and also we have this right that will navigate us to our form where we can add a new post, and also this notification icon, and also we are going to have a drop down that will navigate us to our profile page and help us sign up from this application. Now let's get started. So at first I'm going to import this icon from React Icons. Okay, as you can see, I have already imported these icons. Now I'm going to change this div to be header, and inside it I'm going to have another div. For this header I'm going to give a class name. We need to give it a border bottom, and border color is going to be gray with 200 opacity. Okay, now this div will have a class name of this size, height is going to be 60 pixels. We need to add flex item center, and justify is going to be between. So it will add a space between this part and this part. Okay. Now inside this div, at first we need to have our logo. So I'm going to add this inside another div with a class name of flex item center, and gap is going to be 3. So this flex box will add spaces between our logo and the search bar. Now let's add our logo. It's gonna be a link from React Router DOM, and it will help us navigate to the main page. Okay. Inside here, we are going to have a span tag with the class name of text 5xl, and this is gonna be our logo, which is coming from React icons. As you can see, we have this logo. Now for this search bar, we are going to have another component. So I just add this down here, down this link. We need to add this search component. Now let's make this component here. Okay, inside this home, I'm going to have another component called search.js, and actually we can have another folder for this header. So to structure our folders inside this home, I'm going to move this home header and this search inside this header. Okay, we got an error inside app.js because we have added this home header inside another folder. So I just fix it quickly. I'm going to open this app.js, and here I'm going to add this header. Okay, and that's it. Now you can see our error is gone. Later on we can implement this header. In the right side we have these icons. Okay, as you can see, we have added this justify between in this div class name. So following that, we need to have another div for the right side. So I'm going to write here right side. Okay, and this one is going to be left side. We are going to have a link. Okay, we're going to have a span tag. So inside this span tag, I'm going to add this icon. Okay, and following that, we need to have a text. You can see we have this icon with this right text here. Now let's style this. So for this div, I'm going to have a class name flex item center. Gap is going to be 3, and for small devices, gap is going to be 7. Okay, you can see we still have it, and it will direct us to /right. It's gonna be a new page. We are going to add this later. Okay, for this icon, I'm going to add a class name of text 3xl. For this right text, I'm going to add a class name of text small. Margin top is going to be 2. Okay, for this link, I'm going to add a class name here. So in mobile version, it's gonna be hidden. This is because if I open this original website and inspect it, as you can see, in mobile version it will be gone. And from here, we will have access to this one inside this model. So if I expand this, you can see we don't have this right inside this model. For that cause, in the mobile version, I'm going to add hidden. For medium devices, it's gonna be flex item center. Gap is going to be 1, and text color is going to be gray and 500. Okay, as you can see, we have this text here. Now let's move on. Following that, we have this bell icon. So I just simply add a span tag here, and this bell icon is going to be this notification here. Okay, I'm going to add it. For this, we need to have a class name of text 3xl. Text color is going to be gray and 500, and also cursor pointer. Okay, we have this, and following that, we are going to have this avatar along with this arrow down. Now let's add them. For that, I'm going to have another div here with the class name of flex items center, and it's gonna be possession relative because we are going to add a model here. Okay, now inside here I'm going to have an image. Now let's have a default profile image, which is /profile.jpg, and it's coming from public folder. Okay, I just downloaded from the Google. You can just download it as well. Now for this alt, I just write here profile image. Okay, now let's style this. I'm going to add a class name here. Width is going to be 2.3 rem. Height is going to be 2.3 rem as well. Okay, we need to add object cover, rounded full, and finally we need to add cursor pointer. Okay, now let's check it. As you can see, here is our profile. Later on we can change this profile image. Okay, following that we are going to have an arrow down, so I just add a span tag here with the class name of text gray 500 and cursor pointer. Okay, now let's add this icon, which is this one. Okay, as you can see, here is our icon. Now let's work on this model. As you can see, we are going to have that white background color again, which we made a reusable component for that, and also this model here. So down here inside this div, make sure to add it inside this div. We are going to have that model reusable component. Okay, now let's import it. So it was inside this model. Okay, now we need to have a user hook here, so I'm going to write here it's going to be false by default. Now if I add this to be true, as you can see, we have this white background color here. Okay, now inside this model we are going to have another div, and inside here we are going to have a new component called user model for our model here. I'm going to add this component here. Okay, now let's import it. Alright, as you can see, we have this user model text in here. As you can see, inside this model we are going to have a text with this icon. So now let's import this icon from React icons. Okay, inside this user model I'm going to import all of these icons, and we are going to store all of these navs inside an array. Now let's add it. So I just copy and paste them here. As you can see, the first one is profile, this is the icon, and this one is the path. If you notice here, I have added this current user.uid because this link will direct us to the single profile page. So now let's import this current user. I'm going to import this. Alright, as you can see, we don't have any error here. Okay, now first of all I'm going to change this to be section, and let's add a class name for this one. Position is going to be absolute, width is going to be 18 rem. We need to give it a padding 6. Background color is going to be white, right 0, and top is going to be 100%. Okay, now you can see here is our model. Okay, and following that we are going to give it a shadow. So this shadow's class name is coming from index.css. Rounded is going to be MD, and Z index is 50. Text color is going to be gray and 500. Okay, now let's check it. As you can see, here is our model. If you remember, I said this right will come inside the mobile version, so at first I'm going to add that one. Now let's copy it from this home header. So I just copy this link from here and just add it here. Okay, let's import this link. Alright, As you can see, we have this right in here, and this time it's gonna be flexed in mobile version, and it's gonna be hidden inside the bigger devices. As you can see, we don't have this right, but if I inspect, you can see we are going to have this right in here. Alright, now down here we are going to have another div. Let's add a class name here, flex column. Gap is going to be 4. We need to give it a border bottom. Border color is going to be gray 300, and we need to give it a padding bottom of 5. Okay, now inside here I'm going to map to this user model dot map. We are going to get each and every link and the index. Okay, and inside here we need to get the link. Path is going to be equal to link.path, and inside here we are going to have a span tag for the icon, so it's coming from link.icon, and also we are going to have a heading too for link.title. Okay, as you can see, they are here. Now for key, we are going to have this index. Let's add a class name for this span tag. Text is going to be 2XL. Alright, now we need to separate this span tag from this heading too. So for that, I'm going to add a class name, flex item center. Gap is going to be 2. Text color is going to be gray and 500, but we need to have a hover effect of text black, but with the opacity of 70. Now you can see we have all the links here, but we need to have a font size for this heading too. So I'm going to add a class name here, text MD. Okay, now they are looking good. Alright, following that we are going to have this sign out button. Down this div I'm going to have a button. I'm going to add a class name here, flex column. Padding top is going to be 5, cursor pointer. Hover effect is going to be text and black with the opacity of 70. Okay, now for the text we are going to have sign out. As you can see, this is our button, and following that we need to have this email. As you can see, the first 2 characters will be later, and before this at it's gonna be hidden. For that we are going to have a helper function here. So inside this utils I'm going to add a helper function .js. Now inside here I'm going to export a new function, and it's going to be secret email. It's gonna be an arrow function, and from here we are going to receive this email. Okay, now inside this user I'm going to have a span tag, and we need to import this secret email from here and just pass this current user dot email. Okay, now inside here if I console log this email, and if I inspect the browser here, as you can see we got this email. Now we need to split this email into 2 parts using this at. So in here I'm going to write const split email, which is equal to email.split, and we are going to split this using this at. Now if I console log this one, you can see we have Amir and gmail.com. Now we need to destructure them. So I change this variable name to an array and get Amir as username and gmail.com as domain. At first we should get the first 2 characters of our username. For that we are going to use substring method. The rest of our username characters will be replaced with the star. To replace the rest of our username with the star, we need to use .repeat function and add the length of the username -2 as argument. because we need to replace characters as much as characters our username has. We added -2 to subtract the first 2 characters. Now if I console log this secret user, okay, and let's console log this email also. As you can see, we could get the first 2 characters and the rest has been changed with this star. Alright, now let's join the domain name with the new username. Now, as you can see, this is our new username. So the username has been changed to a new one. Okay. Now, inside this user model, I'm going to give it a class name of text small. As you can see, we have a little small text in here. Alright guys, our model is finished. Now, when I click this white background color, I want this model to be closed. So for that, I'm going to open this home header, and inside this div, we are going to have a class name, and it's going to be this temporary string. Now we need to set a condition here. If there is model, then we are going to set it to be visible. Opacity is going to be 100. Otherwise, it's going to be invisible, and opacity is going to be 0. Now let's add that transition also. Duration is going to be 500. Okay. Now if I click this white background color, you can see our model will be closed automatically. Okay, as you can see, our useState hook is true by default. I'm going to change it back to false. Okay. Now we should be able to open our model using this avatar. So in here, inside this image, I'm going to add an onClick function here. We are going to set model, and it's gonna be true. Okay. Now if I click this avatar here, as you can see, we have our model, and you can see the model will be disappeared. As you can see, we have added a long duration, so I'm going to decrease this to 100. Now it's a little better. Alright guys, now let's push our code. So in here, I'm going to state all the changes here. I'm going to write here alright, now let's work on this search bar. So I'm going to open this search component in here. I'm going to close this one. As you can see, inside this search bar, we are going to have an input with this icon. So now let's import this icon. Okay. Now if I inspect this original website, as you can see, inside the mobile version, our search bar is going to be like a model, like this one. So for that, we are going to use our reusable model component as well. Now I'm going to change this div to be a fragment, and inside here, I'm going to add the model component. Now let's import it. Okay. Inside here, I'm going to have a div with the class name of absolute. For bigger devices, which start from small, it's gonna be relative. Okay. Right 4. Left is going to be 4. Top is going to be 4 rem. Okay, now this style is for mobile version, but for bigger version, left is going to be 0. Okay. Now inside here, I'm going to have another div with the class name of flex item center. Gap is going to be 1. Background color is going to be gray and 100. We need to add a padding X of 2. Rounded is going to be full, and position relative. Okay. Now inside here, at first we are going to add our icon. It's gonna be a span tag, and let's copy this icon from here. For this icon, I'm going to give a class name, text size 2XL, and text color is going to be gray and 400. Okay. As you can see, our icon is down here. This is because in smaller devices we have added top to 4 rem. So to bring it in the right place, we need to target the bigger devices again and set the top to be 0. Okay, now you can see our search bar is in the right place. So following this icon, we are going to have an input. Type is going to be text, and the placeholder is going to be search medium. Now let's add a class name, bg transparent, outline is going to be none, padding y is going to be 0.7 rem. We need to give a text size of small and width is going to be full. Okay, now let's check it. As you can see, here is our search bar. Okay, now let's work on mobile version of this search bar. So I'm going to inspect the browser. As you can see, our search bar is up here inside mobile version. So at first I'm going to add a registered hook for our model. It's gonna be true by default. Now let's post them. Alright, as you can see, we have this model here. As you can see, our search bar is down this model. So for that, we are going to have a Z index in here. It's gonna be 10. Now you can see our search bar is on top of our model. Okay, now let's close this search bar. So again, I'm going to change this to be a template string. Inside here, I'm going to set a condition. If there is model, then I would like it to be visible. Okay, now if I click it here, as you can see, our model will be closed here. Okay, now we need to have another search icon to open our search bar. So inside this home header, before this link, I'm going to have another span tag, and we are going to add this icon inside here. Okay, as you can see, we have this icon. Now let's add a class name for this. For mobile version, it's gonna be flex, but for big screen, it's gonna be hidden. Text size is gonna be 3XL. Text color is going to be gray and 300, and we need to have a cursor pointer. Okay, let's add a space between them. Now you can see here is our icon. So to open our model, we need to move the registered hook from here to our home header. So I'm going to receive them here. Okay, now let's move it to this home header. And here I'm going to rename this to be search model. Now let's pass them to our search component. As you can see, this is our component. So model is going to be this search model, and set model is going to be the set search model. Okay, now that we have the registered hook, we can add an on click here. Set search model is gonna be true. Now let's change it back to be false. Alright, now if I click this icon, you can see we have this model, and if I click this white background color, it will be disappeared. Alright, Okay guys, as you can see we got a problem in here. So in bigger screen we cannot see the search bar. The problem is in here inside this condition. So beside this invisible, we need to set visible for bigger devices. So bigger devices which start from small, it should be visible. Okay, and also opacity should be 100 because we set the opacity to 0 in small devices. Okay, now you can see we have this header back. Now let's push this code. I'm going to state all the changes here. Alright, we are done with the header part. In this part, we are going to work on this profile page. At first, let's make the component. So I'm going to close all of these components here. And inside this home, we are going to have another folder called profile. Let's have a component for that. Okay, now let's make the route inside this app.js. So in here, I'm going to make a route. Path is going to be the /profile/user ID. Okay, and we are going to get the user ID dynamically. Now let's have this element here. And inside this element, we need to add our component, which is profile. Okay, now let me open this user model here. As you can see inside this array, we have added this profile route, and this is our user ID, which stands for this one. So we are going to get this dynamically. It should be to, not path. Okay, so if I click this one, as you can see, we have printed this profile route along with this user ID in here. So based on this ID, we are going to get the user's data. Alright, as you can see, if I open this profile, this model is not going to be closed. Now let's close that model. So again, we need to set an onClick in this link. And now let's get this set model here. Okay, and I'm going to add it here. It's gonna be false. Now let's open this home header. As you can see, we have this set model. So I'm going to pass this to this user model. Okay, let's try it again. Now if I open this profile, as you can see, this model will be closed automatically. Now let's style our profile. So in here, if I open this profile, as you can see, here I have printed the username, follower and followings, and in here we are going to have 3 tabs. Okay, and in the right side, as you can see, we have user profile, username, the bio of the user, and using this button, you can edit the profile. Alright, now let's work on that. I'm going to open this profile and just close all the components here. Okay, I'm going to change this div to be section. Now let's add a class name for this. I'm going to add size, flex, gap is going to be for rem, and position is going to be relative. Okay, now inside this section, we are going to have a div, and this div will be for our user's activity. Okay, so this div will have a class name. Margin top is going to be non-rem, and flex is going to be 2. And inside this div, we are going to have another div. So using this div, we are going to separate this 2 parts, the left and the right side. So I'm going to give it a class name here, flex, item center, and gap is going to be 4. So inside here, at first we need to have a heading too for the name. So for now, I'm going to add my name here. So later on, we are going to get this name dynamically. Class name, text is going to be 3 pixels. For bigger devices, text is going to be 5 pixels. Font weight is going to be bold, and it should be capitalized. Okay, you can see here is the name. And also we need to have this followers and following. Now let's add them. We need to have paragraph here. This paragraph will have a class name of text gray, and it should have 500 opacity. Text size is going to be extra small. For bigger devices, text is going to be small. Now inside this paragraph, we are going to have followers. For now, let's add 2. Okay, as you can see, here is the followers, and we need to have another paragraph here, and it should be following. Okay, as you can see, they are here. Okay, as you can see, this follower and following is down here. So to make that, we are going to add this end instead of center. Okay, now they are at the right place. As you can see, we have 3 buttons here. 3 tabs in here. So I'm going to add them inside an array. So I'm going to write here cons activities. So each one of these tabs will be inside a separate object. So the first one is going to have a title of home. Okay, and for this we need to have a component. So I'm going to write here component, and the component name is going to be profile home. Okay, I will add this component later. And the second one is going to be list, and it should be profile list. And finally we need to have this about and profile about component. Okay, now let's add this component. So inside this profile folder, I'm going to add another folder called activities, and the first component is going to be profile home component. Now let's generate this functional component here. Okay, and now let's import them. Okay, alright, we have imported all the components. Now down here we need to map through this array. So after this div, I'm going to have another div with the class name of flex, item center, gap is going to be 5. We need to have margin top of 1 rem, border bottom, border color is going to be gray and 300, and margin bottom is going to be 3 rem. Okay, so we are going to use flex box to put them beside each other and add a little gap using this gap 5, and also we have a little margin top that separate our name with these tabs, and also we have added this gray border here. Okay, now inside here I'm going to map through this activities array. I'm going to get each item, and inside here I'm going to render a div. Okay, and this div will have a class name of padding y 0.5 rem. Okay, so inside here we are going to have a button, and just print this item, the title in here. It should be item. Okay, now you can see we have all these tabs in here. Now let's print each component. So at first we need to have a useSet hook to hold our current activities component. I'm going to write here current, and by default the value is going to be activities with the 0 index. I mean, we are going to set the first object at the initial value of this useState hook, which is this one. Okay, now I'm going to print this component down this div, so it should be current active dot component. Okay, now you can see here is our profile. Alright, as you can see, under this tab we have this line. So whenever we click each tabs, this line will be moving. So now let's add that. So I'm going to change this double quote to be a temporary string, and in here we need to set a condition. So if item.title is equal to current active.title, then we are going to add a border bottom, and border color is going to be gray and 500, otherwise it should be empty string. Okay, now as you can see we have this border under this home tab because the title of this home tab is matching with the initial value of this useState hook. Now when I click each tabs, I want this border bottom to move. So to make that, we need to set an on click to this button. Okay, and we set the current active to be item. Okay, now if I click this one, as you can see our component will be changed here and this border is moving. If I click this about, you can see our component will be changed here and this border is moving also. Alright guys, now let's work in this profile part. As you can see in the right side we have this profile details. Now let's add this. So down here, down this div, I'm going to comment here user details. Okay, and it should be details. Now in here I'm going to have a div. This time we are going to add a class name of flex1. If I add here like profile details, now you can see that profile details will take this much space. So we added this flex1 in here, and inside the user activities div we have added this flex2. So it means that this div will get 2 times bigger space than our profile details part. Okay, so now following this we are going to have a border left, and border color is going to be gray and 300. Okay, here is our border, and we need to add a little padding. So padding to rim, and z index is going to be 10. Alright, now in mobile version, if I inspect it, as you can see our user details part is going to be dissipated, and instead we can open that using this button. Now let's implement it. So I'm going to decrease the size. Alright, so in mobile version the position is going to be fixed, right is going to be 0, and bottom is going to be 0. We are going to add tab 0. As you can see it's here. We need to add a weight for this one, so weight is going to be 18 rim, and as you can see it doesn't have any background color, so BG is going to be white. As you can see here is our profile, but if I increase the size of the screen, you can see it will be in all sizes, so we don't want that, and in bigger version it should be back to position relative. So in here I'm going to say from MD size above I want the position to be relative. Okay, now you can see in bigger sizes our profile details will be normal, but if I decrease the size you can see it will be position fixed. But inside here, okay, as you can see it will have a model also, so we can close that. Now let's add that model. I'm going to wrap this div with that reusable component model, Okay, we are going to import it. So I just import it quickly. Okay, now let's add the user state hook here. And for now, I'm going to set the initial value to be true, so you can see what's going on here. Okay, so I'm going to pass it. Alright, now you can see we have this model here. Now with the help of this white background color, we want this to be closed also. So now if I click this white background color, our details page will go to the right side. Okay, so now I'm going to change this to be a temporary string, so we can set a condition inside. Again, I'm going to set a condition here. If there is model, we are going to say translate x0. Okay, otherwise we want to push this to translate x of 100 pixel, but for bigger devices we are going to add translate x of 0. Okay, now let's check it. Now if I click this white background color, you can see our profile details will be gone, but we need to add a little transition here. So in here I'm going to say transition, and duration is going to be 500. Okay, now you can see it's working perfectly. Now if I open the detail model, as you can see we have this close icon here. So the first item in here is going to be this close icon. And here we need to have a div. It's going to be icon to close our model. I'm going to comment it down here. Now let's add a class name here. Padding bottom is going to be 4, and text is going to be right. So it is align items to be right. Okay, now inside here we are going to have a button, and the button will have a class name of inline block, and for bigger devices it should be hidden. Okay, now inside this button I'm going to add the icon, and this icon is coming from React icon. Now as you can see we have this icon here, but if I increase the page size, as you can see we don't have that icon anymore in bigger sizes. Okay, now let's set an on click to this one also. So in here I'm going to add an on click and set model is going to be false. Okay, now if I click this icon, you can see it will be moved to the right side. Alright, now let's add these details. At first we are going to add the avatar, the name and the bio of the user, and this button here. Okay, so down this div we are going to have our profile details. Okay, we are going to have a div here with the class name of sticky. Top is going to be 7, flex column, and justify is going to be between. So this position sticky is because in here if I scroll down, as you can see the profile details will stick in here and it's not moving. Okay, alright, now let's move on. So inside here I'm going to have an image. The image source is going to be this profile.jpg, and it's going to be profile image. Okay, you can see this is our profile. I'm going to add a class name here with 3.5 frame. Height is going to be the same, 3.5 frame. Object cover, and we need to add a border radius rounded of full. Now you can see this is our profile, and down here we need to have a heading to for our name. Okay, for this heading to, for now I'm going to write this username, later on we are going to get this from the database. Okay, and down here we need to have a paragraph, and our paragraph text is going to be this one for now for our bio. So I'm going to add a class name for this heading 2. Padding Y is going to be 2, font bold, and it should be capitalized. For this paragraph, we are going to change the text color to be gray and 500, and also we are going to target the first letter. Okay, it should be first letter, and I'm going to make it uppercase, and the text size is going to be small. Okay, now you can see here is my name and here is the bio. Okay, now let's add this button here. So in here I'm going to add this button. The text is going to be edit profile, and we need to have a class name here. Text color is going to be green and 700, padding top 6, text size is going to be small, and width should be fit. Okay, you can see we have this button here, and finally, as you can see, we have some navs down here. So I'm going to import it from this data file again. As you can see, I have some text inside this discover action. So I'm going to copy this from here, and down here, down this button, I'm going to add navs here. Okay, so we should have a div, and our div will have a class name of flex1, and we need to add flex property, flex align item center, and flex wrap should be wrap here, and also we need to add a gap of 3. Padding top is going to be 8. Now inside here I'm going to map through this array. Let's import it. Dot map. We're going to get each item. Okay, and we just render a button here. Okay, now the text is going to be item, and we should have a key here, so key should be item also. Okay, now let's add a class name. Text size extra small, and text color should be black 1. So this black one is coming from tailwind.config.js. Now you can see here is our navs. Okay, so in here, if I open this profile home, and if I add this profile home text for multiple times here. Alright guys, as you can see, our right side is ready. Now let's move to the mobile version. In here, as you can see, we have this sidebar here. I can click this to be closed, and if I inspect it here, as you can see, we have this button. So using this button, we can open this sidebar. So now let's add this button. Okay, so down here, down this current user.component, we are going to have a button. So we are going to use this button to open the sidebar. Okay, let's add this button, and the button text is going to be this icon. Now let's import this icon. It's coming from React icons again. Okay, and this time it should be IO and 5. Okay, alright guys, now I'm going to add false in here to close the model. Okay, as you can see, here is our icon. We need to set a class name for this icon. I'm going to give it a class name. So position is going to be fixed, top hrem, right should be 0, width is going to be 2 rem, and height should be the same, 2 rem. We need to give it a background color of black, and text should be white. Okay. Following that, we need to add grid to bring this icon in the middle. As you can see, this icon is not in the middle, so to bring it in the middle, we are going to use grid. Okay, and place item center. But for devices above MD, it should be hidden. Okay. Now you can see here is our icon. I just simply add an on click here. The on click is going to be set model to be true. Okay, now let's check it. So if I click this button here, as you can see here is our sidebar. I can close this sidebar using this button or using this white background color. Alright, as you can see, our profile detail is ready. Okay, now if I click this button here, as you can see, we are going to have a new model. Now let's add this model. So using this model, we can update our profile details. So down here, I'm going to add a new component. Down this model, I'm going to add edit profile. Now let's add this component. So inside this profile, I'm going to add a new component .jsx, and we need to import it here. Okay, now you can see here is our component. Again, we need to have that model in here, so I'm going to open this edit profile and change this to be model. Okay, now we need to have a useState hook here, but we are going to receive this from the parent component. It should be edit model and set edit model, because we have a button here. So using this button, we are going to open this model. So I'm going to copy them from here, and inside this profile component, we are going to add a new useState hook. I'm going to add them here, and it should be false by default. Okay, now let's set a condition here. So I'm going to set a condition, and if edit model is true, then we are going to print this component here. Now we need to receive this component, so I copy this again. Okay, now you can see we don't have any component, but using this button we should be able to open that model. So in here, I'm going to add an on click function and set edit. It should be true. Okay, now if I click this button, as you can see, here is our model. The reason we don't have that white background color yet is because we haven't passed this to our model. So I'm going to pass this real quick. Okay, now let's check it again. If I click this button, you can see we have this white background color with this text here. Alright, now let's style it. So I'm going to set this to be true, so you can see this model. Okay, now inside here we are going to have a div, and this div is going to have a class name of center. So we are going to add this class name inside this index.css. So center, so we are going to add this model in the middle of this web page. So position is going to be fixed, top 50%, left is going to be 50%, and we need to have transform translate of minus 50% and minus 50%. So this code will simply center a div. Okay, and let's add a text here. So I'm going to add here center. Okay, now you can see here is our text, but this text should be on top of our white background color. So for that, at first we need to give it a weight of 95%, and this is for smaller devices, but for devices above MD, the weight should be 45 frame. Okay, it should be weight, and we need to give it a background color of white, MX auto, and again we need to have the shadows class from our CSS file. Okay, margin Y should be 1 rem and Z index to be 20, and finally we need to have a margin bottom of 3 rem. Okay, now you can see here is our model. Now as you can see, we need to have this profile information with this icon, so we are going to add them in a separate div. So inside here I'm going to have a div. So to separate them from each other, we need to use flex item center, and justify should be between. Now as you can see, inside our model we have 3 parts. We have the head, the body, and finally we have a footer. So I'm going to comment out here head, body, and finally we have this foot here. Okay, now for this head we are going to have this text with this icon. I'm going to copy this text from here. So at first we need to have a div, so this div will separate them from each other. We need to add a class name flex item center, and justify is going to be between. Now let's add this text inside this heading too. We are going to give it a class name of font bold, and text size is going to be XL. Okay, now let's add this icon. I'm going to copy this icon from profile component and just simply add a button here. So down here I'm going to have a button and add this icon here. Okay, so I'm going to give a class name for this, and text size should be XL. Okay, this is our head. As you can see, we need to have some padding for this model. I forget to add this padding here. So in here I'm going to add a padding of 2 rem, and this should be shadows. So this shadows class name is coming from our index.css, which is here. Okay, now you can see here is our model and it's looking good now. Alright, now let's add our body, which is this part. Now I'm going to add the body inside this section element. Section will get a class name of margin top 6. Now inside here, at first we need to have a paragraph with the class name of padding bottom 3, text size small, and text color should be gray and 500. And this paragraph is for this photo. I just copy this from here and just add it here. Okay, now you can see here is this photo text. We need to have this avatar with this part. So for that, again we need to have another div to separate them from each other. So I'm going to write here class name and flex. We need to add a gap of 2 rem. Okay, now inside here, at first we need to add our image. So our image will go inside a div with the class name of width 5 rem. Okay, now let's add this image. The search is going to be profile.jpg, the alt should be profile image. Okay, now let's add a class name for this. Minimum height is going to be 5 frame. Minimum width is going to be 5 frame also. Okay, and object should be cover. We need to have a border, and border color should be gray and 400. Okay, and finally we need to have a border radius, so rounded should be full. Okay, now you can see here is our avatar. So in the right side we have 2 buttons and this paragraph. Now let's add them. So beside this div we are going to have a fragment. Okay, and inside here I'm going to add a div with the class name of flex. Gap is going to be 4 and text small. This flex is going to separate these 2 buttons from each other. So in here we need to have button. The first button is going to be update and the second button is going to be remove. Okay, you can see we have these buttons. Now let's add a class name here. So our update button will have a text of green and 600 color, and remove button will have a color of red and 600. Okay, now under this div inside this fragment we are going to have a paragraph. I'm going to copy this paragraph from here and just add it here. So I'm going to have a class name for this. Width should be full for mobile version. For a small version above, width should be 20 rem. Text color should be gray and 500. Text size should be small, and padding top is going to be 2. Okay, and now you can see here is our paragraph, but this should be down here. So for that cause I'm going to change this fragment to be a div. Now it's looking good. Okay, now as you can see in here, using this button we should be able to open this file. So we can choose a photo, and if for example if I chose this photo in here, you can see this photo should be previewed in here. Now let's work on that. So we have this input. So by default we want to set this to be hidden. Okay, now we need to have a useref hook. I'm going to name this image ref, and it should be useref. Okay, let's import it from React, and it's gonna be null by default. Now I'm going to pass this useref in this input. So ref is going to be this image ref. Okay, now we need to make a function for this update button. So up here I'm going to write here const open file, which is equal to this arrow function, and now in here we just write image ref dot current dot click. Okay, and this click is going to be a function. Now let's pass this function to this button, to this update button. I'm going to write here on click and just pass this function. Okay, so now if I click this button, you can see I'm able to see all these images for uploading, but we need to set some validations. So our input should accept only a few document type. So in here I'm going to write accept, and it should be image with the type of JPG, image with the type of PNG, image with the type of JPEG, and this should be image. Okay, now let's check it. As you can see, if I click this button, you can see I won't see any other files except these images. Okay, now when I click this button and click this image, I want this image to be printed in here. So for that, I need to have a user hook. So in here, I'm going to name this image URL and set image URL, and it's going to be empty string by default. Okay, so now we need to set an onChange for this input. So in here, I'm going to define an onChange function. Now we need to get event from here. So set image URL is going to be URL dot create object URL, and we are going to create this object URL using e.target.file, and we are going to get the index 0. Okay, now I just copy this variable from here, and inside this image we need to set a condition. So I'm going to delete this from here. So if there is image URL, then we are going to print this image URL. Otherwise, we want this profile image to be here. Okay, so now if I refresh the page, you can see by default we have this profile image, but if I click this button and select this image, now you can see we have this image in here. We have some CSS problems here. Now let's fix it. So in here, I just forget this dash. As you can see, I forget to add this dash in here. So make sure to add it. Now you can see our image is in the right place. Alright, now let's see what else we have. You can see we have 2 inputs and 2 labels in here, and also 2 buttons. Now let's add them. We are going to have another section, and this time we are going to add a class name of padding top should be 1 rem, and text size is going to be small. Okay, now inside here, at first we need to have a label. So label, and the text is going to be name with this star. Okay, and also we need to have an input with the type of text, and placeholder should be username. It should be username. Okay, you can see we have the label and this input here. So in here, for this label, I'm going to add a class name of padding bottom 3, and this should be block to take the entire class. Okay, now you can see they are on top of each other. Now let's style this input here. I'm going to add a class name for this. Padding should be 1. We need to give it a border bottom. Border color should be black. We need to give it a full width, and outline should be none. Okay, this is our input. It's looking good. And also we need to write a maximum length for this input. So following that, I'm going to write maximum length should be 50 characters. So the user cannot type more than 50 letters inside this input. Okay, now let's add this paragraph down here. So down this input, I'm going to add a paragraph, and we need to give it a class name here. Okay, text size should be small, and text color should be gray and 600. And finally, we need to add a little padding top of 2. Okay, now you can see it's the same as this one. Now let's add the second one. I just copy this all from here and add them down here. Okay, I just change this to be bio, and this one should be bio also. Now you can see we have them here. So I'm going to copy this text from here and add it inside this paragraph. As you can see, we need to have a little padding top here. So I just copy this from here and add inside section. Okay, and for this section, I'm going to give a padding top of 1 rem, and also text size should be small. Alright, now you can see they are in the right place. And finally we need to have 2 buttons here. So at first we need to add a div, a parent div for them. So we are going to add a div here, and this div will have a class name of flex item center. Okay, item center, and justify should be end, because we are going to push these 2 buttons to the end of this form here, I mean to the right side. And we need to have a little gap between the buttons here, and padding top should be 2 rem. Okay, now let's add those buttons. The first button text is going to be cancel, and the second one is going to be save. Okay, now you can see we have these buttons. So we just add styling here. I'm going to add a class name for this button here. Okay, we need to have a border here for this cancel button, and border color should be green and 600. We need to have padding y of 2, padding x should be 5, and rounded full. We need to add text color should be green and 600. Okay, now you can see this is our button, and the second button will have the same class name. So I don't want to rewrite it, I just store this inside a variable. So I'm going to copy this from here. I'm going to have a new variable const, and I'm going to name this button. Okay, and add it here. Okay, now I can add this button. Instead of this double quote, I'm going to have this curly braces and add this here. Okay, but as you can see, our second button will have a background color. So I just copy this button from here and add this temporary string. We need to add this inside this curly braces again, and following that we need to have a background color of green and 800. And also we need to change the text to be white. Okay, now you can see they are looking the same. Alright guys, we are done with this form. Now let's close this form. Okay, so up here as you can see we have this set edit model. I'm going to copy this from here, and we need to find that icon, which is this one, and in here I'm going to set an onClick, this arrow function, and set edit model to be false. Okay, now if I click this button, you can see I will be able to close this model. Now let's change this edit model to be false by default. So in here as you can see it is true, we need to change this to be false. If I refresh the page, now you can see we don't have that model, but if I click this button, you can see I am able to open this. Alright guys, I made 2 mistakes here. So this form is not belong to the footer. I'm going to change this to be profile edit form. Okay, and our form part will be belong to these 2 buttons. So I'm going to name this foot. And also I haven't changed this maximum length. As you can see in here, the maximum length should be 160 characters. So I'm going to change this to be 160. Alright guys, we are done with the design part of this profile page. Now let's work on the backend side. So as you can see, I have stored this user ID in here. So based on this user ID, we are going to find a specific user data from our Firebase file store. So in here, inside this file store, as you can see, we have a collection which is called users. So at first we are going to get all the users inside a separate user state hook, and then based on this ID we are going to find our users data. Okay, so because we are going to use this users data in multiple components, I would like to add this inside our context API. So I'm going to open this context folder in here and this context file. So up here at first I'm going to have a new user set hook, and I'm gonna call this all users and set all users, and by default it's gonna be an empty array. Okay, so we are going to store all our data inside it. So now down here we need to define a new user set hook because we are going to fetch data from the backend, and we need to have this array dependency here. Now in here I'm going to define a new function called get users, and which is equal to this array function. Now inside here, to get data from the Firebase file store, at first we need to have our reference. So I'm going to store this inside this postref variable, which is equal to query. Query is a function coming from Firebase file store, and we need to have our collection function inside it. Our collection function will need two arguments. The first one is going to be our DB, our database reference, which is coming from Firebase file, and also our collection name. Now down here we need to import another function which is called onSnapshot, and it will take our reference here, and the second argument will be an array function. It will return a new data in here. I'm going to call this snapshot. Now inside here I'm going to write set all users, and inside here we need to map through the snapshot. So snapshot.docs.map. okay, we are going to get each and every doc inside it, and all we need to do is we need to return this all docs data along with the ID of this document. So the ID is going to be doc.id. okay, and this is how you can fetch data from Firebase. Now just write this function down here. Okay, so if I console log here all users, and in here as you can see we have the list of our users in here. So they are our users data. Alright, as you can see we have a warning inside profile. Now let's open our profile in line 41. We need to add a key here. Okay, we forget to add key, so key is going to be equal to index. Now let's get this index from here. Okay, now this warning is gone. Okay, now I'm going to pass this all users to this value, and now you can get it inside this profile. So in here, up here, I'm going to write const all users, which is equal to this block function, which is coming from context API. Now let's get this user ID from here. So there is another hook from React Router DOM. I'm going to write here user ID, which is equal to use params. Okay, it's coming from React Router DOM. So now based on this ID we are going to find our user data. So in here I'm going to write here get user data, which is equal to all users dot find, and now just write here user dot id, which is equal to user ID. Okay, now if I console log here get user data, and in here if I refresh the page, as you can see it is undefined at first time, and finally we have this data here which is matching with the user which is currently logged in. Okay, so now let's print it in here. So I'm going to delete this username and just print get user.username. Okay, now you can see here is our username. Alright, now if I refresh the page, as you can see, you cannot see this username for a while. This is because of the asynchronous behavior of this function. So in here I'm going to have another loading. So I'm going to call this user loading and set user loading, and it's gonna be equal to use state hook, and it will be true by default. Okay, so now I'm going to copy this from here, and once the user is fetched in here, I'm going to set this loading to be false. Okay, now I'm going to pass this user loading to this value. Alright guys, now I can set a condition with this user loading inside this profile, but it will be displayed only in here. So I prefer to add this loading condition inside this header because it will be displayed in all components. So now I'm going to open this header in here, home header, and as you can see we have an avatar in here, which is this image. Now first of all we are going to get that user data in here also. So I'm going to get this all users and this user loading, which is equal to this block. Okay, and in here we are going to get this current user also, which is the user which is currently logged in. So now down here I'm going to get user data, all user, I think it was users, yeah, all users dot find, and we need to add this parentheses here to make it function. We are going to get each and every user in here, and user dot id is equal to current user dot uid. Okay, so now I'm going to set a condition in this image. So now we are going to say if there is get user data dot user image, we are going to display that get user data dot user image. Otherwise we are going to display this profile image here. Okay, now if I refresh the page here, you can see we don't have any error, and inside this header I can set a condition. So I'm going to get this user loading here, and in here I'm going to say if there is user loading, then I would like to display this loading component. Okay, now if I refresh the page, you can see we will have this loading here. Alright, and for this followers and following we can implement it later because we need to have some sub collections when we have added these users, and with this follow button we will add that sub collections. Okay, for now let's ignore that, and as you can see in here we are going to store all the posts that the user posted, and inside this list we are going to have all the saved posts. We are going to ignore these two tabs also, and let's jump to this bio. Let's open this about component here. So I'm going to open this about component. Inside this components, home, profile, and this activities. Inside this profile above, again we are going to receive this user data in here. So get user data. Now I'm going to open it inside this profile, and now I'm going to pass this get user here. Okay, this is our component, and I'm going to pass it here. Okay, and as you can see, if I open another user in here, let's say this one, As you can see, this user currently has no bio. So if there is a bio, we are going to display his text. Otherwise, we are going to display his name and has no bio. Okay, so in here, I'm going to open this profile about. Okay, now let's have a class name for this div. We are going to set the weight to be full. Now inside here, we are going to have a paragraph with the class name of text size is going to be 2XL. We are going to target the first letter and make it uppercase. Now inside this paragraph, we are going to set a condition. So if there is getUserData.bio, we are going to display that. Otherwise, getUserData.username plus this has no bio. Okay, now let's check it. If I open this about here, as you can see, the user has no bio for now. Alright, now as you can see, if I open this profile in here, we have a button. So if I click this button will open our edit model here. Now let's implement this button. So down here, I'm going to have another div with the class name of text right, and inside it there will be a button, and the button text is going to be edit. Okay, now let's add a class name here. The class name is going to be border. Border color is going to be black. We need to add padding y of 2, padding x of 5, rounded full, and finally text color should be black. Okay, as you can see, it's here, but we need to have a little margin top here. So margin top is going to be 3 rem. Okay, now it's at the right place. So to open this model, we are going to get another props in here. We are going to get the set edit model in here, and I'm going to pass it here. Okay, alright, now let's receive it inside this profile component. I'm in profile about component, and inside this button, I'm going to add an onClick function here. Okay, and now set edit model to be true. Okay, now let's check it. As you can see, if I click this about and click this edit in here, you can see I'm able to open this model. Alright, now let's work on this model. Okay, at first we're going to have useStateHook to get the values from each input. So I'm going to open that edit profile in here. So up here, I'm going to have a useStateHook so we can get the inputs value. So in here, I'm going to write const form, and inside here we are going to have an object. So our object will have a username, which is empty string, user image, which is also this empty string, and we have bio here, which is also this empty string. Okay, now let's pass them to our inputs here. So following this set URL, I'm going to copy them from here, and in here we need to have a curly braces because we are going to add multiple values inside it. So I'm going to write here set form. Okay, and now we are going to spread this form, and inside here we are going to set this user image to be e.target.files with 0 index. Okay, now let's add it in other inputs. So in here I just copy this from here, and inside this input I'm going to add an onChange function, add it here, and instead of this file I'm going to get value but for username. Okay, now let's copy this from here and add it inside this bio. This time it should be bio. Okay, now up here I'm going to define a new function. I'm gonna name this save form. Okay, so down here I'm going to write const save form, which is equal to this arrow function. And for now, let's just console log this form data here. I'm going to add this save form. So you can see we have a button here. So I'm going to add an onClick and add this function inside this onClick. Okay, now let's check it. So if I inspect the browser here, okay, now let's open this profile edit. Okay, now if I choose an image from here, which is this one, and for the username, let's say Amir12, and this is my bio. If I click this save, you can see I could successfully get our details from these inputs. Okay, so now I'm going to open this back. So at first we are going to print all the existing users data inside our database, like this username. We have this username, so when we open this model, we want this username to be printed in here. So I'm going to define a useEffect hook down here. So if there is data inside our database, okay, then we are going to display that. So I'm going to add a useEffect here, and okay, now inside the useEffect hook we need to set a condition based on this get user data. So I'm going to pass this to my edit component down here, which is this one. I'm going to pass it here, and now let's receive it inside here. So inside the useEffect hook, I'm going to say if there is get user data, then we are going to set this form to be this get user data. Okay, otherwise we want this form to be empty. Okay, and we want this happen when we have any changes inside this get user data. So now if I refresh the page in here, okay, now if I open this model, you can see we don't have that because I forget to add value inside inputs. So inside this input following this onChange, I'm going to have a value. The value is going to be form.username. Okay, and we are going to add this value inside here, and this time this should be bio. Okay, we don't need this value for our file input in here, which is this one. So now let's check it again. You can see our username is printed here. We don't have any bio, but we only have this username. So now let's push a new data to our database. So inside this function, we are going to do that. Okay, at first we need to set a condition. So if form with the value of username is equal to empty string, or form with the value of bio is equal to empty string, then we are going to return a toast notification dot error, and we are going to say all. Now I just simply return this. So you can see our bio input is empty. If I click this button, you can see here is our error message. Alright, now once the user filled the input, we are going to push the data to our database. So at first we are going to store our image. So I'm going to have this storage ref here, which is equal to ref. It is a function coming from Firebase storage. Okay, and it will take a few arguments. The first one is going to be storage, which is coming from Firebase file. If you remember here, inside this Firebase, we have defined the storage, which is coming from our get storage function. Okay, and following that, we need to define our image path. So our image path is going to be image, and the image name is going to be form.userimage.name. Okay, it's going to be our path, and this one is our image name. All right, now let's upload it. So we need to write here await, and this is asynchronous function. I just write here async. Now we need to write here upload byte, which is another function coming from Firebase. As you can see, Firebase storage. Okay, and it will take two arguments. The first one is our reference, which is storage reference here, and the second one is going to be our image data, and it's going to be form.userimage. Okay guys, using this two line of code, we could successfully add the image inside our database. Now we need to have a URL. So down here, I'm going to write image URL, which is equal to await get download URL. It's another function from Firebase storage, and just pass this storage ref. Okay, and that's it. We have uploaded our image. Now we need to store this image URL inside our database, inside this user database. Okay, so down here we are going to have a try and catch block, and again we need to have our doc ref in here. So I'm going to call this doc ref, which is equal to doc is a function coming from Firebase file store, and the first argument is going to be db users, and now we need to print our user ID here. So the collection of this database, which is this one. That is because we are going to upload this specific data that matches with this ID. Okay, so the user data is going to be get user data dot user ID. Okay, now we need to have another function that will help us update our data inside our database. So I'm going to write here await update doc. We need to write our doc reference as a first argument, and the second one is going to be an object. So inside this object, we are going to define all the data that we are going to update. So now, as you can see, we have bio, email, username, user image in here. So now I'm going to write all of them here. Okay, now we need to send our new data to this one. So our new data is going to be this form.bio. For the username, it's going to be form.username, and for this user image, we are going to print this image URL, and finally for this user ID, we are going to get this get user data dot user ID. Okay, and now let's send an error message. It's going to be toast dot error. Now we need to have a loading also. So up here, I'm going to define another user state hook, loading set loading, and it's going to be false by default. Okay, so I'm going to set it to be true after this form validation, and once the form is submitted, I want it to be false. Okay, and also we need to close the model. So this edit model should be closed here, false. And finally, we are going to send a success message here. I'm going to copy this from here and paste it here. This should be success, and the message is going to be profile has been updated. Okay, Alright guys, this is our function. Now let's check if we can update our profile or not. So I'm going to open this, add a new image here. I'm going to change this username and this is my bio here. Click this save. Okay, we have an error. Okay, since we are not allowed to make any post requests, so I'm going to check these rules in here. Okay, now we need to set these rules. For now, I'm going to write here allow read and write if true. Later on, we can adjust these rules. Don't worry. For now, let's add it. So if I refresh the page here, I'm going to open this model and this one. Okay, and let's add this username here. This is my bio. And if I click this save here, let's check inside this storage if we have this data. Okay. Alright, we didn't set up our storage, so let's get started with this storage. And done. Okay guys, this is my mistake. I forget to set up this storage. Alright, now our storage is ready. So if I click this button here, Firebase storage user does not have permission to access this image portfolio. This is because we haven't set up these rules here. Okay, and in here I should write it to be true. Okay, let's make it publish. And now if I click this button, you can see we could successfully upload. If I refresh the page here, you can see our username has been changed, and inside here also we have a bio here, but we don't have that image. Let's check it inside the storage here. As you can see, here is our image part, and inside here we have this portfolio image that I just added here. Okay, and I'm going to delete this one. I don't need. I'm going to check it from here and delete. Okay. Alright guys, we made a mistake on here. So we are not sending this image URL, which is this download URL link here. So in here we need to set a condition. So if we have selected any image, then we are going to send this image URL data to our database. Otherwise, we are going to send the data of form.userImage. Okay, so this form.userImage, if you remember here, we have set this form to the data exists inside our database. So now if I click this update here, and if I click this save, okay, now you can see here is our image. Alright, and if I open this edit profile, you can see we don't have that image inside this edit. Now let's add this image. So inside here, if you remember, we have this avatar. So again, we need to set another condition here. So if we have selected any image, we want to display that image. So in here, we are going to say if we have any data inside this form.userImage, we are going to display this form.userImage. Okay. Otherwise, we are going to display this profile.jpg. Now you can see we have this data here. Alright guys, we don't have this image also. So I'm going to open this profile, and now you can see we have an avatar here, which is this one. Again, we are going to set a condition here. So I'm going to say here if there is get user data dot user image, we are going to display that. Otherwise, display this profile.jpg. Okay, now you can see we have this image. Okay guys, I forget to add two things here. So the first one is this number. So when the user types something in this inputs, I want this number to be changed, and also this number. So now let's open this edit profile component again, and as you can see, if I scroll down, we have this 10 and this 50, which is not dynamically yet. So as you can see, this input is belong to the username. So in here I'm going to change this to be form.username.length. Okay, and also I'm going to copy this from here and add it here. Instead of this 42, I'm going to write this form.bio.length. Okay, now let's check it. As you can see, the length is 9 for now, but if I add more characters here, it will be incremented. Okay, and also in here it's working the same. Now for this button, when I click this cancel, I want this model to be closed. So as you can see, we have this cancel button down here. So I'm going to write an onClick function, and if you remember, we have a set edit model here. So I'm going to write here set edit model, and it's going to be equal to false. Okay, now if I click this button, you can see this component has been closed. Now let's push this code. So in here I'm going to state all changes, and I'm going to say profile is added, and just commit it. Okay, alright guys, we are done with this profile page. Now let's work on how we can share our post. As you can see, we have this link here. If I click, we will have this input and this text area, which is a text editor, so I can edit my text in here. And as you can see, here is a button, so we need to add this button inside our header. If I click this publish, a new model will be opened here. I can choose my image from here, let's say this one, and in here I can preview my title. So I forget to add this title. If I add and click this publish, you can see I can preview this title and the description here. So I can change them and add more text here, and in here I can add tags. Let's say tags. You can see this tags will be displayed here. So based on this tags, we are going to filter our data. And finally, we will have this publish button that will help us publish our post. Okay, now let's work on that. I'm going to open this home page, and from here you can see we have this route. I haven't made the route, so now let's make the route for this one. I'm going to open this app.js here. I'm going to close this one, and in here we need to define a new route. Path is going to be this right/right, and we need to have element component for this, and the component is going to be right. Now let's make this component. So inside this component and this home, we need to have a new folder called right. Now let's add the right component here. Okay, now let's import it. Okay, now if I click this link, as you can see, I am inside the right route. Alright, so now we will have an input and this text editor. So at first we need to install a new library which is called React-query. So in here just look for React-query, and as you can see it has this npm. Just click it here and this page will be open. Okay, as you can see we have this dependency. I'm going to copy this from here, and I'm going to open the terminal, new terminal, and just paste it here. Okay, Now let's see how we can implement it. As you can see, we need to have this CSS also. I'm going to copy this CSS CDN link and I need to add it inside this main.jsx, but this theme is not going to be Snow, it should be Babel. Okay, now let's open up this right here. Okay, as you can see, our library has been installed. Now you can use it. So I'm going to change this div to be section, and this section will have a class name. So width should be 90% for small devices. For empty devices above, width should be 80%. For large devices above, width should be 60%. MX Auto. And finally, we need to add padding Y to be 3 rem. Now inside here, we need to have an input with type text. Placeholder should be title. And also we need to have a class name for text. And the class name is going to be text for Excel. Outline should be none. And width is going to be full. And now let's check it. You can see here is our input. Following that, we need to have our text editor. So in here I'm going to import this React-query. Let's open up this library again. As you can see, we can import it from here. I'm going to copy this and add it here. Again, the theme should be Babel. And also we need to get it from here. Okay, we don't have this unchanged and value. Now let's get them. So I'm going to copy this from here. As you can see, here is our text editor, but we need to have a placeholder like this one. So to define a placeholder, we just write placeholder inside it. As you can see, here is our placeholder. Alright, and I'm going to change this to be description. So this should be description and this one set description. Now as you can see, our inputs are ready. But for this text editor, as you can see, our text is very small. Now let's add a class name for this one. I'm going to add a class name, and we need to have a class which is called write. I'm going to add it inside the global CSS, and margin Y is going to be 5. Now let's add this write class name here. So I'm going to open this index.css, and now we need to target this write class in here. So to target our text editor, we need to write ql-editor. This should be ql. Alright, inside here we just change the font size to be 1.2 rem. Now we need to write this important keyword here to override the text editor styling. And also we need to have a padding of 0. Again, it should be important. Okay, now let's check it. As you can see, our font size is much more bigger now. So if I navigate to the original website, as you can see, we have this button. So this button should be inside our header. Now let's implement it. So I'm going to open header from here, and it should be home header. Now inside here, when the user navigates to this route, I want to display this publish button. Otherwise, I want to display this write button. So at first, we need to get our route here. Okay, so in here, I'm going to import this path name from use location, which is a hook coming from React Router DOM. Now, if you console like this path name, let's check it in the browser here. As you can see, here is our path, which is this one. Okay, so based on this path, we are going to display our button. So I'm going to delete this console log, And if I scroll down, as you can see, we have a link in here. So I'm going to copy this from here, and instead I'm going to set a condition. So if path is equal to this /right, then I want to display a button here with the text of publish. Otherwise, I want to display this link. It should be path name, not path. Okay, now you can see we have this publish button here because we have this route. But if I navigate to other routes, you can see we have this right button here. If I navigate to this right path, it will be this publish button. Now let's style this button here. Okay, so I'm going to give it a class name. So the class name is going to be btn coming from index.css, but we need to have a background color of green and 700, and also we need to have a padding y of 1. Okay, now you can see here is our button, and we need to give it a text color of white, and also we are going to give it rounded of full. Okay, it's gonna be full. Alright, you can see here is our button. Now when I click this button, as you can see, it will open a new model. Now let's make this model. So down here, I'm going to open my right component again. So down this text editor, I'm going to have another div, and inside here we need to have a new component called preview. Now let's make this component. So I'm going to add this component inside this right folder. Okay, and let's import it here. Okay, you can see here is our preview component. Now let's style it. So I'm going to open this here, and I'm going to change this to be section with the class name of absolute, and inset should be 0. Background color is going to be white, and z index is 30. Okay, now you can see here is our preview model here. So inside this section, I'm going to have a div. As you can see, we have this button here again. So inside here, I'm going to have a span tag. Now let's add our icon here. Okay, you can see here is our icon. I'm going to give a class name to this icon. So position should be absolute. Right is going to be 1 rem. For empty devices above, right should be 5 rem for bigger devices. And also top is going to be 3 rem, and text is going to be 2 XL. And finally, cursor should be pointer. Okay, as you can see, here is our icon, and this div also have a class name of size, our left and right padding, and margin y should be 2 rem. Alright, so now inside here down this icon, I'm going to have another div, and this div will preview the text. Okay, for this div, I'm going to have a class name of margin top 8 rem, flex column. For empty devices above, it should be flex row, and gap should be 10. So this is our separator. We separate our left and right divs. So inside here, we are going to have 2 more divs. So the first one will have a class name of flex1, and the second one is also class name of flex1. Okay, so if I add this left and right here, and also we need to add this dash, I forget to add here. Now let's check. As you can see, this is our left div and this is our right div. Okay, now let's add the details of the left div. Now let's check what we have inside it. So as you can see, we have this text here. I'm going to copy this, and inside here I'm going to have a heading tree and add this text here. Okay, and Now for this box we need to have another div, and it will take a class name of width full, height should be 200 pixel, and object should be cover, okay, and also bg gray and 100, margin y should be 3, and it should be gray, okay, and place item center, okay. Following this we are going to have cursor pointer, and bg should be cover, bg no repeat, okay. There should be cursor pointer. Alright, okay, this div is for selecting our image, and also we need to have this text inside it. So inside this div I'm going to have a text, so the text is going to be at image, okay. Now you can see this text is inside our box. To bring that text in the middle of the box, I have added this grid and place item center, okay. So now following that we need to have an input for our file, so the type is going to be file, and this should be hidden. Now using this box we should be able to open this, so I'm going to write here image ref is equal to use ref, and it's going to be null by default. Okay, let's make it capitalized, and I'm going to pass it to this input here, which is this one, and it should be ref, which is equal to this image ref, okay. So now I'm going to have a handle click here, and I should write image ref dot current dot click, okay. Now let's add an on click to this box. I'm going to have an on click function here, and just add this function, okay. So now if I click this box, as you can see I'm able to open this file, okay. So now when I pick an image, it should be printed here. For that cause I'm going to have a use state hook here, and I'm going to call this image URL. Set image URL should be equal to use state hook, and it's going to be empty string by default. Now we need to have an onChange function here. We're going to get this event, and let's set image URL. We need to create a URL object here, so URL dot create object URL, and we are going to create it using e dot target dot files with index 0, okay. Now inside this box I'm going to have a style, so background image should be this URL. So I'm going to add URL, and inside this parentheses I'm going to get this image dynamically, so the image URL is going to be this image URL, okay. I'm going to add it here. So now if I select an image here, let's say this one, you can see we have this image, but still we can see this text. Now let's hide it. So in here I'm going to set a condition. If we don't have this image URL, then we are going to display this text, okay. Now we don't have any image URL link inside this use state hook. We have this text, so if I select an image from here, now you can see we don't have that text anymore. Alright, now let's add this input and this text editor. So I'm going to open this right from here, and I just simply copy them from here and add it there, okay. So following this input I'm going to add them, okay. Now let's import this React coil, and for now let's comment them here. Okay, we have them here, but we need to change their font sizes. Okay, so for this input I just get rid of this text size, and following that we need to have a border bottom, and border color should be gray and 300, and also we need to have padding y of 2. Okay, now it's looking good. So for this text editor I'm going to get rid of this right class, and we need to have a border for this one also. Okay, now you can see our text editor and this title is ready. Alright, as you can see, we have much more padding for this text editor. So instead of this margin y, we need to have a padding y of 3. Okay, now you can see we have a good text editor padding here. Alright, now you can see we have this text. I'm going to copy this text from here, and down this text editor we need to have a paragraph and add it here. So I'm going to have a class name for this, and text color should be gray and 500. We need to have parent tab of 4, and text size is going to be small. So this node should be bold. I'm going to add it inside this span tag, and we need to have a class name of font bold. Okay, now you can see here is our text. Alright, our left side is completed. Now let's implement the right side. As you can see, we have this add tag in here and also this text. Now let's add them. So I'm going to copy this text from here, and inside this div I'm going to have another heading tree and add this text, and this time the text size should be 2XL. And we need to have some more class names here. It should be flex column, gap is going to be 4, margin bottom 5, and for empty devices above, margin bottom should be 0. Okay, I think we should have this gap between left and right. Now let's check what's the matter. So up here I have added a flex box, and I forget to add this dash here. Okay, now you can see we have this gap. Alright, let's copy this text from here, and down this heading tree I'm going to add a paragraph and just add this text here. Okay, and actually as you can see this name is bold, so we need to add it inside a separate tag. So I'm going to copy this name from here and add a span tag here. Okay, and this span tag will have a class name of font bold, and it should be capitalized. Alright, now you can see here is my name. Now let's implement this add tag. Okay guys, now to implement this we are going to add a new library. Just open this React tags input, and you can see we have this command. Just copy this from here and open the terminal here and just install it here. Okay, now if I scroll down, as you can see we need to have the CSS link. So again I'm going to add it inside this index.js, similar to this one. Okay, so I'm going to close this. So I'm going to copy this from here and open this preview. Down this paragraph I'm going to paste it. Now let's import it. Okay, again I'm going to delete this value and unchange. We need to have a user hook for this input, so I'm going to call this tags and set tags, which is equal to use state, and it's going to be empty array by default. Okay, now let's pass them. So for the value it's going to be tags, and for the unchange it's going to be the set tags. As you can see, now we have this input here. Okay, following that we need to have this button. Now let's add the button. So I'm going to have a button here, and the text is going to be publish now, and we are going to have a class name here. It's going to be btn again, and we need to have a background color of green and 800, and also width should be fit. We need to change the text color also, so text is going to be white. Now let's check it. You can see here is our button. I'm going to add border radius, so rounded is going to be full. Okay guys, now let's close this model. So in here, if you remember, we have this icon, which is this one, but we are going to close this inside this right component. Okay, so to close this div, we need to have another user state hook. So when I click this button, it should be opened, but you can see both publish button and this right component are not at the same level, so we can pass the user state hook using props. For that cause, we are going to use this context API, so we can have access to that user state hook in all components. And up here, I'm going to have a new user state hook, and I'm going to call it publish and set publish, which is equal to the user state hook, and it's gonna be false by default. I'm going to pass it to this value here, so we can have access this in any component that we need. Okay, so inside this right component, I'm going to import it, which is coming from our context API, and I don't need this one. Also in here, we need to define a class name, and we are going to have some dynamic value here. So if we have published true, then it should be visible with the opacity of 100. Okay, otherwise it should be invisible with the opacity of 0. Okay, let's have our transition all, and duration should be this 200. Okay, now you can see our model is closed. Now let's open it using this button. So I'm going to open this home header again. So in here, I'm going to import this set publish function, and using this publish button, I'm going to have an on click and just set this publish to be true. Okay, now if I click this publish button here, you can see I'm able to open this model. Now let's close this. So I'm going to open this preview, and we are going to import it here also, or I just get it here, set publish, and just pass it to this preview component. Okay, so in here, I'm going to get it, and I'm going to add an on-click function here and set it to be false. Now if I click this icon, you can see it will be disappeared. Okay, so now if I write some text in here, we need to get this inputs value. We want those text to be printed here. So first of all, now let's get your values here. So I'm going to open this right component, and up here, as you can see, we have this description. I have already taken your values here, and we need to have a user state hook for our title, set title, and it's going to be equal to user state hook and empty string. Okay, we are going to have a value for this. It's gonna be title, and on-chain function, let's get this event set title should be e.target.value. Okay, so I'm going to pass this description and this title. So in here, I'm going to paste them. Alright, now let's receive them inside this preview component. Okay, as you can see, we have this input and this React.query text editor. So we need to have another user state hook for this text editor. So up here, I'm going to write disk and set disk is going to be user state hook and empty string by default. Now let's pass them here. So I'm going to uncomment it. Instead of the description, we are going to write disk and set disk. Okay, now we need to have another user state hook for our image and also this title input. So in here, I'm going to have another user state hook and I'm going to call it preview and set preview. It's going to be equal to user state hook, and this time we are going to store them inside an object. So the first one is title, it's empty string, and the second one is going to be photo. It's going to be empty string also. Now let's get this photo details. Again, I'm going to add this curly braces here. Okay, so we are going to set preview in here and spread this preview, and we need to change this photo data. It's going to be e.target.files with index 0. Okay, and for this input we are going to have a value preview.title, and we need to have an onChange function here. We are going to spread this preview and change the title value to be e.target.value. Alright, now we could successfully get their values, but when I type something here and click this button, we should get these values here. So to do that, we are going to have a use effect hook up here, and here I'm going to have a use effect hook. Okay, and this empty dependency, and here we need to check if we have title and description, the value that we received from our write component. So if they have some value, and this should be OR, then we are going to set the preview to be this spread and preview. So we are going to set the value of title to be this title. Okay, and also set disk to be description, and otherwise we want them to be empty. So I just copy them from here. This one should be empty string, and this also should be empty string. Okay, and based on title and description changes, we want this value to be updated. Now let's type some text here inside this title and this text editor. Okay, now if I click this publish, you can see we could successfully get these values in here. Alright, we have this data. Now let's implement how we can publish a post. So down here we need to have another function. I'm gonna call this handle submit. Inside here we are going to have a try and catch block. Okay, now in here at first we need to validate our input. So I'm going to check if our preview.title, the title is equal to empty string, or our description is equal to empty string. Then we are going to return a toast notification here, and it's going to be all, and we are going to simply return this. Okay, and for this error message here, I'm going to have another error message toast notification, and it should be error.message. Okay, now let's add this handle submit to this button down here. Okay, now let's check it. As you can see, we have these values, so I'm gonna get rid of them here, and if I click this button, you can see all fields are required, and we can set a condition for this tags also. So in here I can say if this tags.length is equal to 0, then we are going to set this error message. Okay, and also for this title we want the user to type at least 15 characters. So in here I'm going to say if preview.title.length is smaller than 15, then we are going to return another error message This time it should be. So now our letters are less than 15. If I click this publish now, okay, we need to have some tags here. New post, let's say. If I click this button, you can see title must be at least 15 letters. Okay, so our input validation is ready. Now let's implement our logic to post a new post here. So at first we need to have our collection. So I'm gonna name this collections, and we are going to import collection function again here from Firebase file store. We are going to get the DB. Okay, and following that we need to define our collection name. In this case I'm going to name this post. Okay, now similar to the profile page, we need to upload the image. So I don't want to waste time. I'm going to open that component again inside this profile, edit profile. If you remember, in here we have uploaded our image, so this one. So I'm going to copy them from here and just paste it here. Now we need to import this ref. Of course, this function should be asynchronous function, and also we need to have this storage from Firebase file. Okay, and the name should be preview.photo.name. okay, which is this one, and also our image data is going to be this preview.photo. okay, and finally we are going to get this download URL, and that's it. Okay, so now we need to have another function coming from Firebase, and it's called add doc. So this function will help us add a new collection inside Firebase. It will take our collections, okay, which is this one, and following that we are going to have an object, and inside this object we need to write all the data that we want to push to the database. So the first one is going to be user ID, should be user ID, and user ID should be current user.uid. Now let's get this current user. So in here I'm going to say current user is coming from block. Okay, now we need to import it manually. Following this user ID, we are going to have our title data. It's going to coming from preview.title. We are going to get our description tags. For the post image, it should be this image URL, and we need to have a date for when our post is created. So in here I'm going to say created at date.now. okay, and also we need to have another variable to count our page views. So I'm going to name this page views, and by default it's going to be 0. So these are all the data that we are going to send to our database. So once the data has been uploaded, we are going to send a success message. So it's going to be toast.success, and post has been added. Okay, and we need to bring these inputs back to empty. So in here I'm going to say set preview, title should be empty string, and also this photo should be empty string. Okay, I'm going to add this text here. So when I click this publish, I want to be redirected to the home page. So for that I'm going to import another hook from React Router DOM, and it is navigate. The hook is called use navigate. Okay, now let's add it down here. So down here we are going to have this function, and we want to be redirected to the home page, and also we want to close this model. So we are going to set the publish to be false. Finally, when we click this button, we are going to have a loading because of this asynchronous behavior of this function. It will wait for a while. So I'm going to have a loading use state hook here, loading set loading. It's going to be equal to use state and it will be false by default. So I'm going to copy this loading here. So when our function start posting our data, this should be true. Okay, and finally we need to have this finally here. Okay, we are going to set the loading to be false. So if we face any error or if we could successfully edit our post, then our loading will be set it to false. So I'm going to add this loading in here. Instead of this text, we are going to have a condition. If we have loading, we are going to say submitting. Otherwise, we are going to add this publish now text. Okay guys, this is our function. Now let's check it. So in here, I'm going to choose an image and let's say first post here, and also let's say test description. I'm going to add some tags here, tags, and it should be book, let's say. As you can see, if I open this Firebase here, we don't have that post collection, so our collection will be down this user. If I click this publish now, okay, DB is not defined and also this title. So let's import our DB here, and also I forget to import this function. Okay, and this get download URL also. Okay, now we are ready. So instead of this text, at least we should have 15 characters. So I'm going to say this is my first post in this app or application to make it much more longer, and I want to be test disk here. Okay, let's make it bold. And if I click this publish now, you can see we have this submitting loading. We need to wait for a while, and finally post has been added. So if I open this Firebase and refresh the page here, you can see we are going to have another collection which is called post. We have all the data. So this is our created date, description, page views, image, and you can see our title. So everything is here. Now let's push this code to our GitHub. So in here I'm going to state all changes, and I'm going to write here that adding post is implemented. So I'm going to commit this here. Okay guys, now let's work on this home page. So if I close this here, and as you can see, we are going to have two sites in here also. One is for our users who to follow, and one is for our post. So I'm going to close all components here. Okay, and inside this component, home and this home component, we are going to add those all components here. Okay, so I'm going to change this to be section. Again, we are going to have a class name for this. So we are going to add this size, flex, gap should be 5 frame, and this should be relative. Okay, now inside here we need to have two divs for left and right side. So inside this section I'm going to add two divs. So the first one will get a class name of flex2. It means it will take 2 times bigger space. Padding wise should be 10, and margin bottom is going to be 4 rem. Now inside here I'm going to import our post components. Okay, now let's import this. You can see here are our posts, and in the right side we are going to have another component, and it's called follow. So at first, before that, we are going to have a heading tree like this one, and it should be this who to follow. I'm going to add it here. So this div will have a class name of heading. So in mobile version it should be heading, but for MD devices above it should be inline block. Okay, and also we need to have a little width for this. So in MD devices above, width should be 21 rem, and padding, and we need to have a border of left, and border color should be gray and 300. Okay, now let's make this follow component. Okay, so inside this home folder we are going to have another folder called users to follow, and I'm going to add the follow component here. Okay, now let's import it here. Alright, as you can see we have this components here. Okay guys, now let's fetch this post data. So inside this context API, as you can see we have fetched our users. So our logic for fetching our post data is similar to this one. So instead of doing the duplicate logic, I prefer to implement this fetch data using a custom hook. So in here, inside this component, I'm going to have a new folder called hook. Okay, and I'm going to say here use fetch.jsx. I'm going to generate this React functional component here. Okay, now in here we need to receive our props. It should be collection name. So the only thing which is different between this logic is this collection name, because in post it should be post collection name. So I just copy this use effect from here and add it here. Okay, let's import it here and import this query. We need to import this collection and also the onSnapshot function, and as you can see we have a useState hook. So I'm going to call this data and set data, which is equal to useState, and it's going to be empty string by default. Now let's change this to be the set data, and also we need to have a loading useState hook. So I'm going to call it loading. Okay, and it's going to be equal to useState hook and should be true by default. Now let's change this, and finally down here we are going to just return this data and this loading. Okay, now we need to change this collection name with our collection name props here. We need to import this DB also, and I think that's it. Okay, so now we can get this data and this loading from this use fetch hook. So now let's open this post component here, and let's just delete them here, and instead we are going to have a section and it should be post. Okay, so in here I'm going to get the data and loading from use fetch component. Okay, so if I console log this data here, and of course we need to pass our collection name, it should be post. Okay, so if I inspect the browser here, as you can see we have this post. So currently we have only one post in here. So if you wanna do the same for this user data, go ahead and do that. Just delete it from here, and instead of getting from this context API, you can get it from the hook. So I don't want to waste time. I just wanted to show you how you can get this data using custom hook. Okay, as you can see, at first we need to have this cart, and when I click this, it will open my post details in here. Okay, so now let's style it. So for this section we are going to have a class name flex column, and gap should be 2.5 frame. Okay, and inside here we are going to map through this data, but before that we are going to check if there is loading. We are going to print this loading component. Okay, and otherwise we are going to map through this data. So we are going to get each and every post here along with the index, and we need to print another component post card in here. Okay, let's import this loading, and let's make this post card. Inside this post folder we are going to have this component. Okay, and let's import it here. Now we need to pass this post, which is equal to post, and key is going to be equal to this index. Okay, and this should be map here. Now you can see we have only one post, so let's jump to this post card and receive this post here. At first we need to destructure all the items inside this post. So we are going to get in the title from here. ID should be post ID and user ID. Okay, now let's change this to be section. We are going to have a class name for this, flex should be column. For small devices above, flex should be row, gap 4, and it should be cursor pointer. Okay, now as you can see in here we also have two sides. So our image is in the right side and our text is in the left side. So for that cause we have added this flex box. So now let's add this div for our text. It will have a class name of flex 2.5. So it will take this much space. Okay, now inside here we need to have a paragraph with the class name of padding bottom 2. Font should be semi-bold and it should be capitalized. Okay, and let's copy this username for now. Okay, this username should be dynamically. So based on this user ID we are going to find our user data. So again I'm going to have data and loading from our useFetch hook, and this time our collection name should be users. So let's get user data here. If we have data, then we are going to find this specific data. So data dot find, we are going to get each and every user. So user dot id is equal to this user id. Okay, now instead of this text I'm going to get it dynamically. So get user data dot username. As you can see, here is our name. Okay, now following that we need to print our title. So in here we need to have a heading 2 with the class name of TextXL. Font should be bold, line clamp should be 2, and leading is going to be 6. We need to set it to be capitalized, and let's just print our title here. Okay, here is our title. Now let's print our description here. So down here we need to have a self-closing div. Okay, and it has a class name of padding y1. Text should be gray and 500. Line clamp is going to be 2, and leading is 5. Okay, as you can see, our text editor will generate this type of text along with the HTML elements. So to get rid of these HTML elements, we are going to have another property inside our div. It's called dangerously set inner HTML. We need to have double curly braces and just write underscore HTML and just set it to our desk. Okay, now you can see here is our description. Now we need to calculate the time of the post reading, and also we need to write our date here. So at first we need to install another library. So npm install moment, it will help us format our date. Okay, and also for this reading time, we need to have another function inside our helper function. So I'm going to open that helper function again. We need to export a new function. I'm going to call that read time. It will receive our description here. Okay, now inside here at first we need to have the average reading time that a person read words, and it is 225 words. So every person on average will read about 225 words in a minute. So down here at first we need to generate a new div. So I'm gonna call this div. It should be document.createElement, and we are going to generate this div here. So now we are going to assign this div.innerHTML to be equal to this underscore HTML. Now down here we are going to say context content, which is equal to this div.textContent or div.innerHTML. Okay, so we just get whatever text we have inside our div. Okay, and now it's time to calculate the reading time. So in here I'm going to say words text content.trim. It's a JavaScript function, and now we need to split that, and this is just regex. I get it from Google. Don't worry if you don't understand it. We are going to just return math.cell, and inside here we are going to say words.length reading time. Okay, and this is how you can calculate our reading time. Now let's import this function inside our postcard. You can see our library has been installed. We need to display this image. So down this div we are going to have another div. Okay, I'm going to add this div, and this time it will take only 1 times bigger space. So inside here we are going to have an image tag. The image URL is going to be this post image. Okay, and let's add this alt here, post image. Okay, here is our image, and I can add a class name here. Width should be 53 rem. Okay, I think we made a mistake, so I need to wrap this div with another div, and I'm going to copy this class name from here and add it to this div here, and I need to change this to be fragment. Okay, so outside of this div I'm going to have another div with the class name of flex. Items should be center, justify between, width should be full. For empty devices above, width should be 70%. Margin top is going to be 2 rem, and for empty devices above, margin top should be 0. Okay, now inside here we need to have a paragraph with the class name of text extra small. Text should be gray and 600. So inside this paragraph, we are going to print our reading time. So if you remember, we had a function called reading time, which is read time here. Okay, and inside this function, we need to send our description, and it should be this HTML and disk. Okay, and following that, we need to have a text minimum read, and following that, we need to add our date. So we need to import moment library here and add our created date.format. Okay, and we need to format it based on this month and day. Okay, let's delete it here, and as you can see, here is our reading time and here is our date of publishing this post. Okay, and finally, as you can see, we have this button here. So this button will help us save the post. So we are going to add this button in a separate component. So down this paragraph, we are going to have another div with the class name of flex, item center, and gap is going to be 3. So inside here, I'm going to have a component called saved post. Let's make this component. So inside this post, I'm going to have another folder called actions. Let's add this saved post component here, and I can just import it here. Okay, and we need to pass our post here. So post should be equal to post. Alright, now let's receive it here. Okay, now let's implement our saved post. So I'm going to change this div to be a fragment. Okay, and inside here, we need to have a button. This button will have a class name of hover, and opacity should be 60. Okay, and the value is going to be this icon. I'm going to import it from React icon here. Okay, as you can see, here is our icon, and I can give a class name for this also. You can say text to Excel. Okay, and you need to say pointer events should be none. Okay, here is our button. Okay guys, we have completed our push cart here. So I'm going to push this. Push cart is added, and I'm going to state all the changes here and just commit it to the GitHub. Okay guys, we are done with this post cart. Now let's see how we can save a single post. So inside this save post component, at first I need to have a useState hook. I'm going to call this isSaved and set isSaved, which is equal to useState hook, and it's going to be false by default. Okay, so using this useState hook, when I click this button and when the post is saved, I want to change this color to be yellow. So in here, I'm going to change this double quote to be temporary string, and down here I'm going to set a condition. If it's saved, I want to change the text to be yellow and 600. Otherwise, I want this to be this empty string. Okay, now let's make a function here. I'm gonna call this handle save. It should be asynchronous function. Okay, and just pass this function here, on click and handle save. Now to save our post, we need to have sub collections. So sub collection for this post inside here. At first we need to get our current user. So we need to check if the user is authenticated or not. We are going to get this current user, and it's coming from our context API. Okay, this should be current user. Now let's import it manually. Okay, now inside this function we need to have a try and catch block. Now we need to set a condition if the user is authenticated or if we have this current user. Then we are going to first make our reference for our database. I'm gonna call this ref, which is equal to this doc function coming from Firebase. At first we need to get our DB and our collections name, which is called users, and following that we need to add our current user ID. So this will help us target the specific collection. Let's say we want to target this specific user, so we should have this user ID when we want to add sub collections inside the specific user data. And following that we need to add our sub collection name here, so I'm going to call this post, and again this should have another ID, and this time I want to print this post.id to this sub collection. Okay, it should be post ID. Alright, this is our reference. Down here we need to check if the data of this saved post exists inside our database. We are going to delete that using this delete doc function, which is coming from Firebase file store, and we are going to just send this save ref here. Okay, and we need to send a toast notification also dot success, and we are going to say post has been unsaved. But otherwise we are going to add this. So in here I'm going to say await set doc, and we are going to add this save reference here, and following that we are going to add our data that should be saved. So inside this object we are going to print all the post data here. Okay, now let's send this toast notification again, and this should be saved. Alright, as you can see we don't have any error. If I click this button, you can see post has been saved. So the color is not changed because we haven't implemented the visited hook. Don't worry about that. Now let's check our sub collection. As you can see we have a new sub collection inside the specific user which is currently logged in, which is this one. Okay, and we could get this post data inside our sub collection. Now let's implement this yellow color when the post is saved. Alright, at first we need to get our sub collections data, so we are going to make a new custom hook. So inside this component I'm going to open this hook, and this time it should be used single page. Okay, .jsx. I'm going to generate this React functional component, and if I open the use page here, I'm going to copy everything from here and just paste it here. Okay, let's import this useState hook and this useEffect hook. We are going to get this query function, this collection, and this DB. Okay, and also I can change this to be get single data. Alright, inside the save post I'm going to get this data loading from this use single page hook, and we need to send multiple props in here. So now we are going to make sub collections inside our users collection. As you can see our sub collection exists inside our users. Okay, so for that cause we are going to target our users collections here, and to get a specific collection we are going to write here current user dot uid. We need to move it up this hook, and following that we need to write our sub collection name, and it was save post, which is this one. Okay, and make it save post. So now let's receive this props. So in here inside this hook, at first we need to have our collection name. Okay, and following that we had this ID. I'm going to call this ID and the sub collection name, sub collection. Okay, so let's print it here, ID and sub collection. Okay, if I refresh the page here, let's see what is the error. Okay, on a snapshot is not imported. So inside this single hook, I'm going to import this on a snapshot, and now you can see we don't have any error. So if I console log this data here, console log data, now you can see our user will have this single save post. Okay, so now what we need to do, we need to define a use effect hook here, use effect. So inside this use effect, we are going to find if our user have saved this post or not. So I'm going to say here set is saved, and we are going to find our specific data here. So I'm going to say if we have data, then I'm going to say data.find. We're going to get each and every item here, and item.id is equal to this post.id. This should be item. Okay, and we are going to send some dependencies, data, and also this post.id. Now let's check it. As you can see, because I have already saved this post, this color has been changed. If I click it back, you can see the color will be changed again and the post has been unsaved. Okay, you can toggle between save and unsave post in here. Okay, now let's display this inside our profile. As you can see, we have this list here. So I'm going to open this component. Inside this profile component, I'm going to open this profile component activities and profile list. Okay, again we are going to get that hook here, so I just copy them from here and add it here. Let's import this hook, and also we need to have this current user because we need the ID here. Let's import this block. Okay, and I forget to add some dependencies here, so this should be DB, and we need to add our ID here. Okay guys, we have this data. Now as you can see, if I open this profile which is not belong to the user, which is currently logged in, if I click this list, as you can see, this saved post of this user is private, so other users cannot see that. Okay, but if I open my own list, as you can see, I'm able to see all my saved posts. Okay, so in here we need to set a condition. So I'm going to pass this get user data to this component down here, to this saved component. Okay, and we need to receive it here. So now we need to check whether the user which is logged in is matching with this post id.user id or not. So inside this div, I'm going to set a condition. So I'm going to say if this current user dot uid is equal to this get user data dot user id, then I want to display post here. Let's say post. Otherwise, I want to display a component called private less. Okay, now let's make this component down here. Now let's check it. As you can see, it is displaying the post because this user ID and this current user UID are matching. Okay, and instead of this post, I'm going to return a parenthesis, and inside here we are going to have a div. Let's close this div here. Okay, now our div will have a class name of flex column. Gap is going to be theorem, and finally we need to have margin bottom of theorem. So inside here we are going to display our post. So at first we need to check whether our data exists inside this array or not. If data.length is equal to 0, then I want to display a message inside this paragraph saying that get user data.username has no saved post. Okay, so as you can see in here, because we have this one saved post, if I unsave it here and try to open this profile again, you can see it's saying that this user or Amir Khan has no saved post. Okay, let's style this paragraph. I'm going to give it a class name. Text color should be gray and 500. And also I'm going to give a different style to this username. So let me copy this and store it inside this span tag. And I'm gonna give it a class name of capitalized, and margin right should be 1. Okay, now you can see here is our message, and let's save this post here. Okay, and if I open this profile again, you can see this time there is no message displayed because we have post. So beside this condition, we are going to map through our data here. So at first we need to check if we have a loading. We want to display this loading component. Okay, otherwise we just map through this data. Let's add this question mark here, and we are going to get each and every post and the index, and we just return our post card here. If you remember, we had a component which is post card. Okay, we just simply pass this post to this component, and also we need to have a key. The key should be equal to index. Okay, now let's check it. As you can see, we have this saved post. So if I refresh the page here and open this list, you can see we have this post. So if I unsave it, you can see this post will be deleted from here. Now let's implement that private list like this one. So if you remember, we had this component. So down here we need to receive our username. So I'm going to get this username from our component, and it should be get user data dot username. Okay, so now in here, instead of this heading 1, we need to have a div. Okay, and this div will have a class name of flex column. Justify should be center, and also item center. Gap should be theorem, and text also should be center. So we are going to bring everything in the middle like this one. So in here, at first we need to have a paragraph. So inside this span tag, we are going to add our username. So username, you can write here save post or private. Okay, and this span tag will have a class name. and just make it capitalized. Okay, you cannot see this here because we don't have any other user, but it will look like this. Or you can just say here, if it's not equal, then we wanna display this. Okay, now you can see. Alright, you can see here is our private list. So since our capitalize is not working, this should be capitalized. Alright, now our text is here. And also let's have this locker. So down here we need to have a span tag with the class name of text turn and also text color should be gray and 500. Now let's add this icon here. So this icon is coming from React icons. So let's import it here. Okay, this should be lock and this one lock. Okay, now you can see here is our lock. Okay, and this should be text. Now you can see here is our lock. Alright, we are done with the save post. Now let's display our post card also in this tab. I'm going to open this profile home here and let's get rid of this one. And inside this component we are going to print all the posts which is belong to our user. So now we are going to get our get user data here because we need to check the ID, and here we need to fetch our post data again. So I'm going to write here data and loading, which is equal to use fetch, and we are going to just send our post collection here. Okay, so now we need to filter our post here. I'm going to say count user post, which is equal to this data dot filter. We are going to get each and every post, and we just say post dot user ID is equal to this get user data dot user ID. Okay, now if I add a heading one here and say post, and if I console log this user post here, now let's check it. Okay, since we have an error here, let's find out what is the error. Okay, data.filter is not a function. You can set a condition here first. So if we have data, we wanna filter this data. Now if I refresh the page here, as you can see, here is our filtered data. Alright, now instead of this heading one, we are going to have a div. This div will have a class name of flex column. Gap should be 5 and margin bottom is going to be 4 rem. Now inside here we are going to map through this data, but at first we need to check whether the user has post or not. So in here I'm going to say if this user post dot length is equal to 0, then we just simply return a message here inside this paragraph, and we are going to say this get user data dot username has no post. Okay, again this should be a different style. I'm going to write here span and add this username inside it, and this should be capitalized. Okay, and also we are going to say text gray and 500. Now because user has some post, it's not displaying here. So after this one we need to check whether we have a loading or not. So if we have loading here, then we want to display this loading component. Otherwise, we need to map through this user post. So user post.map, and we are going to get each and every post and index. Again, we need to just return this post card. Okay, and let's send this post here. Should be equal to post, and key is equal to index. Okay, now you can see this user has only one post. Okay, I should change this. I'm gonna open this profile, and this should be equal. Okay, currently the user has no saved post, and if he click this button, you can see the user has a new saved post. Okay, now let's add another post here. Let's say post number 2 is just added. You can see here is a long story of this platform, and you can add your own text here. So I'm going to make it a link. Let's add this Firebase link here. Okay, this is a link. So if I click this publish, and I'm gonna add a new image here. Let's add book here, reading, and you can add some other text. Let's say post. If I click this publish now, submitting, and you can see here we have our post. And I forget to add something else here. As you can see, when the post is belong to the user will get this button also, that he can delete or edit his story. Now let's add that button. So I'm going to open this postcard here. Now in here we need to get our current user also. So I'm going to say here current user, and it's coming from our context API. Okay, and by the way, I haven't used this loading. You can simply use it here if we have a loading. I wanna display the loading component here. So now down here we need to set a condition to check whether this post is belong to the user which is currently logged in or not. So if current user dot uid is equal to this user id, then we are going to return a new component called actions. Okay, and we just pass our post to it. Now let's make this actions component. Inside this actions, we need to have actions component. Okay, now let's import it. So I'm going to import it from here. As you can see, we have these actions. So I don't need this component. Let me close them all. So this div will have a class name of relative, because we are going to have a model here. Okay, so let's add our button that will open our model here. So this should be button, and the text is going to be this icon. Okay, and this icon is coming from React icon. Alright, now you can see here is our icon. Okay, now let's style this icon. I'm going to give it a class name, and text should be to Excel. Now you can see here is our button, which is similar to this one. Alright, and I don't know why it has more padding from this image. Now let's figure it out. So I'm going to open this post component here. Okay, to avoid this problem, I just change this fragment to be section. Okay, and if I refresh the page, you can see we don't have much spaces between this icon and this image. Okay, now let's keep up inside this action. So we need to have a reusable component for this drop down, which is this one. Okay, so now let's add this drop down. I'm going to add this component inside this utils. Okay, drop down .js, and for now let's just print the children here. Okay, and this should be children. Alright, now inside here we need to have two buttons. Again, these buttons will be reusable buttons, and we need to have an onClick function which is empty string for now, and also a title for this button, and the title is going to be either story, and the second one is going to be delete story. Okay, so in here I'm going to say const button, which is equal to this arrow function, and we are going to get click and this title here. Okay, now let's return, and inside here we are going to have a button. The text should be title. Okay, now let's check it, but before that we need to import this drop down here. Okay, now you can see here are our buttons. We need to have a class name, but we need to define some dynamic class names here. Padding 2. For hover effect, we need to give a background color of gray and 100, and also we need to give another hover effect of text and black with the opacity of 80, width should be full, and text size is going to be small, and text is going to be left. Also in the second line we need to set a condition. So as you can see in here, the color of this delete is red and this one is this gray color. So for that we need to set a condition. So I'm going to say if title is equal to this delete story, which is this one. Okay, then we are going to give it a text color of red and 600, and this should be inside the double quote, and otherwise this should be empty string. Now you can see we have different color, and also we have this effect here, hover effect. Now let's style our drop down menu. Okay, so this div will have a class name. Now we need to add our shadows class again, flex column, and position should be absolute. Okay, from the right it should be 0, and from the top it should be 2rem, and we need to have a white background color. Now let's check it. As you can see, here is our drop downs, but we need to have a weight, so we are going to get this weight dynamically. So in here, following the children, we are going to have a size props, and also we need to have a useState hook. So when I click this button, this drop down will be shown, and when I click it back, this should be hidden. So in here I'm going to receive two props here. So the first one is going to be show drop and set show drop. Okay, now let's move back to the actions. At first let's define the useState hook. So it should be show drop and set show drop. It's gonna be equal to useState hook and it will be false. Okay, now let's pass this. So I'm going to say show drop is equal to this show drop, and set show drop is equal to this set show drop. And we need to have another props, which is this size. Okay, so our drop down size is going to be equal to this width 7 rem. Okay, now in here we're going to add this dynamically, so I just turn this to be temporary string. Okay, this should be shadow, and finally we should add this size width here. Okay, now you can see our drop down is looking good. So in here we need to set a condition. At first I need to wrap this with this fragment, and we need to wrap it with curly braces, and if we have this show drop, we want to show this component. Okay, now you can see we don't have that component. And using this button, so in here I'm going to say handle click, which is equal to this arrow function, and we just set this show drop to be not show drop. Okay, so it will toggle between true and false. Okay, and we need to pass an on click here and just send this handle click. Okay, so if I click this button, you can see I'm able to open this model, and if I click it back, you can see it will be dissipated. But we need to have some functionality. When I click outside of this box should be closed. So I'm going to go back to this drop down component, and in here I'm going to have a use effect hook. Okay, and also we need to have a use ref hook const drop ref, which is equal to use ref, and it's gonna be null by default. Now we need to pass this to this div. Ref is equal to drop ref. Okay, and now inside here we need to have a function, and I'm gonna call this click outside, and it will be equal to this arrow function. Now we need to receive an event, because we are going to add this function inside this window.addEventListener, and this should be mouse down. Okay, and just add this click outside. Okay, now inside here we need to set a condition. So if drop ref dot current dot contains this e dot target, so we are checking if any items of this div has been selected or not. So I'm gonna add this exclamation mark here to make this condition falsy. So this condition is saying that if the user did not click inside this div, it means that he clicked outside. If so, we are going to set the show drop to be false, and our drop down will be closed. Okay, now you can unsubscribe to this window.addEventListener. So I'm going to return a function here, and let's copy this from here and add it here, and this time it should be removed. Okay, alright guys, we are done with this. Now let's check it. So if I open this drop down and click outside, you can see I haven't selected anything inside this drop down, so it will be closed, and we are done with this part. Now let's push this code here. So in here I'm going to say, now let's test all the changes. Okay, alright guys, now let's implement this part. Now as you can see, I have displayed all the users existed inside my database. Now let's fetch them. So our users are exist inside this collection name. So now I wanna log in using this user. So I try to log out from here. Okay, I didn't implement this sign out functionality. Now let's implement it. I'm going to close all tabs. Okay, and I'm going to look for user model. Okay, and if I scroll down, as you can see, we have this sign out button. So up here, I'm going to make a new function, sign out. So this function should be asynchronous function, and now we need to say await, and now we need to import sign out function from Firebase. So let's import it manually. Alright, now it's a function, and we need to pass this auth inside it. Okay, now inside this error message, just write toast.error. It should be error.message. Okay, and also when the user is logged out, we want to push him to the demo page. So in here, at first we need to get our navigate hook. So I'm going to write here navigate, and it's equal to use navigate. It's going to be null by default. Okay, so the user should navigate to the demo page. Okay, and you can send a message also. This should be success, and the message is going to be user has been logged out. And of course I need to add this function. So let's change this name because they seem to be duplicate name. So I just name it logout. Okay, now let's add it inside our button. Okay, now if I click this button, you can see I could successfully log out. Since we have an error here. Okay, inside the saved component, an error occurred. What's the error? Let's open this saved post. Okay guys, the problem is this current user.uid. So because the user is not currently logged in, so we don't have any current user. Now make sure to change this to be post.userid. Okay, now if I refresh the page here, you can see we don't have that error anymore. Alright, now you can see our post has been displayed here. You can implement the trending later. Now let's log in using this Google. So now let's put this data in here. So I'm going to close all the components here, and instead I'm going to open this component which is called follow. Okay, now at first let's fetch our users data here. So in here you can get the users data from this context API, but I don't want to do that. Instead I'm going to use this custom hook. Okay, I have added this custom hook here, which is this use fetch. I'm gonna use this. So in here I'm going to say const data and loading, which is coming from use fetch, and I'm going to fetch these users here. Okay, and now as you can see we are showing only 5 users here, and the rest will be under this button. When I click this button, the rest of my users will be shown. Okay, so now let's implement it. Okay, so in here I'm going to store it inside a separate variable. I'm going to say users. Okay, and it's equal to, if we have data, then we are going to get the first 5 items of our users dot slash, and from 0 up to 5. Okay, so in here I'm going to store this count. So later on we can increment this. So I'm going to name this count and set count, which is equal to use state, and it's going to be 5 by default. So instead of this 5, I'm going to write count here. Okay, so now if I display this users, it will be including the user which is currently logged in. So I want to filter out that user. So in here I'm going to say that filter user and and user ID is not equal to the current user.uid. Now let's get this current user here. So I'm going to say current user, and it's going to be equal to this block. Let's import this block function here and this one. Okay, so now if I console log this users here, okay, you can see we have only one user, because inside the Firebase database we have only 2 users. So we have filtered the user which is currently logged in, and we have only one user here. Okay, so now let's display it here. At first I'm going to have a fragment, and inside here I'm going to map to these users. So users.map, we're going to get each and every user and the index, and inside here we need to return some data. I'm going to have a div here with the class name of flex, item start, gap should be 2, and margin y is going to be 4. Okay, so inside this we need to have a div. So this div will have a class name of flex1, flex item center, gap should be 2, and cursor pointer. Okay, so inside of it we need to have an image. Okay, so now first let's structure this data here. So I'm going to get username, and they are all coming from this user. Okay, and also we need to have a key, because this key is required. We are using map. Image source is going to be this user image. Okay, and we are going to have an alt user image. Okay, we have an error. Let's check it. Users.map is not a function. Okay, let's add this question mark here, and let's say if we have data, then we want to map to this user. Okay, here is our user image. Okay, so now let's add a class name for this image. Width should be 3 rem, and height should be 3 rem as well. And also we need to have object cover, gap should be 2, and finally cursor pointer. Okay, now here is our image, and as you can see beside it we have our username and the bio and this button. Okay, so I have added this flex. It will separate my image with the username, so the username will go inside another div. Let's add a class name for this. We're going to say flex column, and gap is going to be 1. Okay, so our username and bio will be on top of each other, so we added this flex column. Now inside here we need to have a heading 2 for the username, and it has a class name font bold, and it should be capitalized. Okay, and we need to have a span tag for our bio. We're going to set a condition. If we have bio, we want to display that. Otherwise we want to display this text that this user has no bio. Okay, now you can see this user has no bio, and let's style it. I'm going to give it a class name of leading 4. So text color should be gray and 500. Text size is small, and we need to have line clamp of 2. Okay, and finally we have this follow button. So for that button we need to have a separate component, because we need that follow functionality in other components also. So down this div, we are going to add a component called follow button. I'm going to add it inside this folder, and it should be follow button.jsx. Okay, and now let's import it here. You can see here is our button, and we need to have a fragment inside this. We are going to have a button with the text of follow. Okay, so we are going to have a class name for this. So the button will have a border. Border color should be black, padding x 3, padding y should be 0.2 rem, and rounded full. You can see my button is looking good, but seems we have some CSS problem here. Okay, now let's check it. Okay, and this div must be inside this image div. Okay, and we need to make it round. So I forget to add rounded here. Rounded should be full. Okay, and that's it. Now they are looking the same. Okay, now let's implement this follow functionality. So again, we need to have a sub collection similar to our saved post. So at first, let me have a use that hook to check whether the user is followed or not. I'm going to call it as followed, set is followed. Okay, and it's equal to use that hook. It's going to be false by default. Alright guys, our following functionality is similar to save post. So when the user clicks this, we are going to check the database whether this user exists inside our followings or not. If he exists there, we want to unfollow him or delete it from our database. Otherwise, we want to add this user inside our database. Okay, so we have this is follow it. So now we are going to make a new function here, and I'm going to call this handle follow. It should be an asynchronous function here. Okay, and inside here we are going to have a try and catch block. So our functionality will be the same as save post. So I'm going to find this save post component here. So as you can see in here, we have checked whether the user is logged in or not. Now let's get this current user here, current user, and it's coming from our context API. Okay, so at first we're going to check if our current user exists or not. Okay, and then as you can see, we need to have a reference. So I'm going to copy this from here and add it here. This should be follow reference, and again we need to import this database, and we are going to add this current user ID, and the sub collection name should be follow or follows, and this time instead of this post.id we are going to send user ID, and we need to get this user ID using props from our follow component. So I'm going to add it here. Okay, and we have structured this user ID from user. Alright, so we have our reference here. Okay, so now we need to check whether this user is a follower or not. So I'm going to check if the user is a follower. So if the user is a follower, as you can see, then we are going to just delete this document here. I'm going to copy and paste it here. Let's import this toast, this delete doc. Okay, and this should be this followed reference. Okay, and instead of this message we are going to say user is unfollowed, because we are going to delete his document from our database, right? So now if he is not a follower, then we are going to add him. As you can see, we have this set doc here. I'm going to copy this from here and add it here, okay? And need to change this ref, and we need to import this doc here. And also, instead of this post, we are going to send our user ID. Okay, now we need to change this to uppercase, and of course we need to change this message here is follow it. Okay, now let's add this message here. This should be error, and of course this should be error dot message. Okay, now this function will follow our user, so I'm going to add an on click to this button here. Okay, once we have followed the user, to check whether this user is follower or not, we need to fetch the data from our database. So again, we need to have this data from here. Okay, and we need to import it, and also this should be follows because our sub collection name is follows, and also this should be current user dot uid, and also we need to change this registered hook in here, and this should be find index, and also we are going to print this current user dot uid instead of this post id. Okay, and in here also, alright, and we set it to not be equal to -1. So using find index, if the operation is true, this should not be equal to -1, but if the operation is not true, it should be equal to -1. So in here the operation should be true, and I have added this not equal to -1. Okay, so inside this button I'm going to set a condition. If it's follow it, then I want to print this follow it text here saying that the user is a follower. Otherwise we want to print this follow text equal to this -1. Now as you can see, this user is not being followed yet, but if I click this button, I need to wait for a while. You can see user is followed. So if I refresh the page here, okay, and let's check it inside our database. Now you can see we have a new follows, so we have follows a new user here, and here is his user ID. Okay, so now let's check why this text is not changed. Okay, and now you can see if I click this button, user is unfollowed, and if I click it back, you can see the user is followed. Okay, now we are done with this part. I can follow and unfollow him, but now we have a problem here. So when this user follow this user, so we want to have another sub collections inside this user called followers. We want to calculate how many followers this user has, and for this user who follows this user, we have this sub collection. So now we need to have a separate ref for our followers. So I'm going to duplicate it, and this time it should be follower ref, and okay, and this time we're going to write here followers sub collection, and now we need to change their class. So this one should be our user, which is this one that we are going to follow, and this one should be current user dot uid, the user who is following. Okay, so now in here we need to add this follower ref, and also we need to add this follower doc also. So I'm going to add this follower doc here, and user ID equal to user ID. So now I'm going to unfollow this from here, And if I click this follow, you can see the user has been followed, and in here this user has a follows subcollection, but this user will get a followers subcollection. So using the subcollections, we are going to calculate how many users have followed me, and using this follow subcollection, we will calculate how many users we are following. Okay. Now we can get this data inside our profile here. As you can see, we have this followers and following here, so we can print this data here. So I'm going to open profile again. As you can see, we have followers and following here. Now let's get this data from our database. So again, we are going to need this single fetch. So I'm going to copy this from here, and inside this profile I'm going to add it. Now let's import it here. Again, this should be our follow data, follows. Okay, and I don't need this loading here. So in here we need to print our user, this post user ID, and also the sub collection is going to be this follows. So for the followers, this should be user post user ID, and this should be followers. Okay, now if I console log them here, followers and follows, let's inspect this browser here. Since we get an error, don't worry, we are going to fix this error. Okay, this post is not defined. Let's check why the post is not defined. Okay, because this post is not here, so instead we need to print our user ID here, this one, and also we need to print our user ID here. Okay, so now, so the first array is empty because we don't have any followers, nobody have followed me, but the second one has this user ID inside. So now we are going to print the length of this follows and followers in here. So instead of this number, I'm going to print the followers.length, and instead of this followings, we are going to print the follow dot length. Okay, now you can see I have followed one person, but if I open this person here, okay, I didn't add a link. I'm going to open this follow here, and we need to set an on click. So in here I'm going to write here navigate, which is equal to use navigate. Okay, and inside this image div I'm going to have an on click function, and it will navigate me to my profile. So the profile URL was this profile, and we need to print the user ID here. So user ID. Okay, and of course this should be / user ID. Okay, so now if I click this image here, you can see I will be redirected to this profile, and this user has 1 followers. Okay, and in here I cannot see his saved post. Alright, but here we get a problem. I don't want this edit button to be displayed here because this is not my user, so I can edit his profile and also this one. So what I need to do is we need to set a condition. So I'm going to open this profile again. I mean inside this activities and this profile about. So in here we have this edit button. At first let me get this current user here. It's coming from block. Okay, and in here we need to set a condition if current user dot uid is equal to this get user data dot user id, then I want to display this button. Now if I open this about, you can see I'm not able to see this button, but I'm able to see my own button here, which is this one. Now let's hide this button. There's edit profile. So again, inside this profile, down here, which is this one, so in here I'm going to set a condition similar to the previous one. So if current user dot UID is equal to this get user data dot user ID, then I want to display this button. Now let's get our current user ID here. Okay, and in here we need to set a condition for our border. As you can see, when the user is follow it doesn't have any border. So inside this follow button, there should be following. Okay, instead of this follow it, and I'm going to change this to be temporary string. And inside here I'm going to set a condition. So if there is follow it, then I wanna the text to be gray and 500, and also get rid of this border. So border none, otherwise it should be empty string. Okay, now you can see this following is the same as this one. If I click it back, you can see it will be follow and following. Okay, now one thing is left here. So as you can see, we have a button here. So if we have more than 4 users, I don't want to print all of them here. Instead, I need to have this load for more users button. So inside this follow, down here we need to set a condition. So as you can see, we have this data. If data dot length is greater than 5, then I want to print this button. So the button should be with the text of load for more users. This should be small letter, and if I change it the opposite, so you can see here is my button, and I'm going to give it a class name here. So the class name will be margin bottom 3. Text should be green and 900, and also we need to have text small. For hover effect, it should be underlined. Now you can see here is our button, and we need to add an on click. So on click, and we need to set this count here, and we need to get this previews inside it. So at first we need to check. So if this users, in here I'm going to say if users.length is smaller than data.length, then I want to increment this previews by 3. Okay, so for now we don't have more than 5 users displayed in the browser, but if we have more than that, like this one, and if I click this button, it should generate 3 more users for me. Okay, so this is how we can do that. And I need to bring it back to greater than 5, and you can see we don't have that button anymore because we don't have more than 5 users. Alright, now let's push this code to our GitHub. I'm going to say okay guys, we are done with the following part. Now let's implement our single post data. So as you can see, I have opened the single post data here. So we are going to have our title, and we need to have the user's data. So when I click this image, it will navigate me to his profile. Okay, and you can see we have some buttons here. I can like and dislike this post. I can leave a comment here. I can save the post, and using this button, as you can see, I can copy the link and share it on multiple social media. And also using this button, I'm able to edit this post or delete it. Okay, down here we have this image and all the post details. Okay, now if I scroll down, as you can see, we have some recommended posts. So we are going to generate this post based on our tags that the user gave. Okay, now let's implement it. So at first, when I click this post, I should be navigated to a single post. And also, as you can see, we have this post route and this post ID here. So we need to print this ID, because based on this ID, we are going to generate our single post data. Okay, so I'm going to close these tabs here, and inside this app.js, we need to have a new route, and this should be post and this post ID. Okay, now let's add our component here. So inside this post, I'm going to write single post.js. Okay, now all you need to do is just import this component here. Okay, so in here I'm going to open this post card. So to make our navigation link, we need to have our navigate hook here. So I'm going to call it navigate, which is equal to this navigate hook coming from React router DOM. This should be navigate. Okay, and now let's make an onClick here. So inside this div, I'm going to set an onClick function. Okay, and in here we need to set our path. If you remember, it was post and our post ID. So we are going to print this post ID dynamically. So if I click this post here, you can see we have the post route with this post ID. If I click another post, you can see we also can get the post ID here. Okay, so now let's implement the logic. At first, let's get this post ID here. So in here, I'm going to get this post ID from this use params hook. And down here, we need to have a use effect hook to fetch our single post data. Okay, so let's define a function here, fetch post, and it should be an asynchronous function, and we can call this function down here. Okay, now inside here we need to have a try and catch block. Let's define our post ref here. Okay, now we need to import this doc, which is coming from Firebase. Let's import it manually. So in here I'm going to import this doc from Firebase and Firestore. Okay, our function will have some arguments. The first one is db, and the second one is going to be our collection name, which is post, and also we need to have our post ID to generate our specific post here. Now let's import this db here. Okay, so down here we need to get our post, which is equal to await get doc. It's coming from Firebase file store, and we need to pass our post ref inside. Now we need to check whether we have data inside this database or not. So I'm going to say if get post.exists, it's a function. Then we are going to get this post data, and it's coming from this get post.data. Okay, now let's have a use state hook here. So I'm gonna call this post and set post. It's going to be equal to use state hook and will be empty object by default. Okay, so we're just going to set this post. Okay, and we are going to get all the posts here, post data along with the ID of this document. So the ID is going to be post ID. Okay. Now you can have a loading also. So in here I'm going to say loading, and it's going to be equal to useState hook, and it will be false by default. Okay. Now let's set it to be true here. And once the post is fetched, we want to set it to be false. For this error, I'm going to send this toast notification, toast.error, and the value is going to be error.message. Okay, and that's it. So inside this dependency, we need to pass our post ID. So whenever our post ID gets changed, this data will be refreshed. Okay, now we need to have our user's data. So again, we can import that use fetch hook in here, but I don't want to do that. And instead, I want to fetch that user data inside this useEffect hook. So inside here, I'm going to get rid of this for now. And we need to set a condition. So if we have this post data dot user ID, then we are going to have a new ref. So I'm going to call it user ref, which is equal to this doc function. We need to add our DB, and this time our collection should be users. So now in here we need to add our specific user ID, which is coming from post data. So in here I'm going to write post data dot user ID. Okay. Now we need to get the user here, and which is equal to await, and get doc here, and we are going to pass this reference here. Okay. And similar to the previous one, we need to check whether we have data. So get user dot exist, then we are going to get this user data here, and it's going to be equal to this get user dot data. Okay. And finally we are going to set this variable here, and following that we are going to get all the user data. So it should be user data with the ID of this post. Okay. So now down here, if I console log this post, you can see we have all the data here, and all of them are here. You can see we have our email, we have this username, and we have our user ID, user image. Okay, so we don't have to fetch our users separately and then find our specific user using find method. Now we have all of them here. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna change this to be a fragment. Now let's check whether we have a loading or not. So in here I'm going to check if we have a loading. We want to print this loading component. Let's import this loading. Okay, and otherwise we are going to have a section here, and this section will have a class name of width 90% for mobile devices. For MD devices above, width should be 80%, and for large devices above, width should be 60%. Okay, we need to have our MX auto to bring them in the middle, and padding Y should be 3 rem. Okay, now inside here at first we need to have a heading 2 for our title. So if you want, you can structure all the data from this post. So in here you can write const object equal to this post. Now we can get all the data. So I'm gonna get this title. Okay, now let's add our title here. So this heading 2 will have a class name. Text should be 4 pixel. Font is going to be extra bold. Okay, and this should be capitalized. Now let's check it. As you can see, here is our title. Alright, and one more thing, I forget to add our user ID in this dependency. So in this case it's gonna be post.user ID. Okay, and now following that, we need to have our profile. So if I navigate to this website and open this one, you can see we need to have our profile. So when I click this image, it will open his profile. So in here, we need to have another div. So this div will have a flex box to separate them from each other. So flex item center, gap should be 2, and padding y is going to be 2 rem. Now inside here, at first we need to have our image. So the image is going to be user image, and we need to have an alt. It's gonna be user image. Now let's have our class name here. So width should be 3 rem, height 3 rem. We need to set the object to be cover and rounded full, as well as cursor pointer. Okay, now you can see here is our image, and let's print our username and that time here. So down this image, we need to have another div for them. So inside this div, we are going to have another div with the class name of capitalized. I just copy this capitalized from here. Okay, so we need to print our username and the follow button here. So I'm gonna have a span tag, and let's print our username here. Okay, you can see here is our username, and following that we need to have our following button. Okay, so we are going to add that following button when the user ID who is currently logged in is not matching with the ID who is posting this post. Okay, so at first we need to get our current user from the context API, and down here we need to set a condition if current user dot UID is not matching with this user ID. Okay, then we want to print that follow button here. Okay, now if I open this follow button here, you can see we need to pass the user ID. So in here I just simply say user ID is equal to user ID. I have in the structure this user ID here. Okay, now you can see this problem is gone, but because this post is belong to this user, we cannot see that button. So let me open another post, this one. Now you can see we have this username and this follow button. I can follow him and unfollow. Okay, we have this user profile problem here. Don't worry, we will solve this problem. So now let's style this follow button. As you can see, we don't have that rounded border here. So I'm gonna open this follow button, and inside here we need to set a condition on this class name. Okay, let's minimize this. As you can see, we have this border. So we wanna set this border when we are inside this home page, I mean inside this slash path. We wanna set this border, otherwise we wanna get rid of that border. So up here, at first let's get our path name. So it's coming from use location. Okay, now in here I'm gonna copy this from here. Okay, and I just say if path name is equal to this slash, then I wanna print this border, otherwise it's gonna be this empty string. Okay, now as you can see, we are inside this home page. We have this border, but if I open this single post here, you can see we don't have that border anymore. So down here let's print this time and also this date. Okay, and down this div we are going to have a paragraph, and this paragraph will have a class name of text small. Text color should be gray and 500. Okay, and we need to import our function, this readTime function again. Let's import this function manually, and inside this parentheses we are going to send an object, and it's gonna be double underscore HTML, which is equal to this disk. So we just get rid of that HTML elements inside it. Okay, and following that we need to have our date, the time this post has been posted. Okay, we need to write here a minute read. Okay, following this we need to have a span tag, and let's import our moment function from our moment library, and we need to pass this created dot from now. Okay, and this span tag will have a class name of margin left 1. So now when I click this user profile, I want to be navigated to his profile. So up here we need to get our navigate hook. It's gonna be use navigate. Okay, now inside this image we need to have an onClick function, and it will navigate us to this /profile and user ID. Okay, so if I click this image, you can see I'm able to open his profile here. Okay, and let's try it on other profile. If I open this here, you can see here is the user profile. Alright, so following that we are going to have these buttons that will help us like, leave a comment, and we can save this post here and save it. Okay, we need to have this drop down so we can do some actions in here also. And if the post is mine, as you can see, we will have an extra button that will help me edit and delete this story. Okay, so each of these buttons are gonna be a separate component. Now let's implement them. Okay, as you can see, we have 2 buttons on the left side and 3 buttons on the right side. So in here I'm going to have a new div. Okay, and this div will have a class name of flex item center, justify between, and we need to have a border bottom here and also a border top. So border color should be gray and 200. And also inside here, at first let's print the left buttons. So on the left side we have the like and comment buttons. Now let's add them inside a separate div, and it should be flex item center. Also we need to add a gap of 5. Okay, we need to have 2 components here, like and also comment. And down this one we need to have 3 more buttons, so it will be inside a separate div with the class name of flex items center, and padding top should be 2, and also we need to have a gap of 5. Okay, now let's add this buttons component. So the first one is going to be this save post. We already made this component. The second one is going to be share post, and the final button is going to be our actions button. Okay, now let's import this save and actions component here. So up here I'm going to import it. Alright, and also we need to make these components. So inside this post, inside this action folder, we are going to make these components. Okay, and we need to have a comment component here. Okay, now let's import them. So in here I'm going to import this like and also this comment. Okay, Now we need to have another component for our share post. So up here I'm going to add this component, and now let's import it. Okay, and also if I open this save post here, you can see we need to pass our single post. Okay, so in here we need to pass this post equal to be this post here. Okay, now let's check it. Okay, seems we have an error here. So if I inspect the browser, okay, this error is happening inside our save post. I think this is because of this post. It has some asynchronous behavior, so we can set a condition here. If we have post, we wanna print this save post component here. Okay, now if I refresh the page here, you can see we don't have that error anymore. Okay, seems we have another problem here, and this problem is happening inside this drop down. As you can see, if I open this drop down here and click outside, it's not giving me any error. But if I click outside here, you can see it's giving me error. So to solve this problem, we need to take this function only when the drop down is open. So I'm gonna go back to my VS Code, and in here let's open the drop down. Okay, and in here we need to set a condition if this show drop is true, and also if we have this drop ref.current, then we wanna this action to be happen. Okay, and also we need to pass some dependencies here. So we need to pass this drop ref and also this show drop. Okay, and now you can see we don't have that error anymore. Alright, now let's implement these icons. Okay, so I'm going to open this like component here. Okay, and we need to change this to be button, and also the text is going to be this icon. Okay, and now we need to import this icon from React icons. Okay, now you can see here is my icon, but we need to have this like counter also. So beside this we need to have a span tag, and I'm gonna set it to be 1. Okay, now let's give it a class name. So it should be flex item center, gap should be 1, and text is going to be small. Okay, and we can give style for this icon. So text should be Excel, and okay, now you can see my like button is looking good. And as you can see, we need to have some padding from the top and bottom. Okay, and in here I'm gonna give a padding Y of 0.5 frame. Alright, now you can see it's looking good. We will have an icon for this comment also. Now I'm gonna open this comment component from here. Okay, and let's change this to be button, and also the text should be this icon. Again, this icon is coming from React icons, and we need to have this counter also for this comment. It should be 1. Okay, and we will have the same class name as this one. So I just copy this from here and simply paste them here. Okay, and for this icon we will have a class name of text large. Okay, now you can see our icons are looking good, and we will have the share post. It will be a drop down again. If I click this one, you can see we will have another drop down here with these icons. Now I'm going to open that component which is share post, and let's change this to be drop down. Okay, and if you remember, we need to pass some user state hook. So in here I'm gonna make this user state hook show drop and set show drop equal to user state hook, and it will be false by default. Okay, now let's pass them, and also we need to have a size. So we are going to get this size for our drop down, and this time width should be 12 frames. Okay, alright, and this is our drop down, but we need to have our buttons here. So we need to have a div first, and this div will get a class name of relative, and also we need to add our button here. So the button icon should be from our React icons also. So I just simply paste it here. Now let's import it. So I'm gonna copy this, but this time it should be this icon and it's gonna be CI. Okay, now let's give a class name for this icon, and text should be to Excel. Okay, you can see here is my button. I can set an on click for this button. So on click should be set show drop to be not show drop. Okay, now let's add the items inside this drop down. So if I open this drop down here, as you can see, we have some buttons here. So we are going to use another library. So that library will help us share our post in this specific social medias. So that's called React Share library. Just open this React Share npm. Okay, and as you can see, we have this command in here, and I'm gonna open my terminal. And here we need to install this library. Okay, now let's see how we can use it. So if I scroll down, you can preview the demo in here using this link, and also you can import any buttons that we need from this React Share. We have this Twitter share button, we have WhatsApp, and any other buttons that you need. I just need a few buttons from here, and okay, let's close them. I just simply paste them here. Okay, so it's gonna be this Facebook, LinkedIn, and Twitter, and also we will have another button for our copy link. Okay, and it will be a copy link button. We can implement it separately. Now first of all, let's add these buttons inside our drop down. So again, we are going to use a reusable button in here. Okay, so let's close this here, and inside this drop down we need to have our reusable button. Again, we need to have our click function. It will be empty string for now, and we need to have a title for this. So the first title is going to be copy link. Okay, and also we need to have an icon for this. So this icon is coming from React icons. I'm gonna copy and paste it here. Okay, so I just copy and paste all of them here. So I have imported them from React icons. Okay, and let's make this reusable component down here. So I'm gonna make it here. Okay, we need to get this props, click, and this icon, and also we need to get our title. Okay, now we are going to add our icon and title inside this button. So at first we need to have a span tag for our icon. Okay, and I'm gonna add this icon here, and also we are going to add our title dynamically. Let's have a class name for this, padding 2, hover effect should be BG gray and 200. Okay, and we need to change the text color also on hover, text black with the opacity of 80, width should be full, text small, okay, and text should be left. Following that, we need to have a flex box to separate this icon and title from each other. So I'm gonna add flex item center, gap should be 2, and cursor pointer. Okay, I'm gonna close them. Now you can see here is my button. Okay, we need to have some sizes for this icon, so I'm gonna add a class name here, and text should be 1.2 rem. Alright, now you can see we have a much more bigger icon here. Okay, now let's add other icons. So up here I'm going to copy and paste this, and this time this should be. Now for this icon, I'm gonna copy this Twitter icon from our React icons. Okay, now let's copy and paste it for 2 times. This one should be Facebook, and this should be LinkedIn. Now let's copy their icons here. Okay, as you can see, here are our icons, and seems they will be darker in here. So what we need to do is we can set a text color here, so text gray and 500, and now you can see we have a brighter text in hover. Now you can see our drop down is ready here. Later on we can implement the functionality. Now let's add the rest of our post items. So we need to have our image displayed here, so I'm gonna open the single post again. Okay, so first of all we are going to hide these actions, because if I open another post here, let's say this one, and this post is not belong to me, you can see I can still see these buttons, and it's not a good practice. So we need to hide this when this user is not matching with the user who is currently logged in. So in here I'm going to set a condition if current user dot uid is equal to our post dot user id, then we want to show this component here. Okay, we don't have that button anymore, and let's add the rest of our items here. So down this div we are going to add our content, so it's gonna be inside this div with the class name of margin top 3 rem, and inside here at first let's print this post image. It's gonna be post image, and post image also we need to have a class name for this, which should be full. Height is going to be 400 pixel, and object cover. Okay, now you can see we have this image. Okay, we need to set it back to be false, because every time the page refreshes it will be opened. Okay, and now let's add our text. Okay, so down this image I'm gonna have a self-closing div, and it will have a class name of margin top 6, and also we are going to add this dangerously set inner HTML to be underscore HTML equal to this description. Okay, now you can see here are all the text of this content. Alright, and finally we will have this recommended from Medium. Now let's get this recommended post. Okay, so down this section we are going to have a new component called recommended. Okay, it's giving us error. You can actually wrap it with a fragment also. Okay, now let's add this recommended component. So inside this post, I'm gonna add this component recommended .jsx. Okay, let's import it here. Alright, now you can see we have this recommended component here. Okay, so inside this recommended component, we are going to share all the posts that has some tags in common with our post. So now if I open this Firebase file store here, and if I open any post, as you can see we have some tags. Okay, so we are going to check which one has some common tags inside this tags array, and then we will display them down their post. Okay, as you can see in this two posts we have this book in common. We have book in here also, and this one has different tags. Okay, if you want you can add some more posts, so I prefer to copy posts from this website. So I'm gonna open this post here and let's add it. Okay, and let's publish it now. Okay, here we get a problem. You can see if we have a new post, it will not be displayed at the top of my post. So to solve this problem, I'm gonna open this hook again, use fetch hook, and we need to import a new function following this query, and it's gonna be order by. Okay, and we need to sort this post based on created time, and this is gonna be descendant type. Okay, as you can see this is the last post that I have posted here. So we have this error inside this user. This is because I have sorted this post based on this created, and if I open this database here, as you can see inside user we don't have any created, so I can add a field here, and the type should be this timestamps. Okay, and let's pick a date here. Let's say this one, and time, don't worry about the time here. Okay, and also for this one, okay, let's add a field and create it. It should be timestamp, and let's pick today. Okay, now you can see here we have our user. Okay, we need to have this created inside our sign up form also. So in here I'm going to look for sign up. As you can see we are going to send all this data, so I'm gonna send this created to be date.now. Okay, so our date will be printed when the user make a new account. Alright, we are done with this part, and I'm gonna open this. Now let's work on our recommended post. So at first in here we are going to fetch all our posts. So we are gonna get this data which is equal to use fetch, and now let's import it here. And this shouldn't be inside this curly braces. Okay, and we need to pass our collection names. It should be post. Okay, so to get our recommended post we need to define a use effect hook here, and now we need to have a temporary variable here. I'm gonna call this recommended post, and it will be equal to empty array for now. Inside here we are going to map through this data. So if we have any data, then we are going to map through this data. In this case I'm gonna use for each. Okay, we are going to get each and every post here, and now inside here let's get our post tags. Now we need to get our single post from our the single post component also. So I'm gonna pass this post. Again, we need to wrap this. If we have post, we wanna print this recommended component. Okay. So now let's find our common tags here. So in here I'm gonna say common tags, and we need to filter our post tags here. So I'm gonna select this post tag dot filter. We are going to get each and every tag in here, and we need to check if post dot tags, I mean this one. So let's rename this because they are looking the same. I'm gonna name this single post. Okay, and in here you can rename it. Okay, and we are going to say if single post dot tags dot include this tags. Okay, this should be includes. Okay, so in here we just simply filter through this post tags and check whether any tags are in common from this single post data here. Okay, so now down here we need to check if we have some common tags here, or if common tags dot length is greater than 0, then we just simply push that data to this empty array. So I'm gonna call it here dot push, and we are going to push all the posts here and also this common tags. Okay, and we need to set some dependencies here, so data and single post. So now I'm going to have a new use state hook. I'm gonna call this common tags and set common tags, and it will be empty array by default. So down here I just simply set this common tag to be recommended post. Okay, so now if I can't select this common tags here, as you can see we have 3 posts in common. So this is the first post, which has book, reading and study. If I open another post, you can see it has book, reading and post. So reading and book are in common between them, and also the last one also has this book tags here. Okay, so now let's display them. As you can see we have the text at the beginning, so I'm gonna copy this text here, and let's get rid of this common tags. Okay, so we need to have a section here with the class name of bg gray and 100. Now inside it we are going to have a new div, so I'm gonna add a class name here. Width should be 90%. For empty devices above, width should be 80%, and also for large devices above, width should be 60%. Okay, image auto, and padding y should be 3 rem. Now inside here we need to have our heading 2 with this text that I just copied. I'm gonna have a class name here, text Excel, and font should be bold. Okay, you can see here is our text, and down this one we need to display our common post. Okay, so down here we need to first set a condition. So if common tags dot length is smaller than 0, then we are going to return a message here, and otherwise we just simply map through this common tags dot map, and we are going to get each and every post inside, and we'll return a new component. Okay, and I'm gonna call this post. Now let's add this component down here, and should be recommended post. Okay, we are going to get this post here, and we need to send post to be post, and also key should be post.id. Okay, so for this error message we are going to say, so now let's check it. As you can see, for this post we have 3 recommended posts. Now let's display them down here. So at first I'm going to destructure everything, okay, and all are coming from our post, and we need to get our username as well as the user image. Okay, so I'm gonna get rid of this heading one, and down here we need to have a div with the class name of with full, and cursor should be pointer. Okay, so inside this div, at first let's display our image. So it's gonna be the post image, and for alt I'm gonna write post image here. Okay, let's have a class name for this, and the class name should be with full. Height is going to be 200 pixel, and object cover. Now you can see here are our post images. Okay, we need to add them inside a div so we can separate them from each other, like this one. If I open another post here, you can see they are beside each other. So I'm gonna wrap this with a div. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this from here, and now we need to have a div here. Okay, and inside here we are going to map through this. So this div will have a class name of grade, and grade column of cart, and also gap should be 2 rem, and finally margin y should be 3 rem. Okay, this should be columns. Okay, now you can see they are beside each other. So this cart is not a Tailwind class. I added that manually inside this tailwind.config.js. As you can see, I have added this cart manually here inside this grade template columns. Okay, so now let's keep up down here. I'm gonna have a new div with the class name of flex, items center, and gap should be 1. Also padding y is going to be 1. So inside here we're going to add our user image like this one and the username. Okay, so let's add an image tag here. It should be user image, and also we need to have a class name for this. Width is going to be 2 rem, height 2 rem, object should be cover, and rounded full. Now let's add our username. So it should be a heading 3, and let's print our username here. Okay, and also we need to give a class name, text small, and it should be capitalized. Okay, so we don't have this username here. We are going to get this based on our post user ID. So in here I'm going to write data and use fetch. We are going to fetch our users. Okay, and now let's find the specific user. If we have data.find, we are going to get each and every user here, and just check user.id is equal to this user ID. Okay, and I can structure this username and user image. Okay, now let's check it. As you can see, now we have our username and this user image. Okay, following that, we need to have our title and this description. So I'm gonna add this down this div. We are going to have a heading 2 with the class name of font extra bold, and also we need to have leading of 5 and line clamp should be 2. We are going to add our title here. Okay, it should be clamp. Alright, and let's add our description. So down here we are going to have a self-closing div again with the class name of line clamp of 2. Okay, and we need to have margin y of 3. Text color should be gray and 500, and leading of 5. So we are going to add this dangerously set inner HTML. It should be HTML and description. Okay, you can see here is our description. Let's add this reading time and the date here. So down here I'm going to have a paragraph with the class name of text small. Text color should be gray and 600. Okay, now inside here we need to get our reading time function, which we made inside our utils, helper function. So I'm gonna get this reading time, and it's coming from our util folder inside here and inside this helper function. Okay, and we simply pass this object underscore HTML and description. It should be read time, not reading time. I'm gonna copy and paste them here. Now you can see we have that times here, and we need to write minute read. Okay, alright, and following that we need to have our date. So down here we need to have a span tag with the class name of margin left 3, and we need to import moment library here and add our created date. We need to format it based on month and day. Okay, now you can see here are our posts and they are completed. Alright, so when I click each post, I want to be navigated to that single post data. Okay, so in here I'm going to import navigate, use navigate. It's gonna be null by default, and we need to set an onClick to this div, and we should be navigated to this slash post and our post ID. Okay, so let's open this post. You can see I'm able to open this post, and this post also has some recommended posts, but the problem is it is recommending the post itself also. So post number 2 is just added, and you can see we have this post also, so we need to actually exclude this post from our recommended list. So what we need to do here, up here inside this use effect, before this tags we need to check if post.id is equal to single post.id. We just simply return this. We don't want to include it inside our common tags post. Okay, now you can see it's not recommending our own post. Alright, and we need to have some padding between them. So, and you can see this div is belong to the user, so I'm gonna add 3 here. Okay, now it's looking good. Okay guys, and we are going to display only 4 posts inside our recommended from Medium component, not more than 4 posts, and they should be recommended randomly. So in here, inside this use effect, if I scroll down, at first we need to sort our post. So I'm gonna sort this recommend.sort. Okay, and we need to have this arrow function math.round times, it should be a function, times minus 0.5. So with the help of this logic, we are going to generate some random post. And now we need to generate only 4 recommended posts. So in here, I'm going to say minimum recommendation. It should be 4. Okay, and now we need to slash this post array. So slash post is equal to this recommended post dot slash. It should be 0 and minimum recommendation. Okay, and all we need to do is just set this comment tag to a new variable. Okay, and that's it. So if you have more than 4 posts, they will not be displayed here, only 4 of them will be displayed. And if we refresh the page, we will get the recommended post randomly. So you can see this post was the second before and now it's 1. So we are going to get this post randomly. Alright guys, we are done with this part. So I'm going to push this. Let's state all the changes here. Okay. Alright guys, we just finished the recommended post. Now let's work on how you can like a post. Okay, so liking a post is similar to following the user. We are going to make another sub collection. So when the user clicks this button, we are going to send his user ID inside our database, inside our sub collection. Okay, and we are going to check if his user ID exists inside the database, then we are going to delete that, otherwise we want to add a new one. Okay, so now let's implement it. Okay, I'm going to close all the tabs here and we need to open this like component. Okay, we already get this post in here. So as you can see, we have this button, and now we need to make a new function here, and I'm gonna call this handle like. Okay, it should be asynchronous function. Now let's have our try and catch block here. So at first we need to check whether the user is authenticated or not. So in here I'm going to get this current user, and it's coming from blog. So I'm going to say if the user is authenticated, then we are going to make our ref here. Let's have our doc. Okay, now let's import our DB, and we are going to make this sub collection inside our post collection. So to get a specific post, we are going to use the ID of that post. So again, I'm going to open this single post here. Okay, I'm going to send this post and also the post ID here. So in here I'm going to get this post ID, and now I'm going to write this. Now we need to add our sub collection name, and I'm gonna name this likes, and we need to have our current user dot UID. Okay, now let's have our variable. So we need to check whether the post is liked or not. It's gonna be false by default. So in here I'm going to say if is liked, then we are going to delete that document. So delete doc, and I'm going to delete this like ref. okay? Otherwise we're going to add this. So I'm going to get this setDoc, and this setDoc will get our like reference as a first argument, and the second argument is going to be the data that we need to send to the database. In this case, I'm going to send the user ID, which is current user.uid. okay, now let's make a toast notification here. Okay, now let's add this handle click inside our button. So if I click this, you can see we don't have any error. Now let's check it inside our database. Okay, as you can see, for this post we have a new sub collection, and if I open this, this is the user ID who liked the post, and this is his data. Okay, so now what we need to do is we need to get this data from our database to check whether the user has liked the post or not. So up here again we are going to use that single page hook. So in here I'm going to get this data, use single page hook, and I'm going to pass a few arguments. Okay, so the first one is our collection name is gonna be post, and we need to send the post ID. Okay, and also our sub collection name, which is called likes. Alright, again we need to check whether the post is liked or not. So I'm going to define a new use effect hook. Okay, and inside here we need to set this is liked or set liked, and inside here again I'm going to find the index of this data. So if we have data.find index, each and every item, and item dot id is equal to this current user dot uid, and it's not equal to -1. Okay, so let's have our dependency, and it should be our data. Okay, so now down here we need to set a condition. So as you can see, if I click this button, if the user has not liked the post, it will be dark and this number will be decreased. Okay, and if he liked the post, the number will be incremented, and also this color will be much more brighter. Okay, so I'm going to change this to be inside the template string, and so if we have is like, okay, and also this should be is liked, and let's change it here also. Okay, if we have this is liked, we want the color to be black. Okay, and otherwise it should be text gray and 500. Okay, and instead of this number I'm going to print the length of my data. So in here I'm going to write data.length. Okay, now you can see we have only one user who liked the post, so the length is 1. Now let's change this color, and I think I need to move this inside. Okay, now you can see our color has been changed. If I click it again, you can see it will be 0, and if I click it back, it will be 1. Okay, but what if we have about 1000 likes? So in here, if I delete this data length, and instead if I have 1000 here, you can see the whole zeros will be printed here, and this is not a good practice. So in here, if we have 1000 likes, we should print 1 and k, so it will be 1k here. Okay, instead of those all zeros. If we have, let's say, 1 million likes, it should be 1m with the capital letter. Okay, so for that we need to have another function inside our helper function. I'm going to open this helper function here, and down here I'm going to export a new function. This time it should be format number. Okay, now inside here I'm going to receive this number, and I just copy and paste this condition. Okay, I got this condition from Google, so just copy and paste this and you will be good to go. Okay, so I'm going to open this like component and let's test it here. Import this format number here and let's have 1000 like. Now you can see it will be printed 1.0k, but if we have, let's say, 1 million like, now you can see it will be printed 1 million. What if we have 1 billion? You can see it will be printed 1 billion. So it will reduce those all zeros inside here, and it is a good practice. Okay, so now let's wrap our data.length with this function. So I'm going to copy this and paste it here, and let's get rid of this one. Alright, okay guys, we are done with this part, and now let's push this code. I'm going to say like is implemented. Okay guys, we just implemented this like post. Now let's work on how you can leave a comment. So as you can see, our comment section is a new model. So if I click it, we will have this model, and inside here we are going to have this all stuffs. So you can see we have a header, this text area, we are going to add them. Okay, and if I click this button, now you can see my comment will be printed here, and we will have this push notification, and also I can edit my comment here. So you can see we will have a new box here. I can say okay, and I can update it here, and also I can remove this comment from here. Okay, now let's implement it. Okay, I don't need this post, so I'm gonna get rid of this here, and I'm going to open this single post, and we are going to delete it from here also. Okay, so down here, down this recommended post, we are going to have a new component, and I'm gonna call this comments. Okay, now let's make this component. Inside this comments, I'm going to have a new component. Okay, now let's import it here. Alright, now as you can see we have this comment, but this is supposed to be a model, I mean a sidebar. So I'm going to open this here, and I'm going to change this div to be a reusable model. So we have already made that component. Okay, so let's have our useState hook, and let's make it true by default. Okay, so set model should be show model, and model should be show model. Okay, now you can see here is our model. Now inside it we need to have a section. Okay, and this section will be in charge of this sidebar. As you can see, it should be position absolute, and we are going to set it to the right side. So in here I'm going to write a class name, but because we need to add some dynamic class name, I'm going to use this temporary string. The position should be fixed, not absolute. Tab 0, right should be 0, and also bottom 0. Okay, we need to have a z index of 50, and bg should be white, weight should be 22 rem. Okay, and we need to have some shadows here. So shadows is our CSS class, we add it on our own, and padding should be 5. Okay, now we need to have overflow here. So overflow y should be auto. This is because we need to have a scroll bar. As you can see, if we have, let's say, long comments here, it should add a new sidebar for us. Okay, so following that, we need to have our transition all, duration should be 500. Okay, now you can see here is our sidebar. So let's add this header. As you can see, we have the response with the length of our comments and also this icon here. So inside this section, I'm going to add my header, and it will go inside this div. So the first one will be a heading tree with the text of responses. Okay, and we are going to add the length of our comments here. For now, it should be 1. Okay, this div will have a class name of flex, item center, and justify should be between. Okay, now let's add our icons. So I'm going to have a new button here, and the icon should be, and it's coming from, okay, now let's check it. As you can see, we have these responses and this icon. So this heading tree will have a class name of text excel. Okay, and font weight should be bold. For this button, we are going to have a class name of text excel. Okay, now let's close this model. So down here, we need to set a condition. I'm going to say if show model is true, then we are going to write here translate x and 0. Otherwise, it should be translate x and 23 rem. Okay, so we are going to push it to the right side. So we made a mistake here, and this set model should be set show model here. Okay, now you can see we have our model, but if I click here, you can see our model will be pushed to the right side. Okay, and let's close this model using this icon. So in here, I'm going to add a new onClick function, and let's add our arrow function set show model should be false. Okay, now if I click this icon, you can see the model will be closed. Alright, now let's add this box. As you can see, we should print our user data here and also the text area. Okay, so at first we are going to add our comment text area here. So our comment text area will be shown only when the user is authenticated. So in here, I'm going to get this current user, and it's coming from our context API. Okay, so down this div, we need to write here comment form. Okay, and in here we need to set a condition. So if the user is authenticated, then we are going to show this data here. So now let's have our div inside. Okay, this div will have a class name of shadows, padding 3, margin y 5, overflow should be hidden. Okay, now inside here, as you can see, we should have our username and this user profile. So at first, let's have an image tag. Okay, and for now, let's set it to be profile.jpg. Okay, and the alt is going to be user image, and we need to have a heading tree for our username, and let's say for now Amir Khan. Okay, so later on we can change this data. I'm going to write a class name here, which should be toRem, height toRem, object should be cover, and also we need to set the rounded to be full. For this heading tree, we are going to make it capitalized, and also text size should be small. Okay, here is our data. We need to make them beside each other. So for that, I need to wrap it inside a separate div. Okay, and let's have a class name for this, flex. Okay, and items should be center. We need to add a gap of 2 and margin bottom should be 5. Okay, now you can see they are beside each other. Alright, now let's have this text area. So down this div we are going to have a text area. Okay, so we don't need any of these attributes. Instead I'm gonna have a class name of width full, outline should be none, and it shouldn't be resizable, so resize should be none. Okay, and text small, we need to have a border, padding x 2 and padding top should be 4. Okay, now here is our text area. We need to have a placeholder for this, so let me have a placeholder here, and the placeholder is going to be okay. Now you can see we have this placeholder here. Okay, and down this placeholder we are going to have 2 buttons. So again we are going to add them inside a separate div with the class name of flex, item center, and justify should be end, because we are going to push that to the end of our div, and gap is going to be 4. So now let's have 2 buttons inside it. So the first button is going to be console and the second button is going to be response. Okay, now you can see we have them here. So for this console button I'm going to have a class name and text should be small. Now for this response we are going to have a class name of btn and the text should be extra small. Okay, and also bg should be green and 700. Okay, now let's check it. Now you can see here is our button. We need to change the color and give it a border radius. So text should be white and rounded is going to be full. Okay, as you can see here is our button and it's looking similar to this one. Okay, and also we need to have a little margin from the top. So for this button div I can say margin top of 1 ring. Okay, now you can see we have enough spaces between the placeholder and the buttons. Okay, and finally we need to print all our comments here, but before that let's implement this comment, and also let's print our user data here. So up here as you can see we have our current user, and also if you remember I have pasted all the users data inside my context API. It was all users. So in here I'm going to say get user data, and I'm going to say all users dot find user dot id is equal to this current user dot uid. Okay, so here is my user data, and down here I'm going to set a condition here. So we either print this get user data dot user image, or we are going to print this profile image. So if we don't have any user image we are going to print this profile.jpg. okay, and this one should be get user data dot username. Okay, now you can see here is our username and the user profile. Now let's make a function to add a new comment. So at first we need to have a use.hook to get the value of my text area. So up here I'm going to say comment set comment. Okay, and it will be empty string by default. So let's have a value of comment and an on change of set comment, and it should be e dot target dot value. Okay, this is how we can get our data. So down here I'm going to make a new function and call it write comment. Okay, this should be an asynchronous function, and inside here we're going to have a try and catch block. So at first let's validate this comment. I'm going to say if comment is equal to this empty string, then we are going to send a toast notification here dot error. Okay, and following that we are going to have our reference again. So comment ref is equal to our collection. Now let's have our DB at first, and then we're going to make a sub collection inside this post collection, and we need to have our post ID. Post ID we are going to get it, don't worry. So inside this single post I'm going to get this post ID. Okay, and let's copy this from here, and we need to receive it inside this comments. So now we need to write our sub collection name. It should be comments. Okay, so this is how we can make a sub collection. Now let's add this sub collection inside our database at doc. Our comment ref be the first argument, and the second argument will be our comment data. So the first data is going to be this comment text, and it should be comment user state hook, and we need to have a created date. It will be date dot now. Following that we need to send our user ID. So user ID will be current user dot uid. Okay, now let's send this toast notification again dot success. Comment has been added. Okay, and we need to have this error message here. It should be error and error dot message. Okay, and finally this set comment back to be empty string. Okay, this is our function. Now let's add it inside this button. So as you can see we have this response button. I'm going to say on click, and we need to add this function inside it. And for this cancel button we need to have an on click, and we just set this comment to be empty string. So we just clear this text area. So if I write something here it will clear it. Okay, so now let's add a new comment. Let's say we have new comments here, and if I click this response, now you can see comment has been added. So if I open this database, as you can see we have a new comment here with this ID, and here is our comment text. Okay, our date and this user ID. Alright, now let's display it similar to this one. So at first we are going to get this data using useEffect hook. So up here I'm going to have a new useState hook, and I'm gonna call this comment data and set comment data. Okay, and it should be equal to useState hook and empty array by default. Okay, so let's minimize this. Okay, so we are going to use our custom hook again. So in here I'm going to say data and loading. It will be used single fetch. So the first argument should be our collection name. It was post. We need to send our ID. So the ID was post ID, and our sub collection name was comments. Okay, let's console log this data here. If I inspect the browser, as you can see we have one data, and here is our comment. Alright, down here, So at first we need to show a message if the user has no comments. So in here I'm going to say if we have data and this data dot length is equal to 0, then we are going to display a message inside this paragraph, and we are going to say that this, so if this post has no comments, then this message will be displayed. Otherwise we are going to map through this data. So I'm going to say data.map. we are going to get each and every item here and the index, and down here if we have any loading, we are going to say if we have loading, then we are going to display this loading component. Otherwise we want to have a new component called comment, and we are going to send this item to this component, and key should be this index. Okay, and that's it. So now let's have our component. So inside this comments I'm going to add this component here. Okay, so now let's import it here. Okay, since we have an error because we need to say if we have data here. Alright, now you can see we have one comment here. Now let's work on this one. At first I'm going to change this to be section. Okay, so as you can see we should print our user's data here, and also we need to have this button that will have a drop down here, and finally we should print our comment text here. So at first let's add our user data here. So inside here I'm going to have a new div with the class name of flex, items center, and gap should be 5. Okay, and also this section will have a class name of border bottom. Okay, so now we need to have some props here. The first one is item. I'm gonna rename it to be post, and also we need the post ID here. Now let's send this post ID equal to this post ID. Okay, so to write our user data, if you remember, inside our comments we have stored the user ID here. So based on this user ID we are going to find his data. So again in here I'm going to get this all users from our block context. Okay, so in here I'm going to say get user data, and it's going to be equal to this all user. It should be users dot find, and user dot id is equal to this post dot user id, and it's not post but it should be comment. Okay, I am going to rename it here, and inside this div I'm going to have an image. We are going to print this get user data dot user image, or we are going to print this profile dot jpg. Okay, for this alt we are going to say user image. Okay, so our image will have a class name of width trim, height should be trim, object cover, and we're going to have this rounded full. Okay, you can see here is my user profile image. Okay, and following that, as you can see, we should add this username and the created date. Also we should have this icon here. So I'm going to add both of them on a separate div so we can add a justify between them. So down here I'm going to have a div with the class name of flex1 flex, and justify should be between. Okay, so now let's have a div for our username and that created date. So our username should go inside this heading 2, and I'm going to say get user data dot username, Okay, and it should have a class name of text small, and it should be capitalized. Following that, we need to have a paragraph. Okay, and we are going to import the moment library again. So I'm going to destructure all the data inside this comment here. Okay, and we're going to get the user ID, comment text, and also our created here. Okay, so I'm going to add this created here and from now. Okay, now you can see this comment has been added 18 minutes ago. Now let's give a class name for this paragraph. Text should be small and text color should be gray and 400. Okay, now let's add this button. So outside of this div, we are going to have another div with a class name of relative, because we need to have a drop down here. So in here we are going to show this icon only when the user ID matching. So you can see the user ID of this user is not matching with my user ID. I cannot see this icon here. So at first I'm going to import this current user here. Okay, and inside this div I'm going to say if the user is logged in and current user dot uid is equal to this user ID, which is coming from our comment, then we are going to print this icon. So this icon will go inside a fragment, and we need to have a button for this, and the button text should be this icon. Let's import it. Okay, it should be current user. Okay, up here also current user. Now you can see here is my icon. So this button will have a class name of text to excel, and for hover effect it should have an opacity of 70. Okay, so inside this button we are going to have our drop down. So I have added this fragment and this relative. So let's add this drop down component here, and inside here we are going to have two reusable buttons here. Okay, and it will have this on click function, and also our title should be, and we need to have another button, and this time it should be delete. Okay, now let's make this button down here. Okay, and we are going to receive click and title here. So let's print this title, and let's have a class name for this, padding 2. For hover effect it should be bg gray and 200. Text should be black with the opacity of 80 with full. Text should be small, and align text should be left. Alright, now this drop down is not visible, so we need to have a use state hook to make it visible. So up here I'm going to say drop, set drop, and it's gonna be use state hook, and it will be true by default, so we can see what's going on. Now if I open this drop down, you can see we need to have our show drop and set show drop, and also we need to have a dynamic size. So in here I'm going to say the show drop is equal to this drop use state hook, and set show drop is equal to the set drop use state hook. Okay, and we need to have a size. Okay, and for this size width should be 10 rem. Okay, now you can see here is my drop down. So let's have an on click function for this icon. So in here I'm going to say on click set drop should be not drop. Okay, now if I click this icon, you can see I'm able to open this drop down here. So now let's print our comment text here. Okay, so down this div we are going to have a paragraph, and I'm going to print this comment text inside it. Okay, this paragraph will have a class name, padding y4, and text should be small. Okay, now you can see here is my comment similar to this one, but if I add, let's say, a long comment here, now you can see we have a long text here, but it's not displaying all of them, and instead we are going to have this button. If I click it, you can see it will show all the text. Okay, and I can toggle between long and small text here, so we can implement it. Okay, so instead of this comment text, at first I need to have a use state hook up here, so I'm gonna name this more and set more button. Okay, and it should be equal to use state hook, and it will be false by default. Okay, so down here inside this paragraph we need to set a condition. So if more is true, then we are going to print all the comment text, otherwise we are going to print this comment text dot substring. Okay, and we are going to get from 0 index up to 100 index. It should be small letter, and for now let's close this drop down here. Okay, and so now if I add this long text, I'm gonna copy all of them from here, and let's add it here. You can see we have this text, so down this one, down this condition, we need to set another condition. We are going to say if comment text dot length is greater than 100, then we are going to print a button here. Okay, and let's have this button, and the button text will also be a condition. So if more is true, it should be dot dot less, otherwise it should be more. Okay, now you can see we have this button because the text is long text, but we don't have that button down here. Okay, so now we need to set an on click to this button. I'm going to say on click, and from here I'm going to set this more to be not more. Okay, so now if I click this button, you can see I'm able to toggle between true and false here. Alright, we should have a little padding top here, so I'm going to say padding top is going to be 1 rem. Okay, now it's looking good. So if I add more comments here, now you can see we have this bar here. Alright, so now let's work on how we can edit and delete a comment. So up here I'm going to define a new function and call this remove comment. Okay, so inside here we are going to have a try and catch block. Now let's have our comment rep here. It should be equal to doc. Let's import our DB here. Okay, it was inside our post collection. We need to have our post ID. Following that, our sub collection names. Okay, and we need to target the specific comment using its ID. So in here it should be comment dot ID. Okay, this one. So now here is our reference, and all you need to do is just write await delete doc, and we need to pass this ref here. Of course this function should be asynchronous function. So now let's send this toast notification here. We're going to say comment has been removed. Okay, and we need to have this toast notification inside this error also. Alright, okay, and we need to pass this function inside this button click. So as you can see, we need to delete this string and add this function here. Okay, so if you remember, we have this function here. So in here I'm going to set an on click, and it should be click function. Okay, so now let's delete this comment here. If I delete it, you can see I'm able to delete this specific comment. So when I delete this comment, I want this drop down to be closed. So after the comment is deleted, I'm going to set the drop to be false. Okay, now let's delete this. You can see the drop down will be closed. So now let's work on how we can edit a comment. As you can see in here, if I click this edit the response, we will have another text area here, and our comment text will be printed here. Okay, so we need to have another box. Okay, so inside this section we need to set another condition based on our edit. So I'm going to have another, I'm going to call this edit and set as edit. Okay, and it should be equal to use state hook, and for now let's set it to be true by default. So in here I'm going to minimize this div. So we are going to set a condition. So I'm going to copy all of them here. I'm going to say if edit is false, then I want to print this div and this paragraph here, and of course they should be inside a fragment. Okay, and otherwise we are going to print another div. Okay, so for now, because this is edit is true, we are going to print this div. If I write a text here, now you can see here are our text. Okay, now let's implement this div here. So we need to have a class name for this one. bg should be white, and we need to have shadows. Also padding should be 4. Okay, you can see here are our boxes. So inside here we need to have our text area. So let's delete all of them from here. We need to have a class name which should be full. It shouldn't be resizable. Okay, and outline should be none. We need to have a text of small. So for this we need to have a placeholder, and the placeholder should be write your update text. Okay, as you can see here are our text areas, but we need to have some gap between them. So I'm going to open this comments. As you can see we have this data, so I'm going to wrap it with a new div here. Okay, and this div will have a class name of text should be gray and 500 border top. Okay, and we need to have a padding y of 4, margin top should be 8, flex column, and gap should be 8. Okay, and okay, we need to wrap this with parentheses here. All right, now let's check it. As you can see, our divs have enough spaces. Okay, so as you can see we need to have 2 buttons down here. So I'm going to open this comment, and down this text area we are going to have 2 buttons. So they will be inside a separate div with the class name of flex, items center, and justify should be end. Okay, and also we need to have a gap of 2. So let's have our button here. The first one is going to be console, and the second one is going to be update. Okay, they are here, and for this console we are going to have a class name of width, fit, and text should be small. For this update we are going to have a class name of button, but text should be white, and BG is going to be green and 700. Okay, and we need to have rounded off full. Okay, now they are looking good. Okay, you can see we need to have a smaller text here, so text should be extra small. Okay, now you can see we have smaller text here. Okay, so now we need to make this text area dissipate using this console button. As you can see, if I click this edit the response, we are going to have this box, and if I click this console, it will be closed. So in here and inside this console button, I'm going to have an onClick function, and set as edit should be back to false. Okay, so if I click it here, you can see it will be dissipate. And now let's open it by the help of this edit response. So up here, as you can see, we have this. So I'm going to set this as edit to be true. Okay, so if I click it, now you can see I'm able to close and open this. Alright, so when I open this and close this model, I want this drop down to be closed also. So in here I'm going to store this inside an object and set drop should be false also. Okay, so let's open it, and if I click it back, you can see we don't have that drop down anymore. Alright, now let's add the functionality. So if I click this edit this response, this comment text should be printed inside this text area. So at first we need to have a useDate hook to get the value of this text area. So up here I'm going to say edit comment, set edit comment. Okay, and it should be equal to useDate hook and will be empty string by default. Okay, so inside this text area we need to have a value. It should be edit comment, and onChange should be set edit comment and e.target.value. Okay, so now up here I'm going to make a new function here. So I'm gonna call this edit comment. Okay, and inside here, as you can see, I have added this set edit to be true and set drop to be false. So now I'm going to copy them from here, and instead of this I'm going to add this edit comment. So inside this function, let's paste them here. Okay, and following this we need to set our edit comment to be comment text. As you can see, we have this comment text here. Let's bring it back to be false here. Okay, if I open this drop down and click this edit this response, you can see now this text is printed inside my text area and it's ready to be updated. So now let's update it. So down this function we need to have another function. I'm gonna call this handle edit. Okay, so we are going to have a try and catch block inside it. At first let's have our reference here. It should be equal to this doc. Let's have our DB inside it. Okay, our post collection and comments. We are going to get this comment ID here. So comment dot ID, we are going to get the specific comment here. Okay, so down here we are going to say await, and this time it should be update doc, and the first argument is going to be reference, and finally we're going to send our new data here. This function is going to be asynchronous function. Okay, inside here we are going to send our new data. We need to send the comment text to be our edited text here. Okay, and I wanna change this date also, date.now. Following that, I'm going to send the user ID. So user ID is going to be current user dot uid. Okay, and this is how you can update the sub collection. So following that, I'm going to set the edit comment to be the empty string. I'm going to close this set as edit to be false. Okay, and also I'm going to close this drop down. It should be false. Okay, and finally we're going to send a toast notification here and say that comment has been updated, and let's have a toast notification inside this error message. Okay, and this should be error.message. Alright, now we need to have a loading. I forget to add the loading here, so in here I'm going to say const loading set loading is equal to use set hook, and it should be false by default. So when the user start editing the comment, it should be set loading to be true. And finally, when the comment is updated or we get an error, we are going to set this loading to be false. Okay, and that's it. Now let's pass this handle edit to our button here. As you can see, we have this button. Okay, now let's check it. So if I click this drop down and let's change the text to be new text is added, and of course we need to set a condition here. So I'm going to say if we have loading, we're going to say updating here, otherwise we're going to say update. Okay, so now if I click this button, okay, seems we have an error. Okay, we forget to add our post ID, so we need to add our post ID to get the specific post, and you can see we have this post ID. Okay, now if I click this update, you can see we have this loading here, and finally comment has been updated. Let's test it on this comment also. This comment is updated as well. Now if I click this button, okay, now you can see this comment text has been updated. Okay guys, here is one thing that I forget. I should increment the length of this comments here. So inside this comments, as you can see, we have the responses here. So in here we need to write the length of our data. So I'm going to say data.length. Okay, now you can see here we have two comments. If I add another comment here, it will be incremented. Okay, we need to set it back to be false here, so I'm going to set it back to be false. Okay guys, so now when I click this button, I should be able to open that sidebar, and also I need to increment this number. So as you can see, here is our component. Okay, so to be able to do this, we are going to have our use state hook inside our context API, because they are not at the same root, so we can pass it via props. So inside this comments, if you remember, we have this show model. So I'm going to get them from here, and let's open our context. Okay, and in here I'm going to add this use state hook, and also for this comment length we are going to have another use state hook. So in here I'm going to say const comment length and set comment length, and it should be equal to use state hook, and it will be 0 by default. Okay, so I'm going to rename it to be show comment, and this one should be set show comment. Okay, now let's pass them to our context API. Okay, let's add comma. So now I'm going to open this comment here, and in here I'm going to get our set show comment from this block. Okay, and also we are going to need this comment length. Alright, so I'm going to print it here, and in here I'm going to have an onClick function. Set show comment should be true. Okay, and inside here I'm going to get this show comment and set show comment from our block. Okay, and now we need to replace our use state hook because we have a different name for them. Okay, and also we need to change the show model to be show comment, and set show comment we are going to replace it with this one. Okay, now you can see our length is 0 by default. So if I click this button, I'm able to open this sidebar menu, and also using this button I'm able to close it. So now let's see how you can get the length of our comments here. Okay, so inside this comments component we are going to get this set comment length here. It should be set comment length. Okay, so down here I'm going to define a use effect hook, and I'm going to say if we have data, then I just simply set this comment length to be data.length. Okay, and I'm gonna change this data as dependency here. Now let's check it. As you can see, we have 3 comments here. So now if I add another comment, let's say new comment here, and click it, you can see this text has been incremented. But I forget something here. So similar to the like, we need to have our function that we added inside this helper function, this format name. So I'm going to copy this from here, and we need to wrap our comment length with this function. Okay, and that's it. So now let's push this code. I'm going to say comment is implemented. Okay, alright guys, now let's implement this part. As you can see, we should be able to copy the link of this post, and also we should be able to share them on different social medias. So I'm going to close all the tabs in here. Okay, and I'm going to look for share post component here. So as you can see, I have already built this component, and I have already installed this React share component here. Okay, now let's make a function that let us copy the link of our post. So in here I'm going to write copy link. Okay, so inside this function we should be able to copy the link. Now let's get the path here. So path is equal to this window.location.path. So this is the URL of our search bar here. Okay, so you can console like this. I don't want to do that. Now inside this function we need to write await navigator.clipboard. Okay, dot write text, and we are going to write our path inside it. Okay, and this is how we can copy a link. So we can send a toast notification here. Okay, and we can have an error message. So I'm gonna wrap it with a try and catch block. So inside here I would like to say toast.error and error.message here. Okay, and when the link is copied, I want this drop down to be closed. So in here I'm going to say set drop to be false. Okay, and also if I get any error, I want the drop down to be closed. Alright, now let's copy this function. As you can see, we have a button to copy our link, so I'm gonna pass this function here. Okay, now let's set an on click here, and the on click should be this click here. Okay, and also this should be href, not path. So now if I try to copy a link here, you can see link has been copied, and if I paste it here, you can see here is the URL of the specific post. If I click enter, now you can see I'm able to open the specific post here. Alright, now let's implement the rest of them. So as you can see, I have imported some components from React shell. So we need to wrap our buttons with that. So for this button, which is for Twitter, I'm going to wrap it with a component called Twitter share. Okay, we need to wrap this button with this, and this component will get a props of URL, and URL should be this path. Okay, so the URL will ask us what part should be shared inside Twitter. So now if I click this share on Twitter, you can see we will have a new model here, and you need to sign in and then share this post. Okay, now let's do the same for the rest of our buttons. So in here, this is Facebook, and it should be wrapped with Facebook share. Again, the URL should be this path, and finally we need to wrap our LinkedIn button here. So LinkedIn share, and we need to say the URL to be path. Okay, now we can test them one by one. You can see they are working perfectly. Okay guys, and I want to get rid of these clicks here because I don't need them. Alright, so now let's push this code. Okay, alright guys, now let's work on how we can update and delete our post. So at first, let's work on this update post or edit story. So when I click this button, I want a new page to be opened, and the ID of this post should be printed here. Okay, so in here I'm going to close this, and inside this post, let's make a new component called edit post. Okay, so we are going to make a new route inside this app.js. I'm going to duplicate this one, and it should be edit post. Okay, and we are going to get the post ID, but the component should be edit post. Okay, we have this edit post imported here. Okay, so now I'm going to open this actions, and in here, if you remember, we have this reusable button. So up here, I'm going to import navigation from use navigate. Okay, and for this function, we are going to pass this navigate, and it will direct us to /edit post / our post ID. So we are going to get the post ID here. So now we need to pass this post ID from the single post component post ID, and let's open the single post component here. As you can see, we have the component, and let's pass this post ID here. Okay, so I'm gonna close this here, and inside this action, we need to pass this onClick function here equal to click. Okay, so now if I click this edit story, you can see I will be redirected to this new component, and this is the single post ID. Okay, so now let's see what we have inside it. As you can see, we are going to have our input, to print the title here, and we are going to have our text area. Okay, so I'm gonna open this edit post again. Let's change this to be section. Okay, so we are going to have a class name, write class, weight should be 90% for mobile version. For MD devices above, weight should be 80%. For load devices above, weight should be 60%. Okay, and it should be MX auto. Padding Y should be 3 rem. Now inside here, at first, let's have our input, type text, and placeholder should be this title. Okay, and also let's have a class name of text for Excel. Outline should be none, and weight is going to be full. Okay, now let's import our text editor. We're going to have a placeholder here, and the placeholder is going to be description. Okay, and also we need to have a class name for this. We are going to change the text size to be 4 rem, and also margin Y is going to be 3. Okay, and also the theme should be Babel. Okay, as you can see, here is the title and this one is the description. Okay, so as you can see, we need to have a button inside our header again. So to print this button, we need to target this post edit inside our header. So when we are inside this route, we want to display this button. So again, I'm going to open this home header here. Okay, and if you remember, we had this path name. So if I console log this path name here, okay, and let's inspect the browser here. As you can see, here is the path name, but we need to exclude this ID from here. So what we need to do is, I'm going to write here const and edit path. So at first we need to make an array of path names. So I'm gonna split it. Okay, now if I console log this edit path here, now you can see we have this all letters as one element of this array. So let's remove the slashes. So I'm gonna split it based on this slash. Now you can see we don't have that slash anymore, but instead we have only 3 items inside the array. So if you remember, inside array we can target each and every property by adding their index. So if I write here 1, now you can see I will have access to the second index of this array. So now our path is ready. Okay, so down here, as you can see, we already have this condition. So we are going to add a new condition here. So I'm going to delete this for now, and I'm going to say if edit path is equal to this edit post, then I want to print a new button here, and the text should be edit. Okay, otherwise I want to print this link. Okay, as you can see, we have this right because we are inside the single post. But if I open this edit story, now you can see we have this edit button here. And also if I open this right here, you can see we have this publish button. Okay, so I'm gonna open this edit story here. And now let's style this edit button. So in here I'm gonna give a class name here. Let's add this button, and it will be the same as this one, and the text should be save and update. Okay, now you can see here is our button. So now let's get their values. I'm going to have a new visited hook. Let's close this component. I don't need this anymore. So I'm going to have a visited hook for the title, okay, and also for the description. Okay, so let's have a value here and an unchanged function. Okay, let's pass the value here also, and the unchanged should be this set description. Alright, so now when I click this button and open this page, I want the value of the single post to be printed here. So for that, we need to have a new update variable inside the context API. So I'm going to open this context API here. So this context, and up here we need to have a useState hook. I'm gonna call this update data and set update data. Okay, and the value should be this empty object by default. Okay, now let's pass them through this value down here. Okay, and at first we need to open our single post because we need to pass our post data there, okay, to our action component. So I'm going to open the single post here, and beside this post ID we are going to send our single post data here. So we just need this title and description. Okay, so title is equal to title and description is equal to the description. Okay, now let's get them here. So when we click this button, we want to send this data to our update useState hook. So I'm going to get this from our context API. So up here we are going to get it from this block function. Okay, so now we need to make a new function. Instead of passing this through this onClick, we need to have a new function. So I'm gonna call this handle edit, let's say. Okay, and in here I'm going to copy this navigate from here, and instead let's call this handle edit. Okay, and beside this we are going to set this update data to be title and also description to be this desk. Alright, so now I'm going to open this edit post. Okay, and inside here we are going to get that context API also. So I'm gonna get this update data here, and it's coming from block. So before we do anything, I just console log this update data to check whether we have any data here or not. So I'm gonna define a new use effect hook, and let's just console log this update data. Okay, I'm gonna inspect the browser here, and if I try to open this edit post, okay, we have an error here. Okay, don't worry about this complaining because I have passed this empty string here. So let's change this to be a function, console log. Okay, it's complaining because I have passed this empty string to our function. Alright, now we don't have that error. So if I open this edit story, now you can see here is our data that we received from our single post. So all we need to do is we need to pass this data to our empty input and this text editor. So what we need to do is we need to set a condition here. I'm going to say if we have update data, then we just simply set the title to be update.title, update data.title, and also set the description to be update data dot description. Okay, we need to pass this update data. Now you can see we could successfully print the data inside our input and text editor. Okay, so now we need to implement the update functionality and save it using this button. So because our button is located inside this header, we should do that either inside our context file or inside our home header file. So for now I'm gonna do this update function inside this header. So I'm going to open our header component again. Let's open this header. Okay, so up here we need to define a new function. I'm gonna call this handle edit. Okay, and this function should be asynchronous function. We need to have a try and catch block here. Okay, so I'm gonna have a new loading here. For updating our data, I'm gonna have a loading and set loading. It will be false by default. Okay, so inside here I'm gonna set the loading to be true, and finally set this loading to be false. Alright, so now we need to get our updated data from the context API. So in here I'm gonna say update data. Let's make sure we have the same name here. Okay, we have this, and inside here let's first define our reference. So we need to import this doc. Okay, and the first argument is db. Let's add our collections name, which is post, and specifically this post id. So the post id is, I'm gonna just call here post id, and if you remember, if I get the second index of this array or the third index, because the array starts from 0, if we get the second or third index of our array, it will be our post id. If you don't believe me, let's console log this post id here. Okay, and now you can see here is our id coming from here. So all we need to do is just pass this id. Okay, so down here we need to write await and update doc function. Let's pass our ref, and following that we need to pass our data. Okay, so now inside here we are going to just change the title to be our update data dot title, and the description to be our update data dot description. Okay, and that's it. Now let's have our navigate here. So I'm going to have our navigate is coming from use navigate hook. So when the post is updated, we want to be navigated to our single post. So I'm gonna call this slash post, and let's add our post id here again, post id. Okay, and also we are going to send a push notification, post has been updated. And finally let's pass this function to our button here. So I'm gonna add this on click function here, and in here we're going to set a condition. If we have loading, we are gonna print this updating text here, otherwise we want to print this text. Okay, let's add this inside the string, and for this class name we can set a condition also. So I'm going to say if we have loading, I can set this opacity to be, let's say, 40. Okay, otherwise I want to be this empty string. Okay guys, we made a mistake here because this is not the updated data. So the updated data should come from our new use state hooks. So what we need to do is, I'm going to copy them from here, okay, and we need to move that to our context API. So we can pass this to our home header component and to our edX component, okay. So I'm going to paste them here, and now let's pass it through our value. Okay, so beside this update data, I'm going to pass them here. Okay, so now we are going to get them from our context API. Okay, so what we need to do is, we just get this title and the description from our context API inside our home header. So inside here, instead of this update data, we are going to get our title and description. Okay, so now in here, we just change this title, just leave it title. Okay, you don't need to reassign it because the names are the same, and this should be our description. Okay, and now we will have our new data. So now let's check whether our function is working or not. So down here, let's write updated, and I'm gonna write here this is updated. Okay, let's make it bold, and this one italic. If I click this button, you can see we have this loading and our post has been updated. Now you can see we have this updated text here, and also inside the description we have this updated text. Alright guys, we just finished how we can update the post. Now let's work on how we can delete a post. So I'm gonna close this header, this context. Okay, so inside this action we have another button. For that we need to make a new function here. I'm gonna call this handle remove. Okay, and let's pass this function here. Alright, now let's have our try and catch block here. Okay, so let's have our reference again, and it's gonna be doc. Let's import this doc function db our post collection, and following that we need to send our post ID. Okay, so I'm going to write here await, and this function should be asynchronous function, and let's have this delete doc function and just pass this ref here. Okay, so when the post is deleted, we need to send a toast notification dot success. We are going to say post has been removed. Okay, and also we need to navigate him to the main page. So I'm going to write here navigate / okay, and for this error message I'm going to send this notification error dot message. Okay, so now let's check it. So if I click this delete story, now you can see my post has been removed, and we have this toast notification here also. Alright guys, the post has been deleted, but we have an error here. You can see only my post data has been deleted, but those sub collections are still inside my database. You can see I had 4 comments, they are exist here, and I had some likes, only 1 like, and it still exists here. So now to solve this problem, we need to remove both of them from our database also. So following this, we need to have a ref for like, so like ref. Okay, and we need to target the sub collection. likes. Okay, and also we need to have another ref for our comment, and this should be comments. Okay, so now let's have a separate delete function for both of them. Okay, so now let's check it. So let's remove the swimming and aquatic journey of health. So let's find it inside our database, and you can see this is the swimming post. Okay, so now let's check whether we have some likes and comments inside or not. So we don't have any, so let's add, and I'm gonna say nice post. So we have 1 like and 1 comment here. Let's check it inside the database. Okay, and you can see we have 1 comment and 1 like here. So if I try to delete this post, okay, document reference must have an event. Okay, so we need to pass our current user ID here. So now let's get our current user here. Okay, so current user.uid and also current user.uid here. Now let's check it again. So if I try to delete this, okay, it's working. Okay, now you can see we don't have that post with their sub collections anymore, and that's it. So if you want, you can remove the saved post also. Okay, so maybe the user have saved your post and it will not be deleted if you don't delete that yourself. So let's have the sub collection for saved post also. So save ref, and this should be save post, or it was save post. Okay, and this sub collection should be users because the saved sub collection is located inside our users collection, and this should be current user.uid, and also this one should be save post, and we are going to print the post ID here. Okay, so let's have another delete function and pass this one. Okay guys, and that's it. So this is how you can remove a post from your database. Now let's push this code here. So I'm going to say, alright. Okay guys, I just made a few changes in my code to make them better and found a few bugs inside the application that need to be fixed. Now let's work on them one by one. So as you can see inside this post card, we need to have this user along with the post. So before we used to fetch the data and then get the all user from our context API, and then using find method we just find our user data. So now I just get our user data inside this use fetch custom hook. So as you can see in here, I just define a new variable. We have this on snapshot again, but this time our map function is going to be asynchronous, and because of this behavior I need to add this promise.all. So the rest of our logic will be the same, and now you can see I got this user from our database, and then we got the user doc. Okay, and down here we just check if the user exists, we just get their data. So I just take out this created from our user data because we have this created name inside this post data also, so it will make some conflicts, and just return our data. Okay, so now instead of this one I'm gonna delete this find method. We just destructure this username here. Okay, and just make it username. Now you can see our project is the same. Okay, and also if I open this post component, you can see we used to fetch our data inside this component, so I just delete it from here because we need this post data in multiple components. So I just fetch this data inside this context API. So as you can see, we have this data and loading coming from our useFetch custom hook, and I just pass them here. So to avoid any duplication name, I just rename them here, okay? And I use this inside our profile home component, okay? So I just imported this post data and post loading from our block context API. And also, if I open the single post again, as you can see, we have this invalid date. This is because of the conflict of this created name inside both the get user data and this post items, okay? So the solution for that is to open this single post component again. So in here, as you can see, I have fetched the post data and the user data in the same function. So similar to the useFetch hook, we just take out that created from our get user data. So I just write here created and just destructure the rest of our data, okay? So instead of this user data, we just pass this rest here. Now you can see that our issue is fixed, okay? So this is the changes that I made inside my code. So if you want, you can make these changes also. Alright guys, I also noticed a new problem here. So if I add a post, so let's say new post is uploaded. Let's make it longer and let's have this description here, okay? So if I click publish and if I don't choose any image, now let's add some tags here, okay? So if I publish this post, you can see I'm able to publish this, but it will cause a problem for us, okay? Let's check where is the post. Now you can see it will destroy the whole UI of our web page. Okay, so to solve this problem, I'm going to open this preview component here. Let me close this too. And as you can see, we have a handle submit function here, and also the value of this post image will always be this image URL, which is a get download URL from Firebase, okay? So even if I don't choose any image inside my box, then the Firebase will generate a random URL which is not working. So to solve this problem, I'm going to wrap this with if we have this image URL, I mean when we chose the image, that image data will be saved here. So in here I'm going to say if we have this image URL, then we just upload it to the Firebase. Now we cannot have access this from inside, so I just make a temporary variable here, okay, and just reassign it here. Okay, so now in here we are going to set a condition. We want to send this image URL or this empty string. Okay, we still have that problem, and now let's open this post cart here. So in here, let me find this image. We need to set a condition. I wanna show this post image when we have an image inside our database. Okay, now you can see we don't have that damaged image in this post, and this one is because the Firebase generated the random URL. Okay, so I'm gonna delete this one from here. Okay, so if I try to delete it from here, I mean from post cart, you can see we are getting this error. So the problem is, if I open this action component here, we need to receive this post ID, title and description, but inside this post cart I send this wrong props here. So instead I'm going to send the post ID. Okay, it should be equal to post ID, and the title is going to be this title. Also description is going to be the description. Okay, so now let's try it again. If I click it and click this delete here, you can see I'm able to remove this post from this postcard. So hopefully I saw this back, and this is how you can solve this problem. Okay, and yeah, that's it. So if I add that post again, let's say new title is here, and let's add this random text. Okay, so if I click this publish here, and here you can see we don't have that broken image, but if I open it here, you can see inside the single post we have this broken image. So just open this single post here, and now let's find that post image. You can see here is my post image. So and here I just set a condition. So if we have post image, then we are going to display this post image here. Okay, now you can see that broken image is not displaying anymore, and we may have this inside our recommended post. So just open this here, and if I scroll down, let's open this post. It's down here, and again I'm gonna set a condition. If we have post image, we want to display this image here. Okay, and also I forget to add some height for these images. So let's open this postcard here, and you can see I just set this width here. Okay, so I just set height to be a trim, and object width should be cover. Okay, alright guys, we are done with this cleanup. So up here I'm going to say cleanup is done and just commit it. Okay, let's commit this one. I'm going to say cleanup is done. Just click this commit here. Okay, alright guys, we just finished how we can update and delete a single post. Now let's work on how we can search a post here. So as you can see, if I click this search bar and try to search some text here, let's say new. Now you can see if the post does not exist inside our database, we will display this message here, but if the post exists, you can see we have all of these posts here. So if I click one of them, I will be redirected to the single post component here. Okay, so now let's implement it. I'm going to open this search bar here. Okay, so at first we need to get the value of this input. So up here I'm going to write a new user state hook. I'm gonna name this search and search. Okay, so let's add it here. Value should be search, and for the onChange, okay, and we are going to get this event here. Set search is going to be e.target.value. Okay, so now we need to get our post data from the context folder. So in here I'm going to write post data, and it's coming from this block function. Let's import it manually. Okay, so now we need to filter this data and check whether the text that we are typing inside the search bar is matching with the title of our post. So in here I'm going to define a new variable, and I'm gonna name this search data. Okay, so I'm going to check if we have post data. I just simply filter this data, make sure to add this question mark here. Okay, and we are going to get each and every post here. And now let's check if this post dot title dot to lowercase dot includes this search dot to lowercase. Okay, so now let's console log this one. I just define a use effect here. If I console log this search data, let's add this search here. Okay, so if I try to write something like new title here, you can see we are getting this data, and the title of this post is matching because it has new title here. Okay, so now I'm going to delete this from here, and we are going to display like this one. So down this input we are going to display a new box. Okay, so down this input we are going to have a new div with the class name of absolute. From the right side it should be 0, from the left it should be 0. Okay, and top is gonna be full or 100%. We need to give it a background color of white, and let's give it a shadow, and round it should be empty. Okay, now inside here we need to first set a condition whether our search bar found any data here or not. So I'm going to say if the search data dot length is greater than 0, then we just simply map through this data. I'm going to add this fragment here, otherwise we just display this error message. So now let's map through this data here. So in here I'm going to write search data.map. we are going to get each and every post and the index here. Okay, now inside here we need to display a div, and this div will have a class name. Padding should be 2, and we need to have a border bottom here. Border color should be gray and 300. For the hover effect, we are going to add a background color of gray and 100. Now cursor should be pointer here. Okay, so inside of this we are going to display our post data. So let's display the title here. It should be post.title, and let's add a class name for this. We need to add a line clamp of 1. Okay, and it should be capitalized. Text should be small, and finally we need to add a font of bold here. Okay, now let's check it. As you can see, we have these titles, so I will hide it later on. Now let's add our description down here. For the description we are going to have a self-closing div. It will have a class name of text xy small. Text color should be gray and 500. We need to have a line clamp of 2 here. Okay, so let's add this dangerous set inner HTML to be underscore HTML. It should be this post.description. Okay, so now let's check it. As you can see, we have the description also. So now if I type something here, let's say new title, you can see it will print only this one. If I type any other post here, but if I type a text which is not inside this post title, it will be show an error message. So now let's display that error message. Inside here we just say no post found. Okay, it will have a class name here. Text should be small. Text color is going to be gray and 500, and we need to have a padding of 3 here. Okay, so now you can see no post found. So if I add new title here, we are going to get this post. So now we need to hide this box, and it should be displayed whenever we type some text here. So up here I'm going to wrap this div with this curly braces, and we are going to say if this search box is not equal to empty string, then we just simply display this box here. Okay, so you can see this box is gone, but if I try to write something like new title here, or let's say post, you can see we are going to get this post here. So now let's add an onClick function. So when I click this post, I want this post to be open. So up here, I'm going to get this navigate. Okay, it is a hook coming from React router DOM. It should be navigate. So in this div, we are going to set an onClick. Okay, and let's print this navigate here, and it will direct us to, let's check the URL. You can see post and our post ID. So it should be post, and let's print this post ID dynamically. So post dot ID. Okay, we also need to add this key. It should be index. Okay, now let's check it. So if I try to write here new title and click it, you can see I will be redirected to this post. And when I click this, I want this search bar to be empty. So down this navigate, I'm going to add a curly braces here and set this search to be empty string. Okay, now let's check it again. If I click it, now you can see the search bar is empty. Alright guys, that's it. Now let's push this code. Okay guys, we are almost done with this application. So we have implemented this edit story and delete story. We have implemented the save post. We have implemented how to share a post and set this post. So we are all done with this part. The only part which is left is the trending. So if I log out from here, so down here we have a new component called trending on Medium. In this component, we are going to display only top posts. For example, the posts that get more views will be displayed here. So top 6 posts that get more views will be displayed here. For example, you can see we have top 1 post and top 2 posts. So if I try to open this for many times more, it will be replaced with the first one. Okay, you can see the impact of literature on society, and this one is the joy of benefit. Okay, so it will be replaced with this one. Now let's try it again. Now you can see this post has been replaced with the first one. And if I try to replace it with this one, it will be replaced again. So if I try to open this here, now you can see this post will be the top first post inside this medium trending. So now let's work on that. Okay, so up here we need to define a new use effect hook, and I'm gonna comment out here increment page views. Okay, so we are going to increment our page views whenever we have our initial render. So to get the initial render, we need to get our useref here. So I'm going to write here count is initial render. Okay, and let's import this useref. Okay, and it should be true by default. So using this variable, we are going to target our initial render. Okay, so inside this use effect hook, at first we need to set a condition. We need to say if is initial render dot current. If the page is experiencing the first render, then we are going to run a function here. So I'm gonna call this increment page view. Okay, it should be an asynchronous function. Okay, and let's call this function down here. Alright, so inside this function, we need to have our try on catch block. And now let's first have our reference. So I'm gonna call this ref. Let's import the doc function, and the first argument is gonna be db. we are going to increment the post views inside this post collection and also our post ID to get the specific post. Okay, so now we need to update our database. Okay, and the first argument is going to be reference and the second one is going to be our update data. So in this case we are going to update the post views and we need to import a new function from Firebase called increment and increment this by 1. Make sure to import this function from Firebase Firestore. As you can see, and here I have imported from Firebase Firestore. Okay, and also make sure to spell this the same as this one, otherwise it will not work. So once we have incremented, we need to merge this. So in this case we are going to say merge is going to be true. Okay, now let's send an error message here. So toast.error, we are going to send error.message. Okay, and this is how you can make the function. Now we need to set this as initial render to be false, because if it is not initial render, we don't want to increment this page. Okay, so down this function we need to set this as initial render dot current to be equal to false. So if it's not the initial render, we don't want this increment to happen. Okay, now let's check it. So if I try to open this post, you can see this is the post ID. Now let's check it inside the database. You can see we have one page views in here. So if I refresh the page, now you can see we have 2 page views here. Alright guys, we are done with this page views. Now let's work on trending components. So I'm going to log out from here and you can see we already have this trending component. So let me open the trending here. Okay, you can see for now we have only this empty component. So to display the post which has more views inside the trending component, we are going to sort this post. So and here we need to get our post data from this block context API. Okay, so down here we need to make a new variable and I'm gonna call this get trending, and in this variable we are going to sort our post data. So I'm going to say post data dot sort. This function will return A and B. Okay, and we just say B dot page views minus A dot page views. Okay, so now let's display this. So I'm going to change this to be section and let's have a class name here. And here we need to have a border bottom and border color should be gray and 600. Okay, so inside of this one we need to have a new div with the class name of size, padding y should be 2rem. Okay, and inside here at first we need to have a heading to display our title. As you can see we need to have this title and this icon. So for this we are going to have a new div here with the class name of flex. Items should be center and we need to have a gap of 3. Font is going to be semi-bold. Okay, so for the icon we need to have a span tag, and this is our icon here. I just imported from React icons. Let's import it here. It's coming from React icons, and make sure to remove this close and open here. Alright, and for the title we need to have a heading too. Let's just copy this title and paste it here. Okay, as you can see here is my title. So down this one we need to display all the posts with their user data. So down this div, we need to have another div with the class name of grade columns and card, and also we need to add a gap of 3. So I have added this card class inside our tailwind.config.js, if you remember, which is this one. Okay. Alright guys, so inside the trending component, we are going to display only 6 top posts. As you can see, we have only 6 top posts in here. Okay. So we need to first slash this post. So we are going to say get trending dot slash. We are going to get from 0 index up to 6. So we just need 6 posts dot map, and we are going to get each and every trend with their ID, and let's just return a new component here. Okay, it's called trend. Let's define it down here, and for now let's return this heading 1 hello. Okay, and we are going to pass this trend to this component, and also we need to have a key here. Key should be index. Okay, and also because we need to have this number, so these numbers are the index of our post, so I just send this index here. Okay, and that's it. Now you can see, because we have only 3 posts, it's displaying 3 posts only. Alright, so now let's work on single trend here. So down here we are going to receive the trend and index. Okay, now I'm going to delete it from here, and again we need to have a main tag here with the class name of flex. Gap should be 4 and width is going to be full. Okay, now inside here at first we need to have a span tag for our index, so it will have a class name. Text color should be gray and 400, and also text size is going to be 4 XL. We need to have a margin top of 4 also. Okay, so inside here I just add this index, but because index starts from 0, so we need to increment it by 1, so it should start from 1. Okay, seems we have an error here. Now let's check what is the error. Okay, post data dot sort. This is because we need to say if we have post data, then we are going to sort this data here. Okay, again down here we need to set another condition here. If we have get trending, we wanna slash and map through this. Okay, and now you can see the error is gone. If I refresh the page, you can see we don't have any error. And also we have these indexes. We have 3 posts and it starts from 1 here. Okay, following this we need to have another div with the class name of padding y should be 6, flex should be column, and we just have a gap of 3. So inside here we need to have another div with the class name of flex item center, and gap is going to be 2. Now inside here we are going to add our user data, so it will be again inside another div with the class name of flex items center. Gap is going to be 2. We need to have a cursor pointer and a hover effect here, so the opacity is going to be 75. Okay, so now let's add our user data. At first let's add the image. The image should be trend.userImage. For this alt tag we need to add user image. Okay, so let's have a class name here. Width should be 1.3 rem. Height also should be 1.3 rem. We need to add object cover, and also rounded is going to be full. Okay. Now as you can see, here is my user image. So following that, we need to have our username. So following this image, we are going to have a heading too, and let's print this trend.username here, and it will have a class name. Font is going to be semi-bold, text small, and it should be capitalized. Okay, now you can see here is my user data. Okay, so when I click on a user, I want their profile to be opened. So for that, we need to have our navigate hook again, navigate, and it's gonna be equal to use navigate. Okay, so inside this div, I just add an onClick function, navigate, and let's navigate to the slash profile and our user ID. So just print this trend dot user ID. Okay, now let's check it. So if I click this Amir Khan, you can see this profile will be opened here, and let's check it on this one. You can see this profile will be opened here. Alright, now let's print the post data. So down this div, we are going to have another div with the class name of flex. Flex should be column, gap is going to be 4, and we need to have cursor pointer again. For hover effect, it should be an opacity of 75. Okay, now inside here, at first let's print our title. So it should be trend.title, and also we need to have our description. So it should be inside this p tag with the class name of text, should be gray and 500, and text size is going to be extra small. So now inside here, we need to print our date. As you can see, we need to print this date and the time of reading. So again, I'm going to import moment function here, and we just pass this trend.created. Make sure to add this question mark, and we need to format it here based on month and year. Okay, following that, we need to import our helper function. So again, we need to have these curly braces and import this reading time. If you remember, we had this helper function here. Let's open this, and it should be read time. So I just simply copy and paste it here. Now let's import, and I just add the trend dot disk here. Okay, and let's add this minute read following this. Okay, now let's check it. As you can see, we have this date here with the time of reading this post. Okay, since they are close to each other, so I'm going to add this temporary string in here and add them inside this curly braces. Okay, and I just copy this text from here and paste them here. Okay, so if I add an spaces here, now you can see we have enough space between them. So I forget to add class name for this paragraph. Width should be full. For empty devices above, width should be 18 rem. Text size is going to be MD. We need to have a font of bold, and finally line clamp should be 2. Okay, now let's check it. As you can see, here is our post data. So when I click this post, I want the single post data to be opened. So again, we need to have an onClick function here, Okay, and let's write navigate. It will navigate me to this post, and this should be trend.id. Make sure to add this question mark here. Okay, so if I try to open this post here, okay, seems we have an error. Let's check what is the error here inside this single post. Okay, seems the error is inside this follow button. So I'm going to open the single post here. Okay, the error is here. So at first we need to check whether the user is authenticated or not. Then we should check this ID. Okay, so before that we need to say if we have current user and this current user.uid is not equal to user ID. Okay, and down here we also need to check if we have current user. Then we need to check it. Okay, I think we don't have any error. Now if I refresh the page here, you can see we don't have that error anymore. So now let's open another post in here. Okay, you can see we don't have this error. Now let's check if I can like this post when I'm not authenticated. Okay, you can see I'm not able to like this post. So instead I wanna open this model. So if the user is not authenticated, I wanna open this model here. Okay, so let's open this like post. So if you remember, we have set this condition in here. So if we have current user, we wanna like the post. If we don't have, let's say else, we wanna open this model. Okay, to get that usage hook, I'm going to open this demo header in here. So down here, as you can see, I have sent this model to this auth. So if I open this auth in here, we have this reusable model to open our model in here. So all I need to do is I'm going to rename it to Auth Model. Okay, and let's change this to be set Auth Model, and I'm going to send it to this auth. Okay, so let's send it here. Okay, so now what I need to do is I need to send it inside my context, because I need to get it inside this like and other components also. So I just open this context in here, and up here I just paste it. Okay, now let's send it inside this values. Alright, so at first we need to get this inside our demo header. So it's coming from this blog usage hook, and now we are going to get it inside this like also. Okay, so we have already imported this block. I just need this set Auth Model in here. So I'm going to copy this, and inside this else I just say to be true. Okay, so set Auth Model to be true. If the user is authenticated, we are going to like the post. Otherwise, it should open our Auth Model here. Okay, let's refresh the page. Now I'm not authenticated, but if I try to like this post, you can see it will ask me to sign in first. Alright, and also we can add this inside the saved post. So I'm going to open this saved post component, and inside this handle save, you can see we already set this condition if the user is authenticated. So I just import this set auth model here. Okay, and we have this condition else it should be true. Okay, so if I try to click it, you can see it will ask me to log in first. Okay, we have this error. It should not be yellow when the user is not authenticated. Okay, we made a mistake in here. it's not supposed to be equal to post.id. It should be equal to this current user.uid. Okay, now you can see this color is gone. Alright, so if I open this profile in here and try to open this list, as you can see we have an error. So I'm going to open this profile list in here, and again we need to check if the user is authenticated. We want to check this user ID. Okay, so if I try to open this list, okay, seems we have another error. This time inside this get single data. Okay, I think this error is coming from this use single fetch, because we send this current user ID, so we don't have this ID here. So I'm going to open this custom hook here, and inside this function we need to set a condition. We are going to say if we have ID, then we are going to display this data. Okay, now let's check it. If I remove this error and if I open this list, you can see we don't have that error anymore. Alright guys, that's it. Okay, now let's check whether we can move this post to be the top first post in this platform. Let's open this for many times. Okay, you can see it is moved to be the second post. Let's make it top 1 post. Okay, now you can see this post is the top 1 post. It means that our trending component is working perfectly. Alright guys, now let's push this code. So I'm going to say here that trending is finished. Let's state all the changes here and just commit this code. Okay, I'm going to close all the tabs in here. Alright guys, we just finished this trending post. Now let's work on how we can filter our post here. So if I open this website again, as you can see we have some tags. So if I click any of them, you can see we have printed the tags inside our search bar, and based on this tags we are going to find our post. Okay, so as you can see we have an array of tags inside each post. So we are going to compare these tags with the tags that we are going to send to our header and then print the post if matches. If not matches, for example, if I click this one, you can see we don't have any post with this tag. It means that there is no post that has this programming tags inside. Alright, now let's work on that. So before that, I'm going to add some comment tags inside my post. So currently I have the 3 posts in here. So as you can see, we have technology, study and programming. So for instance, I'm going to add another tags here. So it should be string and let's say study. Okay, I can update here. You can see we have study in here, and also I'm going to update this post to be technology. Okay, and let's change this one. Let's have a tag. Let's say sport in here. So I can rename this with sport. Okay. Alright, now let's update it. Okay. So first of all, we need to set an onClick function, so it will redirect us to a new page. So in here, inside this demo folder, I'm going to have a new file and call that filter post.jsx. Okay, and we need to have a new route inside app.js. So I'm gonna open this here and let's copy and paste it here. Now we need to change this to be filter, and this one is going to be dynamic tag. Okay, now let's change this component to be filter post component. Alright, now we need to open this discover component here, and up here we need to have our navigate. So navigate is equal to use navigate. Okay, and we need to set an onClick here. and this navigate will direct us to /filter and our tag name. So the tag name is going to be this item. Okay, so now let's check it. If I try to click this technology, you can see we are going to have this tag, but we don't want it to be uppercase. So I just say to lowercase in here. Okay, and if I go back, okay, and if I click it again, now you can see our route is lowercase. This is because I have added a lowercase tags inside this tags array. Okay, so now let's style this like this one. We need to have our header. So now I'm going to open this filter post, and in here we need to get our tag. So I'm going to write here tag, and it's coming from use params. So down here we need to get our post data. So const post data, and it's coming from our block context API, and also we can get this post loading. So down here let's filter our post data. I'm going to write here filter data, and we're going to filter this post data dot filter. We are going to find each and every post and check if post dot tags dot includes this tag. Okay, so now down here I'm going to change this div to be section. It will have a class name, size, and we need to add a margin y of 2 rem. So at first we need to add our header. So we should have a div here, and inside here let's have a heading tree. But for this header we need to set a condition. If we have any filtered data, we want to display a text, otherwise we are going to display another text. So I just copy and paste this condition here. You can see if we have any data inside this filtered data, we are going to display your filtered post, otherwise there is no post with this tag. So now as you can see your filtered post, because we have a post with this tag. But if I try to open this tag here, you can see there is no post with this tag. Alright, so let's open this technology here, and this heading tree will have a class name of text 3xl. Padding bottom is going to be 6. We need to have a border bottom, and border color should be black. Okay, we need to have a margin bottom of 3 rem. Alright, now you can see we have a bigger text here. Now down here we are going to display our post data. So at first we are going to say if we have any post loading, we want to display this loading component. Otherwise we are going to map through this data. So we need to have a div here, and inside here we just map through this data. So if we have filtered data, then we are going to just map through this. We are going to get each and every post and the index, and we just return the post card here. Okay, now let's send our post here. So post should be post, and also we need to have a key of index. Alright, now you can see we have only one post which is matching with this tag. Now let's add a class name for this div here. Okay, so for large screen above, maximum width should be 60%. Okay, and it should be flex column, and gap is going to be 2 rem. Alright, now you can see here is the post, and I can open this post separately. So if I try to open this tag here, you can see we have another post with this tag study. Okay, and let's open this one. We don't have any post with this tag, and if I open this port, you can see we have this post. Alright, this is how we can filter a post inside React.js. So now let's push this code to our GitHub. I'm going to say filter post is implemented. Alright. Okay guys, we are done with this project. I hope this project was helpful for you. So if you want to watch more videos like this, please like the video, leave a comment and give a subscribe to my channel. See you in the next project.